Warren Trent slammed his hand upon the surface of the bar. Uncaring of his own raised voice, he let his rage erupt. "If I choose to, I can. Make no mistake of that. You've cheated and you've stolen, and like all cheats and thieves, you've left a trail behind you." In an agony of apprehension, Tom Earlshore sweated. It was as if suddenly, with explosive violence, his world, which he had believed secure, had split apart. For more years than he could remember, he had defrauded his employer, to a point where he had long ago become convinced of his own invulnerability. In his worst forebodings, he had never believed this day could come. Now he wondered fearfully if the hotel owner had any idea how large the accumulated loot had been. Warren Trent's forefinger stabbed the document between them on the bar. "These people smelled out the corruption because they didn't make the mistake, my mistake, of trusting you, believing you a friend." Momentarily, emotion stopped him. He continued, "But if I dug, I'd find evidence. There's plenty more besides what's here, isn't there?" Abjectly, Tom Earlshore nodded. "Well, you needn't worry. I don't intend to prosecute. If I did, I'd feel I was destroying something of myself." A flicker of relief crossed the elderly barman's face. He tried as quickly to conceal it. He pleaded, "I swear if you'll give me another chance it'll never happen again." "You mean that now you've been caught, after years of thievery and deceit, you'll kindly stop stealing?" "It'll be hard for me, Mr. Trent, to get another job at my time. I've a family," Warren Trent said quietly. "Yes, Tom, I remember that." Earlshore had the grace to blush. He said awkwardly, "The money I earned here, this job by itself was never enough. There were always bills, things for the children." "And the bookmakers, Tom, let's not forget them. The bookmakers were always after you, weren't they, wanting to be paid?" It was a random shot, but Earlshore's silence showed it had found a target. Warren Trent said brusquely, "There's been enough said. Now get out of the hotel and don't ever come here again." More people were entering the Pontalba lounge now, coming in through the doorway from the lobby. The hum of conversation had resumed, its volume rising. A young assistant bartender had arrived behind the bar and was dispensing drinks which waiters were collecting. He studiedly avoided looking at his employer and former superior. Tom Earlshore blinked. Unbelievingly, he protested, "The lunchtime trade—" "Is no concern of yours. You don't work here anymore." Slowly, as the inevitability penetrated, the ex-head barman's expression changed. His earlier mask of deference slipped away. A twisted grin took its place as he declared, "All right, I'll go. But you won't be far behind, Mr. High and Mighty Trent, because you're getting thrown out too, and everybody around here knows it." "Just what do they know?" Earlshore's eyes gleamed. "They know you're a useless, washed-up old half-wit who couldn't manage the inside of a paper bag, never mind a hotel. It's the reason you'll lose this place for damned sure, and when you do, I'm one of a good many who'll laugh their guts out." He hesitated, breathing heavily, his mind weighing the consequences of caution and recklessness. The urge to retaliate won out. "For more years than I remember, you acted like you owned everybody in this place. Well, maybe you did pay a few more cents in wages than some others, and hand out bits of charity the way you did to me, making like Jesus Christ and Moses rolled in one. But you didn't fool any of us. You paid the wages to keep out the unions, and the charity made you feel great, so people knew it was more for you than for them. That's when they laughed at you, and took care of themselves the way I did. Believe me, there's been plenty going on, stuff you'll never learn about." Earlshore stopped, his face revealing a suspicion he had gone too far. Behind them the lounge was filling rapidly. Alongside, two of the adjoining bar stools were already occupied. To a growing tempo of sound, Warren Trent drummed his fingers thoughtfully upon the leather-topped bar. Strangely, the anger of a few moments ago had left him. In its place was a steely resolution, to hesitate no longer about the second step he had considered earlier. He raised his eyes to the man who, for 30 years, he believed he had known, but never had. "Tom, You'll not know the why or how, but the last thing you've done for me has been a favor. Now go, before I change my mind about sending you to jail." Tom Earlshore turned and, looking neither to right nor left, walked out. Passing through the lobby on his way to the Carondelet Street door, Warren Trent coldly avoided glances from employees who observed him. He was in no mood for pleasantries, having learned this morning that betrayal wore a smile and cordiality could be a sheathing for contempt. The remark that he had been laughed at for his attempts to treat employees well had cut deeply, the more because it had a ring of truth. Well, he thought, wait a day or two. We'll see who's laughing then. As he reached the busy, sunlit street outside, a uniformed doorman saw him and stepped forward deferentially. Warren Trent instructed, "Get me a taxi." He had intended to walk a block or two, but a twinge of sciatica, knifing sharply as he came down the hotel steps, made him change his mind. The doorman blew a whistle, and from the press of traffic a cab nosed to the curb. Warren Trent climbed in stiffly, the man holding the door open, then touching his cap respectfully as he slammed it closed. The respect was another empty gesture, Warren Trent supposed. From now on, he knew, he would look suspiciously on a good many things he once accepted at face value. The cab pulled away, and, aware of the driver's scrutiny through the rearview mirror, he instructed, "Just drive me a few blocks. I want a telephone." The man said, "Lots of those in the hotel, boss." "Never mind that. Take me to a payphone." He felt disinclined to explain that the call he was about to make was far too secret to risk the use of any hotel line. The driver shrugged. After 2 blocks he turned south on Canal Street, once more inspecting his fare through the mirror. "It's a nice day. There's phones down by the harbor." Warren Trent nodded, glad of a moment or two's respite. The traffic thinned as they crossed Tchoupitoulas Street. A minute later the cab stopped at the parking area in front of the Port Commissioner's building. A telephone booth was a few paces away. He gave the driver $1, dismissing the change. Then, about to head for the booth, he changed his mind and crossed Eads Plaza to stand beside the river. The midday heat bore down upon him from above and seeped up comfortingly through his feet from the concrete walkway. The sun, the friend of old men's bones, he thought. Across the half-mile width of Mississippi, Algiers on the far bank shimmered in the heat. The river was smelly today, though that was not unusual. Odor, sluggishness, and mud were part of the Father of Waters' moods. Like life, he thought, the silt and sludge unchangingly about you. A freighter slipped by, heading seaward, its siren wailing at an inbound barge train. The barge train changed course. The freighter moved on without slackening speed. Soon the ship would exchange the river's loneliness for the greater loneliness of the ocean. He wondered if those aboard were aware or cared. Perhaps not. Or perhaps, like himself, they had come to learn there is no place in the world where a man is not alone. He retraced his steps to the telephone and closed the booth door carefully. "A credit card call," he informed the operator, "to Washington, D.C." It took several minutes, which included questioning about the nature of his business, before he was connected with the individual he sought. At length the bluff, blunt voice of the nation's most powerful labor leader, and some said among the most corrupt, came on the line. "Go ahead, talk." "Good morning," Warren Trent said. "I was hoping you wouldn't be at lunch." "You got 3 minutes," the voice said shortly. "You've already wasted 15 seconds. Warren Trent said hurriedly, "Some time ago, when we met, you made a tentative proposal. Possibly you don't remember." "I always remember. Some people wish I didn't." "On that occasion, I regret that I was somewhat curt." "Have a stopwatch going here. That was half a minute." "I'm willing to make a deal." "I make deals. Others accept them." "If time's so all-fired important," Warren Trent shot back, "let's not waste it hair-splitting. For years you've been trying to get a foot in the hotel business. You also want to strengthen your union's position in New Orleans. I'm offering you a chance for both."
"How high's the price?"
$2 million in a secured first mortgage. In return, you get a union shop and write your own contract. I presume it would be reasonable since your own money would be involved."
"Well,"
the voice mused.
Well.
"Now," Warren Trent demanded, "will you turn off that damned stopwatch?"
A chuckle down the line. "Never was one. Be surprised, though, how the idea gets people moving. When do you need the money?"
"The money by Friday, a decision before tomorrow midday."
"Came to me last, eh? When everybody'd turned you down."
There was no point in lying. He answered shortly, "Yes."
"You been losing money?"
"Not so much that the trend can't be changed. The O'Keefe people believe it can. They've made an offer to buy."
"Might be smart to take it."
"If I do, you'll never get this chance from them." There was a silence which Warren Trent did not disturb. He could sense the other man thinking, calculating. He had not the least doubt that his proposal was being considered seriously. For a decade, the International Brotherhood of Journeymen had attempted to infiltrate the hotel industry. So far, however, unlike most of the journeymen's intensive membership campaigns, they had failed dismally. The reason had been a unity, on this one issue, between hotel operators who feared the journeymen and more honest unions who despised them. For the journeymen, a contract with the St. Gregory, until now a non-union hotel, could be a crack in this massive dam of organized resistance. As to the money, a $2 million investment, if the journeymen chose to make it, would be a small bite from the union's massive treasury. Over the years they had spent a good deal more on the abortive hotel membership campaign. Within the hotel industry, Warren Trent realized, he would be reviled and branded a traitor if the arrangement he was suggesting went through. And among his own employees he would be heatedly condemned, at least by those informed enough to know they had been betrayed. It was the employees who stood to lose most. If a union contract was signed, there would have to be a small wage increase, he supposed, as was usual in such circumstances, as a token gesture. But the increase was due anyway, in fact overdue, and he had intended to award it himself if the hotel refinancing had been arranged some other way. The existing employees' pension plan would be abandoned in favor of the unions, but the only advantage would be to the journeymen's treasury. Most significant, union dues, probably $6 to $10 monthly, would become compulsory. Thus, not only would any immediate wage increase be wiped out, but employees' take-home pay would be decreased. Well, Warren Trent reflected, the opprobrium of his colleagues in the hotel industry would have to be endured. As to the rest, he stifled his conscience by reminding himself of Tom Earlshore and the others like him. The blunt voice on the telephone broke in on his thoughts. "I'll send 2 of my financial people. They'll fly down this afternoon. Overnight they'll take your books apart. I really mean apart, so don't figure on holding anything back we should know." The unmistakable threat was a reminder that only the brave or foolhardy ever attempted to trifle with the Journeymen's Union. The hotel proprietor said huffily, "I've nothing to conceal. You'll have access to all the information there is." "If tomorrow morning my people report okay to me, you'll sign a 3-year union shop contract." It was a statement, not a question. "Naturally, I'll be glad to sign. Of course, there'll have to be an employee's vote, though I'm certain I can guarantee the outcome." Warren Trent had a moment's uneasiness, wondering if he really could. There would be opposition to an alliance with the journeymen, that much was certain. A good many employees, though, would go along with his personal recommendation if he made it strong enough. The question was, would they provide the needed majority? The journeyman's president said, "There won't be a vote." "But surely the law—" The telephone rasped angrily. "Don't try teaching me labor law. I know more of it and better than you ever will." There was a pause, then the growled explanation. "This will be a voluntary recognition agreement. Nothing in law says it has to be voted on. There will be no vote." It could, Warren Trent conceded, be done in just that way. The procedure would be unethical, immoral, but unquestionably legal. His own signature on a union contract would, in the circumstances, be binding on every hotel employee, whether they liked it or not. Well, he thought grimly, so be it. It would make everything a great deal simpler, with the end result the same. He asked, "How will you handle the mortgage?" It was a ticklish area, he knew. In the past, Senate investigating committees had scathingly censured the journeymen for investing heavily in companies with whom the union had labor contracts. "You will give a note, payable to the journeymen's pension fund, for $2 million at 8%. The note to be secured by a first mortgage on the hotel. The mortgage will be held by the Southern Conference of Journeymen in trust for the pension fund." The arrangement, Warren Trent realized, was diabolically clever. It contravened the spirit of every law affecting use of union funds, while remaining technically inside them. "The note will be due in 3 years, forfeited if you fail to meet 2 successive interest payments." Warren Trent demurred. "I'll agree to the rest, but I want 5 years. "You're getting 3. It was a hard bargain, but 3 years would at least give him time to restore the hotel's competitive position. He said reluctantly, "Very well." There was a click as, at the other end, the line went dead. Emerging from the telephone booth, despite a renewed onset of sciatic pain, Warren Trent was smiling. 8. After the angry scene in the lobby, culminating in the departure of Dr. Nicholas, Peter McDermott wondered disconsolately what came next. On reflection, he decided there was nothing to be gained by hasty intervention with officials of the Congress of American Dentistry. If the dentist's president, Dr. Ingram, persisted in his threat to pull the entire convention out of the hotel, it was not likely to be accomplished before tomorrow morning at the earliest. That meant it would be both safe and prudent to wait an hour or two, until this afternoon, for tempers to cool. Then he would approach Dr. Ingram, and others in the Congress if necessary. As for the presence of the newspaperman during the unhappy scene, obviously it was too late to change whatever damage had been done. For the hotel's sake, Peter hoped that whoever made decisions about the importance of news stories would see the incident as a minor item only. Returning to his office on the main mezzanine, he occupied himself with routine business for the remainder of the morning. He resisted a temptation to seek out Christine, instinct telling him that here, too, a cooling-off period might help. Sometime soon, though, he realized, he would have to make amends for his monumental gaffe of earlier today. He decided to drop in on Christine shortly before noon, but the intention was eclipsed by a telephone call from the duty assistant manager, who informed Peter that a guest room, occupied by Mr. Stanley Kilbrick of Marshalltown, Iowa, had been robbed. Though reported only a short time earlier, the robbery apparently occurred during the night. A long list of valuables and cash was alleged to be missing, and the guest, according to the assistant manager, seemed extremely upset. A house detective was already on the scene. Peter placed a call for the chief house officer. He had no idea whether Ogilvy was in the hotel or not, the fat man's hours of duty being a mystery known only to himself. Shortly afterward, however, a message advised that Ogilvy had taken over the inquiry and would report as soon as possible. Some 20 minutes later, he arrived in Peter McDermott's office. The chief house officer lowered his bulk carefully into the deep leather chair facing the desk. Trying to subdue his instinctive dislike, Peter asked, "How does it all look?" "The guy who was robbed's a sucker. He got hooked. Here's what's missing." Ogilvy laid a handwritten list on Peter's desk. "I kept one of these myself." "Thanks. I'll get it to our insurers. How about the room? Is there any sign of forced entry?" The detective shook his head. "Key job for sure. It all figures. Kilbrick admits he was on the loose in the quarter last night. I guess he should have had his mother with him. Claims he lost his key. Won't change his story. More'n likely, though, he fell for a B-girl routine. Doesn't he realize that if he levels with us, we stand a better chance of recovering what was stolen?" "I told him that. Didn't do no good. For one thing, right now he feels plenty stupid.
For another, he's already figured the hotel's insurance is good for what he lost, maybe a bit more. He says there was $400 cash in his wallet.
Do you believe him?
No.
Well, Peter thought, the guest was due for an awakening. Hotel insurance covered the loss of goods up to $100 value, but not cash in any amount. What's your feeling about the rest? Do you think it was a once-only job?
No, I don't, Ogilvy said. I reckon we got ourselves a professional hotel thief, and he's working inside the house.
What makes you think so?
Something that happened this morning. Complaint from room 641. Guess it ain't come up to you yet.
If it has, Peter said, I don't recall it.
Early on, near dawn, as far as I can make out, some character let himself in 641 with a key. The man in the room woke up. The other guy made like he was drunk and said he'd mistook it for 614. The man in the room went back to sleep, but when he woke up, started wondering how the key of 614 would fit 641. That's when I heard about it.
The desk could have given out a wrong key.
Could have, but didn't. I checked. Night room clerk swears neither of them keys went out. And 614's a married couple. They went to bed early last night and stayed put.
Do we have a description of the man who entered 641?
Not enough so's it's any good. Just to be sure, I got the two men, 641 and 614, together. It wasn't 614 who went in 641's room. Tried the keys, too. Neither one will fit the other room.
Peter said thoughtfully, It looks as if you're right about a professional thief, in which case we should start planning a campaign.
I done some things, Ogilvy said. I already told the desk clerks for the next few days to ask names when they hand out keys. If they smell anything funny, they're to let the key go, but get a good look at whoever takes it, then tell one of my people fast. The word's being passed around to maids and bellhops to watch for prowlers and anything else that don't sit right. My men'll be doing extra time, with patrols round every floor all night.
Peter nodded approvingly. That sounds good. Have you considered moving into the hotel yourself for a day or two? I'll arrange a room if you wish. Fleetingly, Peter thought, a worried expression crossed the fat man's face. Then he shook his head.
Won't need it.
But you'll be around, available.
Sure, I'll be around.
The words were emphatic, but peculiarly lacked conviction. As if aware of the deficiency, Ogilvy added,
Even if I ain't here all the time, my men know what to do.
Still doubtful, Peter asked, What's our arrangement with the police?
There'll be a couple of plainclothes men over. I'll tell them about the other thing, and I guess they'll do some checking to see who might be in town. If it's some Joe with a record, we could get lucky and pick him up.
In the meantime, of course, our friend, whoever he is, won't sit still.
That's for sure. And if he's smart as I think, he'll figure by now we're on to him. So likely he'll try to work fast, then get clear.
Which is one more reason, Peter pointed out, why we need you close at hand. Ogilvy protested.
I reckon I thought of everything.
I believe you did, too. In fact, I can't think of anything you've left out. What I'm concerned about is that when you're not here, someone else may not be as thorough or as quick. Whatever else might be said of the chief house officer, Peter reasoned, he knew his business when he chose to do it. But it was infuriating that their relationship made it necessary to plead about something as obvious as this.
You don't have to worry,
Ogilvy said. But Peter's instinct told him that for some reason the fat man was worried himself as he heaved his great body upward and lumbered out. After a moment or two, Peter followed, stopping only to give instructions about notifying the hotel's insurers of the robbery, along with the inventory of stolen items which Ogilvy had supplied. Peter walked the short distance to Christine's office. He was disappointed to discover that she was not there. He would come back, he decided, immediately after lunch. He descended to the lobby and strolled to the main dining room. As he entered, he observed that today's luncheon business was brisk, reflecting the hotel's present high occupancy. Peter nodded agreeably to Max, the head waiter, who hurried forward.
"Good day, Mr. McDermott. A table by yourself?"
"No, I'll join the penal colony. Peter seldom exercised his privilege, as assistant general manager, of occupying a table of his own in the dining room. Most days he preferred to join other executive staff members at the large, circular table reserved for their use near the kitchen door. The St. Gregory's comptroller, Royal Edwards, and Sam Jakubik, the stocky, balding credit manager, were already at lunch as Peter joined them. Doc Vickery, the chief engineer, who had arrived a few minutes earlier, was studying a menu. Slipping into the chair which Max held out, Peter inquired, "What looks good?"
"Try the watercress soup," Jakubik advised between sips of his own. "It's not like any mother made. It's a damn sight better."
Royal Edwards added in his precise accountant's voice, "The special today is fried chicken. We have that coming." As the head waiter left, a young table waiter appeared swiftly beside them. Despite standing instructions to the contrary, the executive's self-styled penal colony invariably received the best service in the dining room. It was hard, as Peter and others had discovered in the past, to persuade employees that the hotel's paying customers were more important than the executives who ran the hotel. The chief engineer closed his menu, peering over his thick-rimmed spectacles, which had slipped, as usual, to the tip of his nose. "The same'll do for me, sonny." "I'll make it unanimous." Peter handed back the menu, which he had not opened. The waiter hesitated. "I'm not sure about the fried chicken, sir. You might prefer something else." "Well," Jakubik said, "now's a fine time to tell us that." "I can change your order easily, Mr. Jakubik. Yours too, Mr. Edwards." Peter asked, "What's wrong with the fried chicken?" "Maybe I shouldn't have said." The waiter shifted uncomfortably. "Fact is, we've been getting complaints. People don't seem to like it." Momentarily he turned his head, eyes ranging the busy dining room. "In that case," Peter told him, "I'm curious to know why, so leave my order the way it is." A shade reluctantly, the others nodded agreement. When the waiter had gone, Jakubik asked, "What's this rumor I hear, that our dentist convention may walk out?" "Your hearing's good, Sam. This afternoon I'll know whether it remains a rumor." Peter began his soup, which had appeared like magic, then described the lobby fracas of an hour earlier. The faces of the others grew serious as they listened. Royal Edwards remarked, "It has been my observation on disasters that they seldom occur singly. Judging by our financial results lately, which you gentlemen are aware of, this could merely be one of more." "If it turns out that way," the chief engineer observed, "nae doubt the first thing you'll do is lump some more from engineering's budget." "Either that," the comptroller rejoined, "or eliminate it entirely." The chief grunted, unamused. "Maybe we'll all be eliminated," Sam Jakubik said, "if the O'Keefe crowd take over." He looked inquiringly at Peter, but Royal Edwards gave a cautioning nod as their waiter returned. The group remained silent as the young man deftly served the comptroller and credit manager, while around them the hum of the dining room, a subdued clatter of plates, and the passage of waiters through the kitchen door continued. When the waiter had gone, Jakubik asked pointedly, "Well, what is the news?" Peter shook his head. "Don't know a thing, Sam, except that was darn good soup." "If you remember," Royal Edwards said, "we recommended it, and I will now offer you some more well-founded advice. Quit while you're ahead." He had been sampling the fried chicken served to himself and Jakubik a moment earlier. Now he put down his knife and fork. "Another time I suggest we listen more respectfully to our waiter." Peter asked, "Is it really that bad?" "I suppose not," the comptroller said, "if you happen to be partial to rancid food." Dubiously, Jakubik sampled his own serving as the others watched. At length he informed them, "Put it this way, if I were paying for this meal, I wouldn't." Half rising in his chair, Peter caught sight of the head waiter across the dining room and beckoned him over. "Max, is Chef Hebron on duty?" "No, Mr. McDermott. I understand he's ill. Sous-chef Lemieux is in charge." The head waiter said anxiously, "If it's about the fried chicken, I assure you everything is taken care of. We've stopped serving that dish, and where there have been complaints, the entire meal has been replaced." His glance went to the table. "We'll do the same thing here at once." "At the moment," Peter said, "I'm more concerned about finding out what happened. Would you ask Chef Lemieux if he'd care to join us?" With the kitchen door so close, Peter thought, it was a temptation to stride through and inquire directly what had gone so amiss with the luncheon special, but to do so would be unwise. In dealing with their senior chefs, hotel executives followed a protocol as prescribed and traditional as that of any royal household. Within the kitchen, the chef de cuisine, or in the chef's absence, the sous chef, was undisputed king. For a hotel manager to enter the kitchen without invitation was unthinkable. Chefs might be fired, and sometimes were, but unless and until that happened, their kingdoms were inviolate. To invite a chef outside the kitchen, in this case to a table in the dining room, was in order. In fact, it was close to a command, since in Warren Trent's absence, Peter McDermott was the hotel's senior officer. It would also have been permissible for Peter to stand in the kitchen doorway and wait to be asked in, but in the circumstance, with an obvious crisis in the kitchen, Peter knew that the first course was the more correct. "If you ask me," Sam Jakubik observed as they waited, "it's long past bedtime for old Chef Hebron." Royal Edwards asked, if he did retire, would anyone notice the difference? It was a reference, as they all knew, to the chef de cuisine's frequent absences from duty, another of which had apparently occurred today. "The end comes soon enough for all of us," the chief engineer growled. "It's natural no one wants to hurry at himself." It was no great secret that the comptroller's cool astringency grated at times on the normally good-natured chief. "I haven't met our new sous chef," Jakubik said. "I guess he's been keeping his nose in the kitchen." Royal Edward's eyes went down to his barely touched plate. "If he has, it must be a remarkably insensitive organ." As the comptroller spoke, the kitchen door swung open once more. A busboy, about to pass through, stood back deferentially as Max, the head waiter, emerged. He preceded, by several measured paces, a tall, slim figure in starched whites, with high chef's hat, and beneath it a facial expression of abject misery. "Gentlemen," Peter announced to the executives' table, "in case you haven't met, this is Chef Andre Lemieux." "Messieurs," the young gentleman halted, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "To all this happen, I am desolate." His voice was choked. Peter McDermott had encountered the new sous chef several times since the latter's arrival at the St. Gregory 6 weeks earlier. At each meeting, Peter found himself liking the newcomer more. Andre Lemieux's appointment had followed the abrupt departure of his predecessor. The former sous chef, after months of frustrations and inward seething, had erupted in an angry outburst against his superior, the aging M. Hebron. In the ordinary way, nothing might have happened after the scene, since emotional outbursts among chefs and cooks occurred, as in any large kitchen, with predictable frequency. What marked the occasion as different was the late sous chef's action in hurling a tureen of soup at the chef de cuisine. Fortunately, the soup was vichyssoise, or consequences might have been even more serious. In a memorable scene, the chef de cuisine, shrouded in liquid white and dripping messily, escorted his late assistant to the street staff door, and there, with surprising energy for an old man, had thrown him through it. A week later, Andre Lemieux was hired. His qualifications were excellent. He had trained in Paris, worked in London, at Prunier's and the Savoy, then briefly at New York's Le Pavillon, before attaining the more senior post in New Orleans. But already in his short time at the St. Gregory, Peter suspected, the young sous chef had encountered the same frustration which demented his predecessor. This was the adamant refusal of M. Hebron to allow procedural changes in the kitchen, despite the chef de cuisine's own frequent absences from duty, leaving his sous chef in charge. In many ways, Peter thought sympathetically, the situation paralleled his own relationship with Warren Trent. Peter indicated a vacant seat at the executive's table. "Won't you join us?" "Thank you, monsieur." The young Frenchman seated himself gravely as the head waiter held out a chair. His arrival was followed by the table waiter, who, without bothering with instructions, had amended all 4 luncheon orders to veal scallopini. He removed the 2 offending portions of chicken, which a hovering busboy banished hastily to the kitchen. All 4 executives received the substitute meal, the sous chef ordering merely a black coffee. "That's more like it," Sam Jakubik said approvingly. "Have you discovered," Peter asked, "what caused the trouble?" The sous chef glanced unhappily toward the kitchen. "The troubles, they have many causes. In this, the fault was frying fat badly tasting. But it is I who must blame myself that the fat was not changed, as I believed. And I, Arthur Hailey, I allowed such food to leave the kitchen." He shook his head unbelievingly. "It's hard for one person to be everywhere," the chief engineer said. "All of us who had departments know that." Royal Edwards voiced the thought which had occurred first to Peter. "Unfortunately, we'll never know how many didn't complain about what they had, but won't come back again." Andre Lemieux nodded glumly. He put down his coffee cup. "Messieurs, you will excuse me. Monsieur MacDermott, when you have finished, perhaps we could talk together, yes?" 15 minutes later, Peter entered the kitchen through the dining-room door. Andre Lemieux hurried forward to meet him. "It is good of you to come, monsieur." Peter shook his head. "I enjoy kitchens." Looking around, he observed that the activity of lunchtime was tapering off. A few meals were still going out, past the 2 middle-aged women checkers seated primly, like suspicious schoolmistresses, at elevated billing registers. But more dishes were coming in from the dining room as busboys and waiters cleared tables, while the assemblage of guests thinned out. At the big dishwashing station at the rear of the kitchen, where chrome countertops and waste containers resembled a cafeteria in reverse, 6 rubber-aproned kitchen helpers worked concertedly, barely keeping pace with the flow of dishes arriving from the hotel's several restaurants and the convention floor above. As usual, Peter noticed, an extra helper was intercepting unused butter, scraping it into a large chrome container. Later, as happened in most commercial kitchens, though few admitted to it, the retrieved butter would be used for cooking. "I wished to speak with you alone, monsieur. With others present, you understand, there are things that are hard to say." Peter said thoughtfully, "There's one point I'm not clear about. Did I understand that you gave instructions for the deep fryer fat to be changed, but that it was not?" "That is true." "Just what happened?" The young chef's face was troubled. "This morning I gave the order. My nose, it informed me the fat is not good, but M. Hebron, without telling, he countermanded. Then M. Hebron, he has gone home, and I am left, without knowing, holding the bad fat." Involuntarily, Peter smiled. What was the reason for changing the order? "Fat is high cost, very high. That I agree with M. Hebron. Lately we have changed it many times, too many." "Have you tried to find the reason for that?" Andre Lemieux raised his hands in a despairing gesture. "I have proposed each day a chemical test for free fatty acid. It could be done in a laboratory, even here. Then, intelligently, we would look for the cause the fat has failed. M. Hebron does not agree with that or other things." "You believe there's a good deal wrong here?" "Many things." It was a short, almost sullen answer, and for a moment it appeared as if the discussion would end. Then, abruptly, as if a dam had burst, words tumbled out. "Monsieur MacDermott, I tell you there is much wrong. This is not a kitchen to work with pride. It is a, how you say, hodgepodge. Poor food, some old ways that are bad, some new ways that are bad, and all around much waste. I am a good chef, others would tell you, but it must be that a good chef is happy at what he does, or he is no longer good. Yes, monsieur, I would make changes, many changes, better for the hotel, for Emma Brown, for others. But I am told, as if an infant, to change nothing." "It's possible," Peter said. "There may be large changes around here generally. Quite soon." Andre Lemieux drew himself up haughtily.
If you refer to Monsieur O'Keefe, whatever changes he may make, I shall not be here to see. I have no intent to be an instant cook for a chain hotel."
Peter asked curiously, "If the St. Gregory stayed independent, what kind of changes would you have in mind?" They had strolled almost the length of the kitchen, an elongated rectangle extending the entire width of the hotel. At each side of the rectangle, like outlets from a control center, doorways gave access to the several hotel restaurants, service elevators, and food preparation rooms on the same floor and below. Skirting a double line of soup cauldrons, bubbling like monstrous crucibles, they approached the glass-paneled office where, in theory, the two principal chefs, the chef de cuisine and the sous chef, divided their responsibilities. Nearby, Peter observed, was the big quadruple-unit deep fryer, cause of today's dissatisfaction. A kitchen helper was draining the entire assembly of fat. Considering the quantity, it was easy to see why too frequent replacement would be costly. They stopped as Andre Lemieux considered Peter's question.
"What changes, you say, monsieur? Most important is the food. For some who prepare food, the facade, how a dish looks, it is more important than how it tastes. In this hotel, we waste much money on the decor. The parsley, it is all around, but not enough in the sauce. The watercress, it is on the plate, when more is needed in the soup. And those arrangements of color and gelatine."
Young Lemieux threw both arms upward in despair. Peter smiled sympathetically.
"As for the wines, monsieur, Dieu merci, the wines, they are not my province."
"Yes," Peter said. He had been critical himself of the St. Gregory's inadequately stocked wine bins.
"In a word, monsieur, all the horrors of a low-grade table d'hôte. Such disrespect colossal for food, such abandon of money for the appearance, it is to make one weep. Weep, monsieur."
He paused, shrugged, and continued.
"With less throwaway, we could have a cuisine that invites the taste and honors the palate. Now it is dull, extravagantly ordinary."
Peter wondered if Andre Lemieux was being sufficiently realistic where the St. Gregory was concerned. As if sensing this doubt, the sous chef insisted,
"It is true that a hotel, it has special problems. Here it is not a gourmet house. It cannot be. We must cook fast many meals, serve many people who are too much in an American hurry. But in these limitations there can be excellence of a kind one can live with. Yet Monsieur Hebron, he tells me that my ideas they are too high cost. It is not so, as I have proved."
"How have you proved?"
"Come, please."
The young Frenchman led the way into the glass-paneled office. It was a small, crowded cubicle with 2 desks, file cabinets, and cupboards tightly packed around 3 walls. Andre Lemieux went to the smaller desk. Opening a drawer, he took out a large manila envelope, and from this, a folder. He handed it to Peter.
"You ask what changes? It is all here."
Peter McDermott opened the folder curiously. There were many pages, each filled with a fine, precise handwriting. Several larger folded sheets proved to be charts, hand-drawn and lettered in the same careful style. It was, he realized, a master catering plan for the entire hotel. On successive pages were estimated costs, menus, a plan of quality control, and an outlined staff reorganization. Merely leafing through quickly, the entire concept and its author's grasp of detail were impressive. Peter looked up, catching his companion's eyes upon him. "If I may, I'd like to study this."
"Take it. There is no haste."
The young sous chef smiled dourly.
"I am told it is unlikely any of my horses will come home."
"The thing that surprises me is how you could develop something like this so quickly." Andre Lemieux shrugged.
"To perceive what is wrong, it does not take long."
"Maybe we could apply the same idea in finding what went wrong with the deep fryer." There was a responsive gleam of humor, then chagrin.
"Touché. It is true. I had eyes for this, but not the hot fat under my nose."
"No," Peter objected. "From what you've told me, you did detect the bad fat, but it wasn't changed as you instructed."
I should have found the cause the fat went bad. There is always a cause. Greater troubles there may be if we do not find it soon.
What kind of trouble?
Today, through much good fortune, we have used the frying fat a little only. Tomorrow, monsieur, there are 600 fryings for convention luncheons.
Peter whistled softly.
Just so.
They had walked together from the office to stand beside the deep fryer from which the last vestiges of the recently offending fat were being cleaned. The fat will be fresh tomorrow, of course. When was it changed previously?
Yesterday.
That recently? Andre Lemieux nodded.
Mebran, he was making no joke when he complained of the high cost. But what is wrong, it is a mystery.
Peter said slowly, I'm trying to remember some bits of food chemistry. The smoke point of new good fat is
425 degrees. It should never be heated more, or it will break down.
And as fat deteriorates, its smoke point drops slowly.
Very slowly, if all is well.
Here you fry at
360 degrees, the best temperature for kitchens and the housewives too.
So while the smoke point remains about 360, the fat will do its job. Below that, it ceases to.
That is true, monsieur, and the fat it will give food a bad flavor, tasting rancid, as today.
Facts, once memorized but rusty with disuse, stirred in Peter's brain. At Cornell there had been a course in food chemistry for hotel administration students. He remembered the lecture dimly, in Statler Hall on a darkening afternoon, the whiteness of frost on window panes. He had come in from the biting, wintry air outside. Inside it was warmth and the drone of information, fats and catalyzing agents. There are certain substances, Peter said reminiscently, which in contact with fat will act as catalysts and break it down quite quickly.
Yes, monsieur.
Andre Lemieux checked them off on his fingers.
There are the moisture, the salt, the brass or the copper couplings in the fryer, too much heat, the oil of the olive. All these things I have checked. It is not the cause.
A word had clicked in Peter's brain. It connected with what he had observed, subconsciously, in watching the deep fryer being cleaned a moment earlier. What metal are your fry baskets?
They are chrome.
The tone was puzzled. Chromium, as both men knew, was harmless to fat. I wonder, Peter said, how good the plating job is. If it isn't good, what's under the chrome? And is it, in any places, worn? Lemieux hesitated, his eyes widening slightly. Silently he lifted one of the baskets down and wiped it carefully with a cloth. Moving under a light, they inspected the metal surface. The chrome was scratched from long and constant use. In small spots it had worn away entirely. Beneath scratches and worn spots was a gleam of yellow.
"It is brass!"
The young Frenchman clapped a hand to his forehead.
"Without doubt it has caused the bad fat. I have been a great fool."
"I don't see how you can blame yourself," Peter pointed out. "Obviously, long before you came, someone economized and bought cheap fry baskets. Unfortunately, it's cost more in the end."
"But I should have discovered this, as you have done, monsieur."
Andre Lemieux seemed close to tears.
"Instead, you, monsieur, you come to the kitchen from your paparazzi to tell me what is awry here. It will be a laughing joke."
"If it is," Peter said, "it will be because you talked about it yourself. No one will hear from me." Andre Lemieux said slowly,
"Others, they have said to me, you are a good man and intelligent. Now, myself, I know this is true."
Peter touched the folder in his hand. "I'll read your report and tell you what I think."
"Thank you, monsieur. And I shall demand new fry baskets of stainless steel. Tonight they will be here if I have to hammer someone's head."
Peter smiled.
"Monsieur, there is something else that I am thinking."
"Yes?" The young sous-chef hesitated.
"You will think it, how you say, presumptuous. But you and I, Monsieur MacDermott, with the hands free, we could make this a hot-shot hotel."
Though he laughed impulsively, it was a statement which Peter McDermott thought about all the way to his office on the main mezzanine. 9. A second after knocking at the door of room 1410, Christine Francis wondered why she had come. Yesterday, of course, it had been perfectly natural for her to visit Albert Wells after his brush with death the night before and her own involvement. But now Mr. Wells was being adequately cared for, and, with recovery, had reverted to his role as an ordinary guest among more than 1,500 others in the hotel. Therefore, Christine told herself, there was no real reason to make another personal call. Yet there was something about the little elderly man which drew her to him. Was it, she wondered, because of his fatherliness, and her perception, perhaps, of some of the traits of her own father, to whose loss she had never quite adjusted, even after 5 long years? But no, the relationship with her father had been one of her reliance on him. With Albert Wells, she found herself protective, just as yesterday she had wanted to shield him from the consequences of his own action in choosing the private nursing arrangement. Or maybe, Christine reflected, she was, at this moment, just plain lonely, wanting to offset her disappointment in learning she would not meet Peter this evening, as they had both planned. And as to that, had it been disappointment, or some stronger emotion on discovering that he would be dining instead with Marcia Prescott? If she was honest with herself, Christine admitted, she had been angry this morning, though she hoped she had concealed it, covering up with mild annoyance and the slight acidity of comment she had been unable to resist. It would have been a big mistake, either to have shown a possessiveness about Peter, or to have given little Miss Marshmallow the satisfaction of believing she had won a feminine victory, even though, in fact, she had. There was still no response to her knock. Remembering that the nurse should be on duty, Christine knocked again, more sharply. This time there was the sound of a chair moving and footsteps approaching from inside. The door opened to reveal Albert Wells. He was fully dressed. He looked well, and there was color in his face, which brightened as he saw Christine. "I was hoping you'd come, miss. If you hadn't, I was going to look for you," she said, surprised. "I thought—" The little bird-like man chuckled. "You thought they'd keep me pinned down. Well, they didn't. I felt good, so I made your hotel doctor send for that specialist, the one from Illinois, Dr. Uxbridge. He's got a lot of sense. Said if people feel well, they mostly are. So we bundled the nurse home, and here I am." He beamed. situation he had approached with misgiving, Peter discovered he was enjoying himself genuinely. Marcia seemed more vivacious and charming as the minutes passed, and he himself more relaxed in her company, which was less than surprising, he reminded himself, since the gap in their ages was by no means great, and in the glow of candlelight, the old room shadowed around them, he was reminded how exceedingly beautiful she was. He wondered if long ago the French nobleman who built the great house and his mistress had dined as intimately here, or was the thought the product of a spell which the surroundings and the occasion had cast on him. At the end of dinner, Marcia said, "We'll have coffee on the gallery." He held out her chair, and she got up quickly, impulsively taking his arm as she had earlier. Amused, he allowed himself to be guided to a hallway and up a broad, curving staircase. At the top, a wide corridor, its frescoed walls dimly lighted, led to the open gallery they had viewed from the now darkened garden below. Demitasse cups and a silver coffee service were on a wicker table. A flickering gas lantern burned above. They took their coffee to a cushioned porch glider, which swung lazily as they sat down. The nighttime air was comfortably cool, with the faintest stirring of a breeze. From the garden, the hum of insects sounded sonorously. The muted sounds of traffic came over from St. Charles Avenue, 2 blocks distant. He was conscious of Marcia, quite still beside him. Peter chided, "You've suddenly become quiet." "I know. I was wondering how to say something." "You might try directly. It often works." "All right." There was a breathlessness to her voice. "I've decided I want to marry you." For what seemed like long minutes, but were, he suspected, seconds only, Peter remained unmoving, with even the gentle motion of the glider stopped. At last, with careful precision, he put down his coffee cup. Marcia coughed, then changed the cough to a nervous laugh. "If you want to run, the stairs are that-a-way." "No," he said. "If I did that, I'd never know why you said what you did just now." "I'm not sure myself." She was looking directly ahead, out into the night, her face turned half away. He sensed that she was trembling. "Except I suddenly wanted to say it, and quite sure I should." It was important, he knew, that whatever he said next to this impulsive girl should be with gentleness and consideration. He was also uncomfortably aware of a nervous constriction in his throat. Irrationally, he remembered something Christine had said this morning. "Little Miss Prescott bears as much resemblance to a child as a kitten to a tiger, but it would be fun, I should think, for a man to be eaten up." The comment was unfair, of course, even harsh, but it was true that Marcia was not a child, nor should she be treated like one. "Marcia, you scarcely know me, or I you." "Do you believe in instinct?" "To a point, yes." "I had an instinct about you, from the very first moment." Initially her voice had faltered, now she steadied it. "Most times my instincts have been right." He reminded her gently. "About Stanley Dixon? L'Isle de Mer?" "I had the right instincts. I didn't follow them, that's all. This time I have." "But instinct may still be wrong." "You can always be wrong, even when you wait a long time." Marcia turned, facing him directly. As her eyes searched his own, he was aware of a strength of character he had not observed before. "My father and mother knew each other 15 years before they married. My mother once told me that everyone they knew said it would be the perfect match. As it turned out, it was the worst. I know, I was in the middle." He was silent, not knowing what to say. "It taught me some things. So did something else. You saw Anna tonight?" "Yes." "When she was 17, she was forced to marry a man she'd met just once before. It was a kind of family contract. In those days they did that kind of thing." Watching Marcia's face, he said, Go on.
The day before the wedding, Anna wept all night. But she was married just the same, and stayed married for 46 years. Her husband died last year. They lived with us here. He was the kindest, sweetest man I've ever known. If ever there was a perfect marriage, it belonged to them.
He hesitated, not wishing to score a debater's point, but objected. Anna didn't follow her instinct. If she had, she'd not have married.
I know. I'm simply saying there isn't any guaranteed way, and instinct can be as good a guide as any.
There was a pause. Then Marcia said,
I know I could make you love me, in time.
Absurdly, unexpectedly, he felt a sense of excitement. The idea was preposterous, of course, a romantic product of a girlish imagery. He, who had suffered from his own romantic notions in the past, was qualified to know. Yet, was he? Was every situation an aftermath of what had gone before? Was Marcia's proposal so fantastic, really? He had a sudden, irrational conviction that what she said might well be true. He wondered what the reaction of the absent Mark Prescott would be.
If you're thinking about my father—
Startled, he said, How did you know?
Because I'm beginning to know you.
He breathed deeply, with a sense of inhaling rarefied air. What about your father?
I expect he'd be worried to begin with, and he'd probably fly home in a hurry. I wouldn't mind that,
Marcia smiled.
But he always listens to reason, and I know I could convince him. Besides, he'd like you. I know the kind of people he admires most, and you're one.
Well, he said, not knowing whether to be amused or serious, at least that's a relief.
There's something else. It isn't important to me, but it would be to him. You see, I know, and my father would too, that someday you'll be a big success with hotels and maybe own your own. Not that I care about that. It's you I want.
She finished breathlessly.
Marcia,
Peter said gently, I simply don't know what to say. There was a pause in which he could sense Marcia's confidence leave her. It was as if, earlier, she had bolstered her self-assurance with a reserve of will, but now the reserve was gone and boldness with it. In a small, uncertain voice, she said,
You think I've been silly. You'd better say so and get it over.
He assured her, I don't believe you've been silly. If more people, including me, were honest like you—
You mean you don't mind?
Far from minding. I'm moved and overwhelmed.
Then don't say any more.
Marcia leaped to her feet, her hands held out toward him. He took them and stood facing her, their fingers interlaced. She had a way, he realized, of bounding back after uncertainty, even if her doubts were only partially resolved. She urged him,
Just go away and think. Think. Especially about me.
He said, and meant it, It will be difficult not to. She put up her face to be kissed, and he leaned toward her. He intended to brush her cheek, but she put up her lips to his, and, as they touched, her arms wound tightly around him. Dimly in his mind, an alarm bell jangled. Her body pressed against him. The sense of contact was electric. Her slim fragrance was immediate and breathtaking. Her perfume filled his nostrils. It was impossible, at this moment, to think of Marcia as anything but a woman. He felt his body awaken excitedly, his senses swim. The alarm bell was silenced. He could remember only,
Little Miss Prescott, would be fun, for a man, to be eaten up.
Resolutely, he forced himself away. Taking Marcia's hands gently, he told her, I must go. She came with him to the terrace. His hand caressed her hair. She whispered,
Peter, darling.
He went down the terrace steps, scarcely knowing they were there. 14. At 10:30 p.m., Ogilvy, the chief house officer, used a staff sub-basement tunnel to walk lumberingly from the main portion of the St. Gregory to the adjoining hotel garage. He chose the tunnel instead of the more convenient main-floor walkway for the same reason he had carefully picked the time, to be as inconspicuous as possible. At 10:30, guests taking their cars out for the evening had already done so, but it was too early yet for many to be returning. Nor, at that hour, were there likely to be new arrivals at the hotel, at least by road. Ogilvy's original plan to drive the Duke and Duchess of Croydon's Jaguar north at 1 a.m., now less than 3 hours away, had not changed. Before departure, however, the fat man had work to do, and it was important that he be unobserved. The materials for the work were in a paper bag he carried in his hand. They represented an omission in the Duchess of Croydon's elaborate scheming. Ogilvy had been aware of the omission from the beginning, but preferred to keep his own counsel. In the double fatality of Monday night, one of the Jaguar's headlights had been shattered. Additionally, because of the loss of the trim ring, now in possession of the police, the headlight mounting had been loosened. To drive the car in darkness as planned, the headlight would have to be replaced and its mounting repaired temporarily. Yet, obviously, it was too dangerous to take the car to a service garage in the city, and equally out of the question to have the work done by the hotel's own mechanic. Yesterday, also choosing a time when the garage was quiet, Ogilvy had inspected the car in its out-of-the-way stall behind a pillar. He had decided that if he could obtain the right type of headlight, he could effect a temporary repair himself. He weighed the risk of buying a replacement headlight from New Orleans' solitary Jaguar dealer and rejected the idea. Even though the police were not yet aware, so far as Ogilvy knew, of the make of car they were seeking, they would know in a day or two when the shattered glass fragments were identified. If he bought a Jaguar headlight now, it might easily be remembered when inquiries were made and the purchase traced. He had compromised by buying a standard double-filament North American sealed beam lamp at a self-service auto parts store. His visual inspection had shown this might be usable. Now he was ready to try it. Getting the lamp had been one more item in a tightly crammed day, which had left the chief house officer feeling both satisfaction and an edgy unease. He was also physically tired, a poor beginning to the long drive north which faced him. He consoled himself with remembering the $25,000, $10,000 of which, as arranged, he had received this afternoon from the Duchess of Croydon. It had been a tense, cold scene, the Duchess tight-lipped and formal. Ogilvy, not caring, greedily stuffed the piled bills into a briefcase. Beside them, the Duke swayed drunkenly, blear-eyed, and scarcely aware of what was happening. The thought of the money gave the fat man a pleasant glow. It was safely hidden now, with only $200 on his person, a precaution in case anything went wrong during the journey to come. His contrasting unease had two causes. One was awareness of the consequences to himself if he failed to get the Jaguar clear of New Orleans, and later Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky. The second was Peter McDermott's emphasis on the need for Ogilvy to remain close to the hotel. The robbery last night, and the likelihood that a professional thief was at work in the St. Gregory, could not have occurred at a worse time. Ogilvy had done as much as he could. He had advised the city police, and detectives had interviewed the robbed guest. Hotel staff, including the other house officers, had been alerted, and Ogilvy's second-in-command had received instructions about what to do in various contingencies. Nonetheless, Ogilvy was well aware that he should be on hand to direct operations personally. When his absence came to McDermott's attention, as it would tomorrow, there was bound to be a first-class row. In the long run, the row would not matter, because McDermott and others like him would come and go, while Ogilvy, for reasons known only to himself and Warren Trent, would still retain his job. But it would have the effect, which the chief house officer wanted to avoid above all else, of drawing attention to his movements in the next few days. Only in one way had the robbery and its aftermath been useful. It provided a valid reason for a further visit to police headquarters, where he inquired casually about progress of the hit-and-run investigation. Police attention, he learned, was still concentrated on the case, with the entire force alert for any break. In this afternoon's States item, the police had issued a new appeal for the public to report any car with fender or headlight damage. It had been as well to have the information, but it also made the chances less of getting the Jaguar out of town without detection. Ogilvy sweated a little when he thought of it. He had reached the end of the tunnel and was in the garage sub-basement. The austerely lighted garage was quiet. Ogilvy hesitated, torn between going directly to the Croydons' car several floors above, or to the garage office where the night checker was on duty. He decided it would be prudent to visit the office first. Laboriously, breathing heavily, he climbed 2 flights of metal stairs. The checker, an elderly, officious man named Colgmer, was alone in his brightly lighted cubicle near the street entry-exit ramp. He put down an evening paper as the chief house officer came in.
"Wanted to let you know," Ogilvy said. "I'll be taking the Duke of Croydon's car out soon. It's stall 371. I'm doing a favor for him."
Colgmer frowned. "Don't know as I can let you do that, Mr. O. Not without proper authority." Ogilvy produced the Duchess of Croydon's note, written this morning at his request.
"I guess this is all the authority you'll need."
The night checker read the wording carefully, then turned the paper over. "It seems all right." The chief house officer put out a pudgy hand to take the note back. Colgmer shook his head. "I'll have to keep this, to cover me." The fat man shrugged. He would have preferred to have the note, but to insist would raise an issue, emphasizing the incident, which otherwise might be forgotten. He motioned to the paper bag.
"Just going up to leave this. I'll be taking the car out a couple of hours from now."
"Suit yourself, Mr. O." The checker nodded, returning to his paper. A few minutes later, approaching stall 371, Ogilvy glanced with apparent casualness around him. The low-ceilinged concrete parking area, about 50% occupied by cars, was otherwise silent and deserted. The night-duty car jockeys were undoubtedly in their locker room on the main floor, taking advantage of the lull to nap or play cards. But it was necessary to work fast. In the far corner, sheltered by the Jaguar and its partially screening pillar, Ogilvy emptied the paper bag of the headlight, a screwdriver, pliers, insulated wire, and black electrician's tape. His fingers, for all their seeming awkwardness, moved with surprising dexterity. Using gloves to protect his hands, he removed the remnants of the shattered headlight. It took only a moment to discover that the replacement headlight would fit the Jaguar, but the electrical connections would not. He had anticipated this. Working swiftly, using the pliers, wire, and tape, he fashioned a rough but effective connection. With additional wire, he secured the light in place, stuffing cardboard from his pockets into the gap left by the missing trim ring. He covered this with black tape, passing the tape through and securing it behind. It was a patch job which would be easily detectable in light, but adequate in darkness. It had taken almost 15 minutes. Opening the car door on the driver's side, he turned the headlight switch to on. Both headlights worked. He gave a grunt of relief. At the same instant, from below, came the sharp staccato of a horn and the roar of an accelerating car. Ogilvy froze. The motor roared nearer, its sound magnified by concrete walls and low ceilings. Then, abruptly, headlights flashed by, sweeping up the ramp to the floor above. There was a squeal of tires, the motor stopped, a car door slammed. Ogilvy relaxed. The car jockey, he knew, would use the man lift to return below. When he heard footsteps receding, he put the tools and supplies back into the paper bag, along with a few larger fragments of the original headlight. He put the bag aside to take with him later. On the way up, he had observed a cleaner's closet on the floor below. Using the downward ramp, he walked to it now. As he had hoped, There was cleaning equipment inside, and he selected a broom, dustpan, and a bucket. He partly filled the bucket with warm water and added a washcloth. Listening cautiously for sounds from below, he waited until 2 cars had passed, then hurried back to the Jaguar on the floor above. With the broom and dustpan, Ogilvy swept carefully around the car. There must be no identifiable glass fragments left for police to compare with those from the accident scene. There was little time left. The cars coming in to be parked were increasing in number. Twice during the sweeping he had stopped for fear of being seen, holding his breath as one car swung into a stall on the same floor, a few yards only from the Jaguar. Luckily, the car jockey had not bothered to look around, but it was a warning to hurry. If a jock observed him and came across, it would mean curiosity and questions, which would be repeated downstairs. The explanation for his presence which Ogilvy had given the night checker would seem unconvincing. Not only that, the chances of an undetected run north depended on leaving as scant a trail as possible behind. One more thing remained. Taking the warm water and cloth, he carefully wiped the damaged portion of the Jaguar's fender and the area around it. As he wrung out the cloth, the water, which had been clear, became brown. He inspected his handiwork carefully, then grunted approval. Now, whatever else might happen, there was no dried blood on the car. 10 minutes later, sweating from his exertions, he was back in the main building of the hotel. He went directly to his office, where he intended to snatch an hour's sleep before setting out on the long drive to Chicago. He checked the time. It was 11:15 p.m. 15. "I might be able to help more," Royal Edwards observed pointedly, "if someone told me what this is all about." The St. Gregory's comptroller addressed himself to the 2 men facing him across the long accounting office table. Between them, ledgers and files were spread open, and the entire office, normally shrouded in darkness at this time of night, was brightly lit. Edwards himself had switched on the lights an hour ago, on bringing the 2 visitors here, directly from Warren Trent's 15th floor suite. The hotel proprietor's instructions had been explicit. "These gentlemen will examine our books. They will probably work through until tomorrow morning. I'd like you to stay with them. Give them everything they ask for. Hold no information back." In issuing the instructions, Royal Edwards reflected, his employer had seemed more cheerful than for a long time. The cheerfulness, however, did not appease the comptroller, already piqued at being summoned from his home where he had been working on his stamp collection, and further irritated by not being taken into confidence concerning whatever was afoot. He also resented, as one of the hotel's most consistent 9-to-5ers, the idea of working all night. The comptroller knew, of course, about the mortgage deadline of Friday and the presence of Curtis O'Keefe in the hotel, with its obvious implications. Presumably, this latest visitation was related to both, though in what way was hard to guess. A possible clue was luggage tags on both visitors' bags, indicating they had flown to New Orleans from Washington, D.C. Yet instinct told him that the 2 accountants, which obviously they were, had no connection with government. Well, he would probably know all the answers eventually. Meanwhile, it was annoying to be treated like some minor clerk. There had been no response to his remark that he might be able to help more if better informed, and he repeated it. The older of the 2 visitors, a heavy-set, middle-aged man with an immobile face, lifted the coffee cup beside him and drained it. "One thing I always say, Mr. Edwards, there's nothing quite like a good cup of coffee. Now, you take most hotels, they just don't brew coffee the right way. This one does. So I reckon there can't be much wrong with a hotel that serves coffee like that. What do you say, Frank? I'd say if we're to get through this job by morning, we'd better have less chit-chat." The second man answered dourly, without looking up from a trial balance sheet he was studying intently. The first made a placating gesture with his hands. "You see how it is, Mr. Edwards? I guess Frank's right. He often is. So, much as I'd like to explain the whole thing, maybe we'd better keep right on." Aware of being rebuffed, Royal Edwards said stiffly, "Very well."
"Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Now I'd like to go over your inventory system. Purchasing, card control, present stocks, your last supply check, all the rest. Say, that was good coffee. Could we have some more?"
The comptroller said, "I'll telephone down." He observed dispiritedly that it was already close to midnight. Obviously, they were going to be here for hours more. Thursday. 1. If he expected to be alert for a new day's work, Peter McDermott supposed he had better head home and get some sleep. It was a half-hour past midnight. He had walked, he thought, for a couple of hours, perhaps longer. He felt refreshed and agreeably tired. Walking at length was an old habit, especially when he had something on his mind, or a problem which defied solution. Earlier tonight, after leaving Marcia, he had returned to his downtown apartment, but he had been restless in the cramped quarters and disinclined for sleep, so he had gone out walking toward the river. He had strolled the length of the Poydras and Julia Street wharves, past moored ships, some dimly lighted and silent, others active and preparing for departure. Then he had taken the Canal Street ferry across the Mississippi, and on the far side walked the lonely levees, watching the city lights against the darkness of the river. Returning, he made his way to the Vieux Carré, and now sat, sipping café au lait in the old French market. A few minutes earlier, remembering hotel affairs for the first time in several hours, he had telephoned the St. Gregory. He inquired if there was any more news concerning the threatened walkout of the Congress of American Dentistry Convention. Yes, the night assistant manager informed him. A message had been left shortly before midnight by the convention floor head waiter. So far as the head waiter could learn, the dentist's executive board, after a 6-hour session, had reached no firm conclusion. However, an emergency general meeting of all convention delegates was to be held at 9:30 a.m. in the Dauphine Salon. About 300 were expected to attend. The meeting would be in camera, with elaborate security precautions, and the hotel had been asked to assist in assuring privacy. Peter left instructions that whatever was asked should be done, and put the matter from his mind until the morning. Apart from this brief diversion, most of his thoughts had been of Marcia and the night's events. Questions buzzed in his head like pertinacious bees. How to handle the situation with fairness, yet not clumsily, or hurting Marcia in doing so. One thing, of course, was clear. Her proposal was impossible. And yet it would be the worst kind of churlishness to dismiss offhandedly an honest declaration. He had told her, "If more people were honest like you—" There was something else. And why be afraid of it if honesty was to be served both ways? He had been drawn to Marcia tonight, not as a young girl, but as a woman. If he closed his eyes, he could see her as she had been. The effect was still like heady wine. But he had tasted heady wine before, and the taste had turned to bitterness he had vowed would never come his way again. Did that kind of experience temper judgment, make a man wiser in his choice of women? He doubted it. And yet he was a man, breathing, feeling. No self-imposed seclusion could or should last forever. The question, when and how to end it. In any case, what next? Would he see Marcia again? He supposed, unless he severed their connection decisively at once, it was inevitable he should. Then on what terms? And what, too, of their differences in ages? Marcia was 19, he was 32. The gap between seemed wide. Yet was it? Certainly if they were both 10 years older, an affair, or marriage, would not be thought of as extraordinary. Also, he doubted very much if Marcia would find close rapport with a boy her own age. The questions were endless, but a decision as to whether and in what circumstances he would see Marcia again had yet to be made. In all his reasoning, too, there remained the thought of Christine. Within the space of a few days, he and Christine seemed to have drawn closer together than at any time before. He remembered that his last thought before leaving for the Prescott house last evening had been of Christine. Even now, he found himself anticipating keenly the sight and sound of her again. Strange, he reflected, that he, who a week ago had been resolutely unattached, should feel torn at this moment between two women. Peter grinned ruefully as he paid for the coffee and rose to go home. The St. Gregory was more or less on the way, and instinctively his footsteps took him past it. When he reached the hotel, it was a few minutes after 1 a.m. There was still activity, he could see, within the lobby. Outside, St. Charles Avenue was quiet, with only a cruising cab and a pedestrian or two in sight. He crossed the street to take a shortcut around the rear of the hotel. Here it was quieter still. He was about to pass the entry to the hotel garage when he halted, warned by the sound of a motor and the reflection of headlight beams approaching down the inside ramp. A moment later, a low-slung black car swung into sight. It was moving fast and braked sharply, tires squealing at the street. As the car stopped, it was directly in a pool of light. It was a Jaguar, Peter noticed, and it looked as if a fender had been dented. On the same side, there was something odd about the headlight, too. He hoped the damage had not occurred through negligence in the hotel garage. If it had, he would hear about it soon enough. Automatically, he glanced toward the driver. He was startled to see it was Ogilvy. The chief house officer, meeting Peter's eyes, seemed equally surprised. Then abruptly, the car pulled out of the garage and continued on. Peter wondered why and where Ogilvy was driving, and why a Jaguar instead of the house officer's usual battered Chevrolet. Then, deciding that what employees did away from the hotel was their own business, Peter continued on to his apartment. Later, he slept soundly. 2. Unlike Peter McDermott, Keycase Milne did not sleep well. The speed and efficiency with which he obtained precise details of the presidential suite key had not been followed by equal success in having a duplicate made for his own use. The connections which Keycase established on arriving in New Orleans had proved less helpful than he expected. Eventually, a locksmith on a slum street near the Irish Channel, whom Keycase was assured could be trusted, agreed to do the job, though grumbling at having to follow specifications instead of copying an existing key. But the new key would not be ready until midday Thursday, and the price demanded was exorbitant. Keycase had agreed to the price, as he had agreed to wait, realizing there was no alternative, but the waiting was especially trying since he was aware that the passage of every hour increased his chances of being traced and apprehended. Tonight, before going to bed, he had debated whether to make a new foray through the hotel in the early morning. There were still 2 room keys in his collection which he had not utilized, 449, the second key obtained at the airport Tuesday morning, and 803, which he had asked for and received at the desk instead of his own key, 830. But he decided against the idea, arguing with himself that it was wiser to wait and concentrate on the larger project involving the Duchess of Croydon. Yet Keycase knew, even while reaching the decision, that its major motivation was fear. In the night, as sleep eluded him, the fear grew stronger, so that he no longer attempted to conceal it from himself with even the thinnest veil of self-deception. But tomorrow, he determined, he would somehow beat fear down and become his own lion-hearted self once more. He fell at length into an uneasy slumber in which he dreamed that a great iron door, shutting out air and daylight, was inching closed upon him. He tried to run while a gap remained, but was powerless to move. When the door had closed, he wept, knowing it would never open again. He awoke shivering in darkness. His face was wet with tears. 3. Some 70 miles north of New Orleans, Ogilvy was still speculating on his encounter with Peter McDermott. The initial shock had had an almost physical impact. For more than an hour afterward, Ogilvy had driven tensely, yet at times scarcely conscious of the Jaguar's progress, first through the city, then across the Pontchartrain Causeway, and eventually northward on Interstate 59. His eyes moved constantly to the rearview mirror. He watched each set of headlights which appeared behind, expecting them to overtake swiftly with the sound of a pursuing siren. Ahead, around each turn of the road, he prepared to brake at imagined police roadblocks. His immediate assumption had been that the only possible reason for Peter McDermott's presence was to witness his own incriminating departure. How McDermott might have learned of the plan, Ogilvy had no idea, but apparently he had, and the house detective, like the greenest amateur, had ambled into a trap. It was only later, as the countryside sped by in the lonely darkness of early morning, that he began to wonder. Could it have been coincidence after all? Surely, if McDermott had been there with some intent, the Jaguar would have been pursued or halted at a roadblock long before now. The absence of any such attempt made coincidence more likely, in fact, almost certain. At the thought, Ogilvy's spirits rose. He began to think gloatingly of the $25,000 which would be his at the journey's end. He debated. Since everything had turned out so well thus far, would it be wiser to keep going? In just over an hour, it would be daylight. His original plan had been to pull off the road and wait for darkness again before continuing. But there could be danger in a day of inaction. He was only halfway across Mississippi, still relatively close to New Orleans. Going on, of course, would involve the risk of being spotted, but he wondered just how great the risk was. Against the idea was his own physical strain from the previous day. Already he was tiring, the urge to sleep strong. It was then it happened. Behind him, appearing as if magically, was a flashing red light. A siren shrieked imperiously. It was the very thing which for the past several hours he had expected to happen. When it failed to, he had relaxed. Now the reality was a double shock. Instinctively, his accelerator foot slammed to the floor. Like a superbly powered arrow, the Jaguar surged forward. The speedometer needle swung sharply to 70, 80, 85. At 90, Ogilvy slowed for a bend. As he did, the flashing red light drew close behind. The siren, which had stopped briefly, wailed again. Then the red light moved sideways as the driver behind pulled out to pass. It was useless, Ogilvy knew. Even if he outdistanced pursuit now, he could not avoid others forewarned ahead. Resignedly, he let his speed fall off. He had a momentary impression of the other vehicle flashing by. A long limousine body, light-colored, a dim interior light, and a figure bending over another. Then the ambulance was gone, its flashing red beacon diminishing down the road ahead. The incident left him shaken and convinced of his own tiredness. He decided that no matter how the alternate risks compared, he must pull off and remain there for the day. He was now past Macon, a small Mississippi community which had been his objective for the first night's driving. A glimmer of dawn was beginning to light the sky. He stopped to consult the map, and shortly afterward turned off the highway onto a complex of minor roads. Soon the road surface had deteriorated to a rutted, grassy track. It was rapidly becoming light. Getting out of the car, Ogilvy surveyed the surrounding countryside. It was sparsely wooded and desolate, with no habitation in sight. The nearest main road was more than a mile away. Not far ahead was a cluster of trees. Reconnoitering on foot, he discovered that the track went into the trees and ended. The fat man gave one of his approving grunts. Returning to the Jaguar, he drove it forward carefully until foliage concealed it. He then made several checks, satisfying himself that the car could not be seen except at close quarters. When he had finished, he climbed into the back seat and slept. 4. For several minutes after coming awake, shortly before 8 a.m., Warren Trent was puzzled to know why his spirits were instinctively buoyant. Then he remembered. This morning he would consummate the deal made yesterday with the Journeymen's Union. Defying pressures, glum predictions, and sundry assorted obstacles, he had saved the St. Gregory, with only hours to spare, from engorgement by the O'Keefe hotel chain. It was a personal triumph. He pushed to the back of his mind a thought that the bizarre alliance between himself and the Union might lead to even greater problems later on. If that happened, he would worry at the proper time. Most important was removal of the immediate threat. Getting out of bed, he looked down on the city from a window of his 15th-floor suite atop the hotel. Outside, it was another beautiful day, the sun, already high, shining from a near cloudless sky. He hummed softly to himself as he showered, and afterward was shaved by Aloysius Royce. His employer's obvious cheerfulness was sufficiently unusual for Royce to raise his eyebrows in surprise, though Warren Trent, not yet far enough into the day for conversation, offered no enlightenment. When he was dressed, on entering the living room, he immediately telephoned Royal Edwards. The comptroller, whom a switchboard operator located at his home, managed to convey both that he had worked all night and that his employer's telephone call had brought him from a well-earned breakfast. Ignoring the undertone of grievance, Warren Trent sought to discover what reaction had come from the two visiting accountants during the night. According to the comptroller's report, the visitors, though briefed on the hotel's current financial crisis, had uncovered nothing else extraordinary, and seemed satisfied by Edwards's responses to their queries. Reassured, Warren Trent left the comptroller to his breakfast. Perhaps even at this moment, he reflected, a report confirming his own representation of the St. Gregory's position was being telephoned north to Washington. He supposed he would receive direct word soon. Almost at once, the telephone rang. Royce was about to serve breakfast from the room service trolley which had arrived a few minutes earlier. Warren Trent motioned him to wait. An operator's voice announced that the call was long distance. When he had identified himself, a second operator asked him to wait. At length, the Journeymen's Union president came brusquely on the line. "Trent?" "Yes, good morning." "I goddamn well warned you yesterday not to hold back on information. You were stupid enough to try. Now I'm telling you, people who work trickery on me finish up wishing they hadn't been born. You're lucky this time that the whistle blew before a deal was closed, but this is a warning. Don't ever try that game again." The unexpectedness, the harsh, chilling voice, momentarily robbed Warren Trent of speech. Recovering, he protested, "In God's name, I've not the least idea what this is about." "No idea, when there'd been a race riot in your goddamned hotel, when the stories spewed over every New York and Washington newspaper." It took several seconds to connect the angry harangue with Peter McDermott's report of the previous day. "There was an incident yesterday morning, a small one. It was certainly not a race riot or anything near. At the time we talked, I was unaware that it had happened. Even if I had known, it would not have occurred to me as important enough to mention. As to the New York newspapers, I haven't seen them. My members will see them. If not those papers, then others across the country that'll carry the story by tonight. What's more, if I put money into a hotel that turns away nigs, they'd scream bloody murder along with every two-bit congressman who wants the colored vote." "It's not the principle you care about, then. You don't mind what we do as long as it isn't noticed." "What I care about is my business. So is where I invest union funds." "Our transaction can be kept confidential." "If you believe that, you're an even bigger fool than I thought." It was true, Warren Trent conceded glumly. Sooner or later, news of an alliance would leak out. He tried another approach. "What occurred here yesterday is not unique. It's happened to Southern hotels before. It will happen again. A day or two afterward, attention moves on to something else." "Maybe it does. But if your hotel got Journeyman's financing after today, attention would damn soon switch back. And it's the kind I can do without." I'd like to be clear about this. Am I to understand that, despite your accountant's inspection of our affairs last night, our arrangement of yesterday no longer stands?" The voice from Washington said, "The trouble isn't with your books. The report my people made was affirmative. It's for the other reason all bets are off." So after all, Warren Trent thought bitterly, through an incident which yesterday he had dismissed as trifling, the nectar of victory had been snatched away. Aware that whatever was said would make no difference now, he commented acidly, "You haven't always been so particular about using union funds." There was a silence. Then the journeyman's president said softly, "Some day you may be sorry for that." Slowly, Warren Trent replaced the telephone. On a table nearby, Aloysius Royce had spread open the air-mailed New York newspapers. He indicated the Herald Tribune. "It's mostly in here. I don't see anything in the Times." "They've later editions in Washington." Warren Trent skimmed the Herald Tribune headline and glanced briefly at the accompanying picture. It showed yesterday's scene in the St. Gregory lobby, with Dr. Nicholas and Dr. Ingram as central figures. He supposed that later he would have to read the report in full. At the moment, he had no stomach for it. "Would you like me to serve breakfast now?" Warren Trent shook his head. "I'm not hungry." His eyes flickered upward, meeting the young Negro's steady gaze. "I suppose you think I got what I deserved." Royce considered. "Something like that, I guess. Mostly, I'd say you don't accept the times we live in." "If it's true, that needn't trouble you any more. From tomorrow, I doubt if my opinion will count for much around here." "I'm sorry for that part." "What this means is that O'Keefe will take over." The older man walked to a window and stood looking out. He was silent, then said abruptly, "I imagine you heard the terms I was offered. Among them, that I'd continue to live here." "Yes." "Since it's to be that way, I suppose that when you graduate from law school next month, I'll still have to put up with you around the place, instead of booting you out the way I should." Aloysius Royce hesitated. Ordinarily, he would have tossed back a quick, barbed rejoinder, but he knew that what he was hearing was the plea of a defeated, lonely man for him to stay. The decision troubled Royce. All the same, it would have to be made soon. For almost 12 years, Warren Trent had treated him in many ways like a son. If he remained, he knew, his duties could become negligible, outside of being a companion and confidant in the hours free from his own legal work. The life would be far from unpleasant. And yet there were other conflicting pressures affecting the choice to go or stay. "I haven't thought about it much," he lied. "Maybe I'd better." Warren Trent reflected. All things, large and small, were changing, most of them abruptly. In his mind, he had not the least doubt that Royce would leave him soon, just as control of the St. Gregory had finally eluded him. His sense of aloneness, and now of exclusion from the mainstream of events, was probably typical of people who had lived too long. He informed Royce, "You can go, Aloysius. I'd like to be alone for a while." In a few minutes, he decided, he would call Curtis O'Keefe and officially surrender. 5. Time magazine, whose editors recognized a newsy story when they read it in their morning papers, had hopped nimbly onto the St. Gregory civil rights incident. Their local stringer, a staffer on the New Orleans State's item, was alerted and told to file everything he could get on local background. Time's Houston bureau chief had been telephoned the previous night, soon after an early edition of the Herald Tribune broke the story in New York, and had flown in on an early flight. Now both men were closeted with Herbie Chandler, the bell captain, in a cramped main-floor cubbyhole. Loosely known as a press room, it was sparsely furnished with a desk, telephone, and hat stand. The Houston man, as became his status, had the solitary chair. Chandler, respectfully aware of Time's liberality to those who smoothed its way, was reporting on a reconnaissance from which he had just returned.
"I checked about the dentist's meeting. They're closing it up tighter'n a drum. They've told the head floor waiter no one's to get in except members, not even wives, and they'll have their own people at the door checking names. Before the meeting starts, all the hotel help has to leave, and doors will be locked."
The bureau chief nodded. An eager, crew-cut young man named Quaritone, he had already interviewed the dentist's president, Dr. Ingram. The bell captain's report confirmed what he had been told.
"Sure, we're having an emergency general meeting," Dr. Ingram had said. "It was decided by our executive board last night, but it's to be a closed-door deal. If it was my say-so, son, you and anybody else could come in and welcome, but some of my colleagues see it the other way. They think people will speak more freely if they know the press isn't there. So I guess you'll have to sit that one out."
Quaritone, with no intention of sitting anything out, had thanked Dr. Ingram politely. With Herbie Chandler already purchased as an ally, Quaritone's immediate idea had been to employ an old ruse and attend the meeting in a borrowed bellboy's uniform. Chandler's latest report showed the need for a change of scheme. "The room where the meeting will be held," Quaritone queried, "is it a good-sized convention hall?"
Chandler nodded. "The Dauphine Salon, sir. Seats 300. That's about how many they're expecting."
The Time man considered. Any meeting involving 300 people would obviously cease to be secret the instant it finished. Afterward, he could easily mingle with the emerging delegates and, by posing as one of them, learn what happened. That way, though, he would miss most of the minutiae of human interest which Time and its readers thrived on. "Does the What's-It Saloon have a balcony?"
"There's a small one, but they've already thought of that. I checked. There'll be a couple of convention people up there. Also, the PA microphones are being disconnected."
"Hell!" the local newspaperman objected.
"What's this outfit afraid of? Saboteurs?"
Quaritone said, thinking aloud. "Some of them want to speak their piece, but avoid getting it on the record. Professional people, on racial issues anyway, don't usually take strong stands. Here they've already got themselves in a box by admitting to a choice between the drastic action of walking out or making a token gesture just for appearance sake. To that extent, I'd say the situation's unique. It was also, he thought, why there might be a better story here than he had supposed at first. More than ever, he was determined to find a way of getting into the meeting. Abruptly, he told Herbie Chandler, "I want a plan of the convention floor, and the floor above. Not just a room layout, you understand, but a technical plan showing walls, ducts, ceiling spaces, all the rest. I want it fast, because if we're to do any good, we've less than an hour."
"I really don't know if there is such a thing, sir. In any case—"
The bell captain stopped, watching Quaritone, who was peeling off a succession of $20 bills. The Time man handed 5 of the bills to Chandler. "Get to somebody in maintenance, engineering, or whatever. Use that for now. I'll take care of you later. Meet me back here in half an hour, earlier if possible."
"Yes, sir."
Chandler's weasel face screwed into an obsequious smile. Quaritone instructed the New Orleans reporter, "Carry on with the local angles, will you? Statements from City Hall, leading citizens. Better talk to the NAACP. You know the kind of thing."
"I could write it in my sleep."
"Don't. And watch for human interest. Might be an idea if you could catch the mayor in the washroom. Washing his hands while he gave you a statement? Symbolic. Make a good lead."
"I'll try hiding in the toilet."
The reporter went off cheerfully, aware that he too would be generously paid for his spare time work. Quaritone himself waited in the St. Gregory coffee shop. He ordered iced tea and sipped it absently, his mind on the developing story. It would not be a major one, but providing he could find some refreshing angles, it might rate a column and a half in next week's issue, which would please him because in recent weeks a dozen or more of his carefully nurtured stories had either been rejected by New York or squeezed out during makeup of the magazine. This was not unusual, and writing in a vacuum was a frustration which Time Life staffers learned to live with. But Quaritone liked to get into print and be noticed where it counted. He returned to the undersized press room. Within a few minutes, Herbie Chandler arrived, shepherding a youngish, sharp-featured man in coveralls. The bell captain introduced him as Chess Ellis, a hotel maintenance worker. The newcomer shook hands diffidently with Quaritone, then, touching a roll of white prints under his arm, said uneasily, "I have to get these back. What I want won't take long." Quaritone helped Ellis roll out the plans, weighting the edges down. "Now, where's the Dauphine Salon?" "Right here." Chandler interjected. "I told him about the meeting, sir. How you want to hear what's happening without being in." The Time man asked Ellis, "What's in the walls and ceilings?" "The walls are solid. There's a gap between the ceiling and the next floor above, but if you're thinking of getting in there, it wouldn't work. You'd fall through the plaster." "Check," said Quaritone, who had been considering just that. His fingers stubbed the plan. "What are these lines?" "Hot air outlet from the kitchen. Anywhere near that, you'd roast." "And this?" Ellis stooped, studying the white print. He consulted a second sheet. "Cold air duct. Runs through the Dauphine Salon ceiling." "Are there outlets to the room?" "3. Center and each end. You can see them marked." "How big is the duct?" The maintenance man considered. "I reckon about 3 feet square." Quaritone said decisively, "I'd like you to get me in that duct. I want to get in and crawl out so I can hear and see what's going on below." It took surprisingly little time. Ellis, at first reluctant, was prodded by Chandler into obtaining a second set of coveralls and a toolkit. The Time man changed quickly into coveralls and hoisted the tools. Then, nervously, but without incident, Ellis shepherded him to an annex off the convention floor kitchen. The bell captain hovered discreetly out of sight. Quaritone had no idea how much of the $100 Chandler had passed over to Ellis. He suspected not all, but it was evidently enough. The progress through the kitchen, ostensibly of 2 hotel maintenance workers, went unnoticed. In the annex, a metal grill high on the wall had been removed by Ellis in advance. A tall step-ladder stood in front of an opening which the grill had covered. Without conversation, Quaritone ascended the step-ladder and eased himself upward and in. There was, he discovered, room to crawl forward, using his elbows, but only just. Darkness, except for stray glimmers from the kitchen, was complete. He felt a breath of cool air on his face. The air pressure increased as his body filled more of the metal duct. Ellis whispered after him, "Count 4 outlets. The 4th, 5th, and 6th are the Dauphine Salon. Keep the noise down, sir, or you'll be heard. I'll come back in half an hour. If you're not ready, half an hour after that." Quaritone tried to turn his head and failed. It was a reminder that getting out would be harder than getting in. Calling back a low-voiced, "Roger," he began to move. The metallic surface was hard on knees and elbows. It also had agonizingly sharp projections. Quaritone winced as the business end of a screw ripped the coveralls and cut painfully into his leg. Reaching back, he disengaged himself and moved forward cagily. The air duct outlets were easy to spot because of light filtering upward. He eased over 3, hoping grills and duct were securely anchored. Nearing the 4th, he could hear voices. The meeting, it seemed, had begun. To Quaritone's delight, the voices came up clearly, and by craning he could see a portion of the room below. The view, he thought, might be even better from the next outlet. It was. Now he could see more than half the crowded assemblage below, including a raised platform where the dentist's president, Dr. Ingram, was speaking. Reaching around, the Time man brought out a notebook and a ballpoint pen, the latter with a tiny light in its tip. "Urge you," Dr. Ingram was asserting, "to take the strongest possible stand." He paused, then continued. "Professional people like us,
who are by nature middle-of-the-roaders, have dilly-dallied too long on issues of human rights. Among ourselves we do not discriminate, at least most of the time, and in the past we have considered that to be enough. Generally, we've ignored events and pressures outside our own ranks. Our reasoning has been that we are professional medical men with time for little else. Well, maybe that's true, even if convenient, but here and now, like it or not, we are involved up to our wisdom teeth. The little doctor paused, his eyes searching the faces of his audience. You have already heard of the unpardonable insult by this hotel to our distinguished colleague, Dr. Nicholas, an insult in direct defiance of civil rights law. In retaliation, as your president, I have recommended drastic action. It is that we should cancel our convention and walk from this hotel en masse. There was a gasp of surprise from several sections of the room. Dr. Ingram continued, Most of you have already learned of this proposal. To others who arrived this morning, it is new. Let me say to both groups that the step I have proposed involves inconvenience, disappointment, to me no less than to you, and a professional as well as a public loss. But there are occasions, involving matters of great conscience, when nothing less than the most forceful action will suffice. I believe this to be one. It is also the only way in which the strength of our feelings will be demonstrated, and by which we shall prove unmistakably that in matters of human rights this profession is not to be trifled with again. From the floor came several cries of, Hear, hear, but as well a rumble of dissent. Near the center of the room, a burly figure lumbered to his feet. Coraton, leaning forward from his vantage point, had an impression of jowls, a thick-lipped smile, and heavy-rimmed glasses. The burly man announced, I'm from Kansas City. There was a good-natured cheer, which was acknowledged with the wave of a pudgy hand. I've just one question for the doctor. Will he be the one who'll explain to my little woman, who's been counting on this trip like a lot of other wives, I reckon, why it is that, having just got here, we're to turn tail and go home? An outraged voice protested, That isn't the point. It was drowned out by ironic cheers and laughter from others in the hall. Yes, sir, the burly man said. I'd like him to be the one to tell my wife. Looking pleased with himself, he sat down. Dr. Ingram was on his feet, red-faced, indignant. Gentlemen, this is an urgent, serious matter. We've already delayed action for 24 hours, which in my opinion is at least half a day too long. There was applause, but brief and scattered. A number of other voices spoke at once. Beside Dr. Ingram, the meeting's chairman pounded with a gavel. Several speakers followed, deploring the expulsion of Dr. Nicholas, but leaving unanswered the question of reprisal. Then, as if by assent, attention focused on a slim, dapper figure standing with a suggestion of authority near the front of the hall. Coraton missed the name which the chairman announced, but caught, Second Vice President and member of our Executive Board. The new speaker began in a dry, crisp voice. It was at my urging, supported by several fellow executive members, that this meeting is being held in camera. As a result, we may speak freely, knowing that whatever we say will not be recorded, and perhaps misrepresented outside this room. This arrangement, I may add, was strongly opposed by our esteemed president, Dr. Ingram. From the platform, Dr. Ingram growled, What are you afraid of? Involvement? Ignoring the question, the dapper man continued, I yield to no one in my personal distaste for discrimination. Some of my best— he hesitated— my best liked associates are those of other creeds and races. Furthermore, I deplore with Dr. Ingram the incident of yesterday. It is merely on the question of procedure at this moment that we disagree. Dr. Ingram, if I may emulate his choice of metaphor, favors extraction. My own view is to treat more mildly for an unpleasant but localized infection. There was a ripple of laughter at which the speaker smiled. I cannot believe that our unfortunately absent colleague, Dr. Nicholas, would gain in the least from cancellation of our convention. Certainly, as a profession, we would lose. Furthermore, and since we are in private session, I say this frankly, I do not believe that, as an organization, the broad issue of race relations is any of our concern.
A single voice near the rear protested.
"Of course it's our concern. Isn't it everybody's?"
But through most of the room, there was merely attentive silence. The speaker shook his head.
"Whatever stands we take or fail to should be as individuals. Naturally, we must support our own people where necessary, and in a moment I shall suggest certain steps in the case of Dr. Nicholas. But otherwise I agree with Dr. Ingram that we are professional medical men with time for little else."
Dr. Ingram sprang to his feet.
"I did not say that. I pointed out that it's a view which has been held in the past. I happen to disagree strongly."
The dapper man shrugged. Nevertheless, the statement was made.
"But not with that kind of implication. I will not have my words twisted."
The little doctor's eyes flashed angrily.
"Mr. Chairman, we're talking here glibly, using words like unfortunate, regrettable. Can't all of you see that this is more than just that? That we are considering a question of human rights and decency? If you had been here yesterday and witnessed, as I witnessed, the indignity to a colleague, a friend, a good man—"
There were cries of "Order! Order!" As the chairman pounded with his gavel, reluctantly, his face flushed, Dr. Ingram subsided. The dapper man inquired politely, "May I continue?" The chairman nodded. "Thank you. Gentlemen, I will make my suggestions briefly. First, I propose that our future conventions shall be held in locales where Dr. Nicholas and others of his race will be accepted without question or embarrassment. There are plenty of places which the remainder of us, I am sure, will find acceptable. Secondly, I propose that we pass a resolution disapproving the action of this hotel in rejecting Dr. Nicholas, after which we should continue with our convention as planned." On the platform, Dr. Ingram shook his head in disbelief. The speaker consulted a single sheet of paper in his hand. "In conjunction with several other members of your executive board, I have drafted a resolution." In his airy, Coratone had ceased to listen. The resolution itself was unimportant. Its substance was predictable. If necessary, he could obtain a text later. He was watching, instead, the faces of the listeners below. They were average faces, he decided, of reasonably educated men. They mirrored relief. Relief, Coratone thought, from the need for the kind of action, uncomfortable, unaccustomed, which Dr. Ingram had proposed. The salve of words, paraded primly in democratic style, offered a way out. Conscience would be relieved, convenience intact. There had been some mild protest, a single speaker supporting Dr. Ingram, but it was short-lived. Already the meeting had settled down to what looked like becoming a prolix discussion of the resolution's wording. The time man shivered, a reminder that, as well as other discomforts, he had been close to an hour in a cold air duct. But the effort had been worthwhile. He had a live story which the stylists in New York could rewrite searingly. He also had a notion that this week his work would not be squeezed out. 6. Peter McDermott heard of the Dentistry Congress decision to continue with its convention almost as soon as the in-camera meeting ended. Because of the obvious importance of the meeting to the hotel, he had stationed a convention department clerk outside the Dauphine Salon with instructions to report promptly whatever could be learned. A moment or two ago, the clerk telephoned to say that from the conversation of emerging delegates, it was obvious that the proposal to cancel the convention had been overruled. Peter supposed that for the hotel's sake he should be pleased. Instead, he had a feeling of depression. He wondered about the effect on Dr. Ingram, whose strong motivation and forthrightness had clearly been repudiated. Peter reflected wryly that Warren Trent's cynical assessment of the situation yesterday had proven accurate after all. He supposed he should let the hotel proprietor know. As Peter entered the managing director's section of the executive suite, Christine looked up from her desk. She smiled warmly, reminding him how much he had wanted to talk with her last evening. She inquired, "Was it a nice party?" When he hesitated, Christine seemed amused. "You haven't forgotten already?" He shook his head. "Everything was fine. I missed you, though, and still feel badly about getting the arrangements mixed. We're 24 hours older. You can stop now. If you're free, perhaps I could make up for it tonight."
"It's snowing invitations," Christine said. "Tonight I'm having dinner with Mr. Wells."
Peter's eyebrows went up. "He has recovered."
"Not enough to leave the hotel, which is why we're dining here. If you work late, why not join us afterward?"
"If I can, I will." He indicated the closed double doors of the hotel proprietor's office. "Is W.T. available?"
"You can go in. I hope it isn't problems, though. He seems depressed this morning."
"I've some news may cheer him. The dentists just voted against canceling out." He said more soberly, "I suppose you saw the New York papers."
"Yes, I did. I'd say we got what we deserved."
He nodded agreement.
"I also saw the local papers," Christine said. "There's nothing new on that awful hit and run. I keep thinking about it."
Peter said sympathetically, "I have too." Once more the scene of 3 nights earlier, the roped-off, floodlighted road, with police searching grimly for clues, came sharply back into focus. He wondered if the police investigation would uncover the offending car and driver. Perhaps by now both were safely clear and past detection, though he hoped not. The thought of one crime was a reminder of another. He must remember to ask Ogilvy if there had been any developments overnight in the hotel robbery investigation. He was surprised, come to think of it, that he had not heard from the chief house officer before now. With a final smile for Christine, he knocked at the door of Warren Trent's office and went in. The news which Peter brought seemed to make little impression. The hotel proprietor nodded absently, as if reluctant to switch his thoughts from whatever private reverie he had been immersed in. He seemed about to speak, on another subject, Peter sensed, then, as abruptly, changed his mind. After only the briefest of conversation, Peter left. Albert Wells had been right, Christine thought, in predicting Peter McDermott's invitation for tonight. She had a momentary regret at having arranged, deliberately, to be unavailable. The exchange reminded her of the stratagem she had thought of yesterday to make the evening inexpensive for Albert Wells. She telephoned Max, head waiter of the main dining room.
"Max," Christine said, "your evening dinner prices are outrageous."
"I don't set them, Miss Francis. Sometimes I wish I did."
"You haven't been crowded lately?"
"Some nights," the head waiter replied. "I feel like I'm Livingston waiting for Stanley. I tell you, Miss Francis, people are getting smarter. They know that hotels like this have one central kitchen, and whichever of our restaurants they eat in, they'll get the same kind of food, cooked the same way by the same chefs. So why not sit where prices are lower, even if the service isn't as fancy?"
"I have a friend," Christine said, "who likes dining room service, an elderly gentleman named Mr. Wells. We'll be in for dinner tonight. I want you to make sure that his bill is light, though not so small that he'll notice. The difference you can put on my account."
The head waiter chuckled. "Say, you're the kind of girl I'd like to know myself." She retorted, "With you I wouldn't do it, Max. Everybody knows you're one of the 2 wealthiest people in the hotel." "Who's supposed to be the other?"
"Isn't it Herbie Chandler?"
"You do me no favor in linking my name with that one."
"But you'll take care of Mr. Wells?"
"Miss Francis, when we present his bill, he'll think he ate at the automat." She hung up, laughing, aware that Max would handle the situation with tact and good sense. With incredulous, seething anger, Peter McDermott read Ogilvy's memo, slowly, for the second time. The memo had been waiting on his desk when he returned from the brief meeting with Warren Trent. Dated and time-stamped last night, it had presumably been left in Ogilvy's office for collection with this morning's inter-office mail. Equally clear was that both the timing and method of delivery were planned so that when he received the memo it would be impossible to take any action, at least for the time being, concerning its contents. It read, "Mr. P. McDermott. Subject, vacation. The undersigned begs to report I am taking 4 days' leave commencing immediately, from the 7 that is due, for personal urgent reasons. W. Finnegan, Deputy Chief House Officer, is advised re-robbery, steps taken, etc., etc., also can act with all other matters. Undersigned will return to duty Monday next. Yours truly, T.I. Ogilvy, Chief House Officer. Peter remembered indignantly that it was less than 24 hours since Ogilvy conceded that a professional hotel thief was most likely operating within the St. Gregory. At the time, Peter had urged the house officer to move into the hotel for a few days, a suggestion the fat man had rejected. Even then, Ogilvy must have known of his intention to leave within a few hours, but had kept silent. Why? Obviously, because he realized Peter would object strongly, and he had no stomach for argument and perhaps delay. The memo said, "personal urgent reasons." Well, Peter theorized, that much was probably true. Even Ogilvy, despite his vaunted intimacy with Warren Trent, would realize that his absence at this time, without warning, would precipitate a major showdown on return. But what kind of personal reason was involved? Clearly nothing straightforward, to be brought out in the open and discussed, or it would not have been handled this way. Hotel business notwithstanding, a genuine personal crisis of an employee would be dealt with sympathetically. It always was. So it had to be something else, which Ogilvy could not disclose. Even that, Peter thought, was no concern of his except to the extent that it obstructed efficient running of the hotel. Since it did, however, he was entitled to be curious. He decided he would make an effort to learn where the chief house officer had gone, and why. He buzzed for Flora, holding up the memo as she came in. She made a doleful face. "I read it. I thought you'd be annoyed." "If you can," Peter said, "I want you to find out where he is. Try his home telephone, then any other places we happen to know about. Find out if anyone's seen him today or if he's expected. Leave messages. If you locate Ogilvy, I'll talk to him myself." Flora wrote on her notepad. "Another thing, call the garage. I happened to be walking by the hotel last night. Our friend drove out around 1 o'clock in a Jaguar. It's possible he told someone where he was going." When Flora left, he sent for the deputy chief house officer, Finnegan, a gaunt, slow-speaking New Englander who deliberated before answering Peter's impatient questions. No, he had no idea where Mr. Ogilvy had gone. It was only late yesterday that Finnegan was informed by his superior that he would be in charge for the next few days. Yes, last night there had been continuous patrols through the hotel, but no suspicious activity was observed, nor was there any report this morning of illicit entry into rooms. No, there had been no further word from the New Orleans Police Department. Yes, Finnegan would personally follow up with the police, as Mr. McDermott suggested. Certainly, if Finnegan heard from Mr. Ogilvy, Mr. McDermott would be informed at once. Peter dismissed Finnegan. At the moment, there was nothing more to be done, though Peter's anger with Ogilvy was still intense. It had not moderated a few minutes later when Flora announced on the office intercom, "Miss Marcia Prescott on line 2. "Tell her I'm busy. I'll call later." Peter checked himself. "Never mind. I'll talk." He picked up the telephone. Marcia's voice said brightly, "I heard that." Irritably, he resolved to remind Flora that the telephone hold button should be down when the intercom was open. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's a low-grade morning in contrast to a great night before. I'll bet the first thing hotel managers learn is to make fast recoveries like that." "Some may, but this is me." He sensed her hesitate. Then she said, "Was it all great, the evening?" "All of it." "Good. Then I'm ready to keep my promise." "My impression was you had." "No," Marcia said. "I promised some New Orleans history. We could start this afternoon." He was about to say no, that it was impossible to leave the hotel, then realized he wanted to go. Why not? He seldom took the 2 full days off duty he was entitled to each week, and lately had worked plenty of extra hours as well. A brief absence could easily be managed. "All right," he said. "Let's see how many centuries we can cover between 2 o'clock and 4. 7. Twice during the 20-minute prayer session before breakfast in his suite, Curtis O'Keefe found his thoughts wandering. It was a familiar sign of restlessness, for which he apologized briefly to God, though not belaboring the point, since an instinct to be ever moving on was a part of the hotel magnate's nature, and presumably divinely shaped. It was a relief, however, to remember that this was his final day in New Orleans. He would leave for New York tonight, and Italy tomorrow. The destination there, for himself and Dodo, was the Naples O'Keefe Hotel. Besides the change of scene, it would be satisfying to be in one of his own houses once more. Curtis O'Keefe had never understood the point which his critics made, that it was possible to travel around the world, staying at O'Keefe hotels, without ever leaving the USA. Despite his attachment to foreign travel, he liked familiar things about him. American decor, with only minor concessions to local color, American plumbing, American food, and, most of the time, American people. O'Keefe establishments provided them all. Nor was it important that a week from now he would be as impatient to leave Italy as he was at this moment to depart from New Orleans. There were plenty of places within his own empire, the Taj Mahal O'Keefe, O'Keefe Lisbon, Adelaide O'Keefe, O'Keefe Copenhagen, and others, where a visit from the Panjandrum, although nowadays not essential to the chain's efficient running, would stimulate business as a cathedral's might quicken from the sojourn of a pope. Later, of course, he would return to New Orleans, probably in a month or two, when the St. Gregory, by then the O'Keefe St. Gregory, was overhauled and molded to the conformity of an O'Keefe hotel. His arrival for the inaugural ceremonies would be triumphal, with fanfare, a civic welcome, and coverage by press, radio, and television. As usual on such occasions, he would bring a retinue of celebrities, including Hollywood stars, not difficult to recruit for a lavish, free-loading junket. Thinking about it, Curtis O'Keefe was impatient for these things to happen soon. He was also mildly frustrated at not having received, so far, Warren Trent's official acceptance of the proffered terms of 2 nights earlier. It was now mid-morning of Thursday. The noon deadline agreed to was less than 90 minutes away. Obviously, for reasons of his own, the St. Gregory's proprietor intended to wait until the last possible moment before acceptance. O'Keefe prowled restlessly around the suite. Half an hour earlier, Dodo had left on a shopping expedition for which he had given her several $100s in large bills. Her purchases, he suggested, should include some lightweight clothes, since Naples was likely to be even hotter than New Orleans, and there would be no time for shopping in New York. Dodo thanked him appreciatively, as she always did, though strangely without the glowing enthusiasm she had shown yesterday during their boat trip around the harbor, which cost a mere $6. Women, he thought, were perplexing creatures. He stopped at a window, looking out, when across the living room the telephone rang. He reached it in half a dozen strides. "Yes?" He expected to hear the voice of Warren Trent. Instead, an operator announced that the call was long distance. A moment later, the nasal Californian drawl of Hank Lemnitzer came on the line. "That you, Mr. O'Keefe?" "Yes, it is." Irrationally, Curtis O'Keefe wished that his West Coast representative had not found it necessary to telephone twice within 24 hours. "Got some great news for you." "What kind of news?" "I inked a deal for Dodo. I thought I made it clear yesterday that I insist on something special for Miss Lash." "How special can you get, Mr. O'Keefe? This is the greatest. A real break. Dodo's a lucky kid." "Tell me." "Walt Curzon's shooting a remake of You Can't Take It With You. Remember? We put money in his pot." "I remember. Yesterday I found out Walt needed a girl to play the old Ann Miller role. It's a good supporting part. Fits Dodo like a tight brassiere." Curtis O'Keefe wished peevishly once again that Lemnitzer would be subtler in his choice of words. "I assume there'll be a screen test." "Sure will." "Then how do we know Curzon will agree to the casting?" "Are you kidding? Don't underrate your influence, Mr. O'Keefe. Dodo's in. Besides, I've lined up Sandra Strahan to work with her. You know Sandra?" "Yes." O'Keefe was well aware of Sandra Strahan. She had a reputation as one of filmdom's most accomplished dramatic coaches. Among other achievements, she possessed a remarkable record of accepting unknown girls with influential sponsors and shaping them into box-office princesses. "I'm real glad for Dodo," Lemnitzer said.
She's a kid I've always liked. Only thing is, we have to move fast. How fast? They need her yesterday, Mr. O'Keefe. It all fits, though, with the rest I've arranged. The rest of what? Jenny LaMarche. Hank Limnitzer sounded puzzled. You hadn't forgotten? No. O'Keefe had certainly not forgotten the witty and beautiful Vassar brunette who had so impressed him a month or two ago. But after yesterday's talk with Limnitzer, he had shelved thoughts of Jenny LaMarche for the time being. Everything's fixed, Mr. O'Keefe. Jenny flies to New York tonight. She'll join you there tomorrow. We'll switch Dodo's Naples reservations to Jenny, then Dodo can fly here direct from New Orleans. Simple, eh? It was indeed simple. So simple, in fact, that O'Keefe could find no flaw in the plan. He wondered why he wanted to. You assure me positively that Miss Lash will get the part? Mr. O'Keefe, I swear it on my mother's grave. Your mother isn't dead. Then my grandmother's. There was a pause. Then, as if with sudden perception, Limnitzer said, If you're worried about telling Dodo, why don't I do it? You just go out for a couple of hours. I'll call her, fix everything. That way, no fuss, no farewells. Thank you. I'm quite capable of handling the matter personally. Suit yourself, Mr. O'Keefe. Just try to help. Miss Lash will telegraph you the time of her arrival in Los Angeles. You'll meet the flight. Sure thing. It'll be great to see Dodo. Well, Mr. O'Keefe, have a swell time in Naples. I envy you having Jenny. Without acknowledgment, O'Keefe hung up. Dodo returned breathlessly, loaded with packages, and followed by a grinning bellboy, similarly burdened. I have to go back, Curdy. There's more. O'Keefe said gruffly, You could have had all this delivered. Oh, this is more exciting, like Christmas. She told the bellboy, We're going to Naples. That's in Italy. O'Keefe gave the bellboy $1 and waited until he had gone. Disentangling herself from packages, Dodo flung her arms impulsively around O'Keefe's neck. She kissed him on both cheeks. Did you miss me? Gee, Curdy, I'm happy. O'Keefe disengaged her arms gently. Let's sit down. I want to tell you about some changes in plan. I also have some good news. We're going sooner. He shook his head. It concerns you more than me. The fact is, my dear, you're being given a movie role. It's something I've been working on. I heard this morning. It's all arranged. He was aware of Dodo's innocent blue eyes regarding him. I'm assured it's a very good part. In fact, I insisted that it should be. If things go well, as I expect them to, it could be the beginning of something very big for you. Curtis O'Keefe stopped, conscious of a hollowness to his own words. Dodo said slowly, I guess it means I have to go away. Unfortunately, my dear, it does. Soon? I'm afraid tomorrow morning. You'll fly directly to Los Angeles. Hank Limnitzer will meet you. Dodo moved her head slowly in assent. The slim fingers of one hand went absently to her face, brushing back a strand of ash-blonde hair. It was a simple movement, yet, like so many of Dodo's, profoundly sensuous. Unreasonably, O'Keefe experienced a jealous twinge at the thought of Hank Limnitzer with Dodo. Limnitzer, who had managed the groundwork for most of his employer's liaisons in the past, would never dare to trifle with a chosen favorite in advance. But afterward? Afterward was something else again. He thrust the thought away. I want you to know, my dear, that losing you is a great blow to me. But we have to think of your future. Curdy, it's all right. Dodo's eyes were still upon him. Despite their innocence, he had an absurd notion they had penetrated to the truth. It's all right. You don't have to worry. I'd hoped, about the movie role, you might be more pleased. I am, Curdy. Gee, I really am. I think it's swell the way you always do the sweetest things. The reaction bolstered his own confidence. It's really a tremendous opportunity. I'm sure you'll do well, and of course I shall follow your career closely. He resolved to concentrate his thoughts on Jenny LaMarche. I guess, there was the slightest catch in Dodo's voice,
I guess you'll go tonight, before me.
Making an instantaneous decision, he answered, "No, I'll cancel my flight and leave tomorrow morning. Tonight will be a special evening for us both." As Dodo looked up gratefully, the telephone rang. With a sense of relief for something else to do, he answered it.
"Mr. O'Keefe?" a pleasant woman's voice inquired.
"Yes."
"This is Christine Francis, Mr. Warren Trent's assistant. Mr. Trent wondered if it would be convenient for him to come to see you now."
O'Keefe glanced at his watch. It showed a few minutes before noon. "Yes," he acknowledged. "I'll see Mr. Trent. Tell him to come." Replacing the telephone, he smiled at Dodo. "It seems, my dear, we each have something to celebrate. You a glittering future, and me a new hotel." 8. An hour or so earlier, Warren Trent sat brooding behind the closed double doors of his office in the executive suite. Several times already this morning he had reached out for the telephone with the intention of calling Curtis O'Keefe, accepting the latter's terms for takeover of the hotel. There no longer seemed any cause for delay. The Journeymen's Union had been the final hope of alternate financing. The brusque rejection from that source had crumbled Warren Trent's last resistance against absorption by the O'Keefe behemoth. Yet on each occasion, after the initial motion of his hand, Warren Trent held back. He was like a prisoner, he mused, condemned to death at a specific hour, but with the choice of suicide beforehand. He accepted the inevitable. He realized that he would end his own tenure because there was no alternative. Yet human nature urged him to cling to each remaining moment until all were gone and the need for decision ended. He had been closest to capitulation when the arrival of Peter McDermott forestalled him. McDermott reported the decision of the Congress of American Dentistry to continue its convention, a fact which did not surprise Warren Trent, since he had predicted it the day before. But now the entire affair seemed remote and unimportant. He was glad when McDermott left. Afterward, for a while, he fell into a reverie, remembering past triumphs and the satisfactions they had brought. That had been the time, not so long ago really, when his house was sought by the great and near great, presidents, crowned heads, nobility, resplendent women, and distinguished men, the nabobs of power and wealth, famous and infamous, all with one distinction: they commanded attention and received it. And where these elite led, others followed, until the St. Gregory was both a Mecca and a machine for making gold. When memories were all one had, or seemed likely to have, it was wise to savor them. Warren Trent hoped that for the hour or so which remained of his proprietorship, he would be undisturbed. The hope proved vain. Christine Francis came in quietly, as usual, sensing his mood.
"Mr. Emile Dumer would like to speak with you. I wouldn't have disturbed you, but he insisted it's urgent."
Trent grunted. The vultures were gathering, he thought. Though on second thoughts, perhaps the simile was hardly fair. A good deal of money from the Industrial Merchants' Bank, of which Emile Dumer was president, was tied up in the St. Gregory Hotel. It was also Industrial Merchants which, months earlier, had refused an extension of credit, as well as a larger loan for refinancing. Well, Dumer and his fellow directors had nothing to worry about now. With the impending deal, their money would be forthcoming. Warren Trent supposed he should give that reassurance. He reached for the telephone.
"No," Christine said. "Mr. Dumer is here, waiting outside."
Warren Trent stopped, surprised. It was highly unusual for Emile Dumer to leave the fastness of his bank to make a personal call on anyone. A moment later, Christine ushered the visitor in, closing the door as she left. Emile Dumer, short, portly, and with a fringe of curly white hair, had an unbroken line of Creole ancestry. Yet he looked, perversely, as if he had stepped from the pages of Pickwick Papers. His manner had a pompous fussiness to match.
I apologize, Warren, for the abrupt intrusion without an appointment. However, the nature of my business left little time for niceties."
They shook hands perfunctorily. The hotel proprietor waved his visitor to a chair. "What business?"
"If you don't object, I prefer to take things in order. First, permit me to say how sorry I was that it was not feasible to accede to your loan request. Unfortunately, the sum and terms were far beyond our resources or established policy."
Warren Trent nodded noncommittally. He had little liking for the banker, though he had never made the mistake of underrating him. Beneath the bumbling affectations, which lulled and deceived many, was a capable, shrewd mind.
"However, I am here today with a purpose which I hope may offset some of the unfortunate aspects of that earlier occasion."
"That," Warren Trent asserted, "is extremely unlikely."
"We'll see."
From a slim briefcase, the banker extracted several sheets of ruled paper covered with penciled notes.
"It is my understanding that you have received an offer for this hotel from the O'Keefe Corporation?"
"You don't need the FBI to tell you that."
The banker smiled. "You wouldn't care to inform me of the terms?"
"Why should I?"
"Because," Emile Dumer said carefully, "I am here to make a counter-offer."
"If that's the case, I'd have even less reason to speak out. What I will tell you is that I've agreed to give the O'Keefe people an answer by noon today."
"Quite so. My information was to that effect, which is the reason for my abrupt appearance here. Incidentally, I apologize for not being earlier, but my information and instructions have taken some time to assemble."
The news of an 11th-hour offer, at least from the present source, did not excite Warren Trent. He supposed that a local group of investors, for whom Dumer was spokesman, had combined in an attempt to buy in cheaply now and sell out later with a capital gain. Whatever the suggested terms, they could hardly match the offer of O'Keefe, nor was Warren Trent's own position likely to be improved. The banker consulted his penciled notes.
"It is my understanding that the terms offered by O'Keefe Corporation are a purchase price of $4 million. Of this, $2 million would be applied to renewal of the present mortgage, the balance to be $1 million cash and $1 million in a new issue of O'Keefe stock. There's an additional rumor that you personally would be given some kind of life tenancy of your quarters in the hotel."
Warren Trent's face reddened with anger. He slammed a clenched fist hard upon the surface of his desk. "God damn, Emile! Don't play cat and mouse with me!"
"If I appeared to, I'm sorry."
"For God's sake, if you know the details already, why ask?"
"Frankly," Dumer said, "I was hoping for the confirmation that you just gave me. Also, the offer I am authorized to make is somewhat better."
He had fallen, Warren Trent realized, for an ancient elementary gambit, but he was indignant that Dumer should have seen fit to play it on him. It was also obvious that Curtis O'Keefe had a defector in his own organization, possibly someone at O'Keefe headquarters who was privy to high-level policy. In a way, there was ironic justice in the fact that Curtis O'Keefe, who used espionage as a business tool, should be spied upon himself. "Just how are the terms better, and by whom are they offered?"
"To reply to the second question first, at present I am not at liberty to say."
Warren Trent snorted. "I do business with people I can see, not ghosts."
"I am no ghost," Dumer reminded him. "Moreover, you have the bank's assurance that the offer I am empowered to make is bona fide, and that the parties whom the bank represents have unimpeachable credentials."
Still irked by the stratagem of a few moments earlier, the hotel proprietor said, "Let's get to the point."
"I was about to do so."
The banker shuffled his notes.
"Basically, the valuation which my principals place upon this hotel is identical with that of the O'Keefe Corporation."
"That's hardly surprising, since you had O'Keefe's figures."
"In other respects, however, there are several significant differences."
For the first time since the beginning of the interview, Warren Trent was conscious of a mounting interest in what the banker had to say.
"First, my principals have no wish that you should sever your personal connection with the St. Gregory Hotel or divorce yourself from its financial structure. Second, it would be their intention, insofar as is commercially feasible, to maintain the hotel's independence and existing character."
Warren Trent gripped the arms of his chair tightly. He glanced at a wall clock to his right. It showed 11:45.
"They would, however, insist on acquiring a majority of the outstanding common shares, a reasonable requirement in the circumstances, to provide effective management control. You yourself would thus revert to the status of largest minority stockholder. A further requirement would be your immediate resignation as president and managing director. Could I trouble you for a glass of water?"
Warren Trent filled a single glass from the thermos jug on his desk. "What do you have in mind? That I become a busboy? Or perhaps assistant doorman?"
"Scarcely that."
Emile Dumer sipped from the glass, then regarded it.
"It has always struck me as quite remarkable how our muddy Mississippi can become such pleasant-tasting water."
"Get on with it."
The banker smiled. "My principals propose that immediately following your resignation you be appointed chairman of the board, initially for a 2-year term."
"A mere figurehead, I suppose."
"Perhaps, but it would seem to me that there are worse things. Or perhaps you'd prefer the figurehead to be Mr. Curtis O'Keefe."
The hotel proprietor was silent.
"I am further instructed to inform you that my principals will match any offer of a personal nature concerning accommodation here which you may have received from the O'Keefe Corporation. Now, as to the question of stock transference and refinancing, I'd like to go into that in some detail."
As the banker talked on, closely consulting his notes, Warren Trent had a sense of weariness and unreality. Out of memory, an incident came to him from long ago. Once, as a small boy, he had attended a country fair, clutching a few hoarded pennies to spend on the mechanical rides. There had been one that he had ventured on, a cakewalk. It was a form of amusement, he supposed, which had long since passed into limbo. He remembered it as a platform with a multi-hinged floor which moved continually, now up, now down, now tilting forward, backward, forward, so that perspective was never level, and for the cost of a penny one had an imminent chance of falling before attaining the far end. Beforehand it had seemed exciting, but he remembered that nearing the finish of the cakewalk he had wanted, more than anything else, merely to get off. The past weeks had been like a cakewalk, too. At the beginning he had been confident. Then, abruptly, the floor had canted away beneath him. It had risen, as hope revived, then slanted away again. Near the end, the Journeymen's Union held a promise of stability. Then, abruptly, that too had collapsed on lunatic hinges. Now, unexpectedly, the cakewalk had stabilized once more, and all he wanted to do was get off. Later on, Warren Trent knew, his feelings would change, his personal interest in the hotel reviving as it always had. But for the moment he was conscious only of relief that, one way or another, the burden of responsibility was shifting on. Along with relief was curiosity. Who, among the city's business leaders, was behind Emile Dumer? Who might care enough to run the financial risk of maintaining the St. Gregory as a traditionally independent house? Mark Prescott, perhaps? Could the department store chieftain be seeking to augment his already widespread interests? Warren Trent recalled having heard from someone, during the past few days, that Mark Prescott was in Rome. That might account for the indirect approach. Well, whoever it was, he supposed he would learn soon enough. The stock transaction which the banker was spelling out was fair. Compared with the offer from O'Keefe, Warren Trent's personal cash settlement would be smaller, but offset by a retained equity in the hotel. In contrast, the O'Keefe terms would cast him adrift from the St. Gregory's affairs entirely. As to an appointment as chairman of the board, while it might be a token post only, devoid of power, he would at least be an inside, privileged spectator to whatever might ensue. Nor was the prestige to be dismissed lightly. "That," Emile Dumer concluded, "is the sum and substance. As to the offer's integrity, I have already stated that it is guaranteed by the bank. Furthermore,
I am prepared to give you a notarized letter of intention this afternoon to that effect."
"And completion, if I agree?"
The banker pursed his lips, considering. "There is no reason why papers could not be drawn quickly, besides which the matter of the impending mortgage expiry lends some urgency. I would say completion tomorrow at this time."
"And also at that time, no doubt, I would be told the purchaser's identity."
"That," Emile Dumer conceded, "would be essential to the transaction."
"If tomorrow, why not now?"
The banker shook his head. "I am bound by my instructions." Briefly, in Warren Trent's mind, his old ill temper flared. He was tempted to insist on revelation as a condition of assent. Then reason argued, did it matter, providing the stipulations pledged were met? Disputation, too, would involve effort to which he felt unequal. Once more, the weariness of a few minutes earlier engulfed him. He sighed, then said simply, "I accept." 9. Incredulously, wrathfully, Curtis O'Keefe faced Warren Trent. "You have the effrontery to stand there telling me you've sold elsewhere!" They were in the living room of O'Keefe's suite. Immediately following the departure of Emile Dumer, Christine Francis had telephoned to make the appointment which Warren Trent was keeping now. Dodo, her expression uncertain, hovered behind O'Keefe.
"You may call it effrontery," Warren Trent replied. "As far as I'm concerned, it's information. You may also be interested to know that I have not sold entirely, but have retained a substantial interest in the hotel."
"Then you'll lose it!" O'Keefe's face flushed with rage. It had been many years since anything he wished to buy had been denied him. Even now, obsessed with bitterness and disappointment, he could not believe the rejection to be true. "By God, I swear I'll break you!" Dodo reached out. Her hand touched O'Keefe's sleeve. "Curtie!" He wrenched his arm free. "Shut up!" A vein pulsed visibly across his temples. His hands were clenched. "You're excited, Curtie. You shouldn't—" "Damn you, keep out of this!" Dodo's eyes went appealingly to Warren Trent. They had the effect of curbing Trent's own temper, which had been about to erupt. He told O'Keefe, "You may do what you please, but I'd remind you you have no divine right of purchase. Also, you came here of your own accord with no invitation from me." "You'll rue this day. You and the others, whoever they are. I'll build. I'll drive this hotel down and out of business. Every vestige of my planning will be directed at smashing this place, and you with it."
"If either of us live so long."
Having contained himself already, Warren Trent felt his own self-control increase as O'Keefe's diminished.
"We may not see it happen, of course, because what you intend will take time. Also, the new people here may give you a run for your money."
It was an uninformed prediction, but he hoped it would prove true. O'Keefe raged. "Get out!"
Warren Trent said, "This is my house still. While you are my guest, you have certain privileges in your own rooms. I'd suggest, though, you don't abuse them."
With a slight, courteous bow to Dodo, he went out. "Curtie," Dodo said. O'Keefe did not appear to hear. He was breathing heavily. "Curtie, are you all right?" "Must you ask stupid questions? Of course I'm all right." He stormed the length of the room and back. "It's only a hotel, Curtie. You got so many others." "I want this one." "That old man, it's the only one he's got." "Oh, yes, of course you'd see it that way. Disloyally, stupidly." His voice was high, hysterical. Dodo, frightened, had never known him in a mood so uncontrolled before. "Please, Curtie." "I'm surrounded by fools. Fools, fools, fools. You're a fool. It's why I'm getting rid of you, replacing you with someone else." He regretted the words the instant they were out. Their impact, even upon himself, was of shock, snuffing out his anger like a suddenly doused flame. There was a second of silence before he mumbled, "I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have said that." Dodo's eyes were misty. She touched her hair abstractedly in the gesture he had noticed earlier.
"I guess I knew, Curdy. You didn't have to tell me."
She went into the adjoining suite, closing the door behind her. 10. An unexpected bonus had revived the spirits of Keycase Milne. During the morning, Keycase had returned his strategic purchases of yesterday to the Maison Blanche department store. There was no difficulty, and he received prompt, courteous refunds. This, at the same time, relieved him of an encumbrance and filled an otherwise empty hour. There were still several more hours to wait, however, until the specially made key, ordered yesterday from the Irish Channel locksmith, would be ready for collection. He was on the point of leaving the Maison Blanche store when his good fortune occurred. At a main-floor counter, a well-dressed woman shopper, fumbling for a credit card, dropped a ring of keys. Neither she nor anyone else but Keycase, it seemed, observed the loss. Keycase loitered, inspecting neckties at a neighboring counter, until the woman moved on. He walked the length of the other counter, then, as if seeing the keys for the first time, stopped to pick them up. He observed at once that, as well as car keys, there were several others which looked as if they fitted house locks. Even more significant was something else which his experienced eyes had spotted initially, a miniature auto license tag. It was the kind mailed to car owners by disabled veterans, providing a return service for lost keys. The tag showed a Louisiana license number. Holding the keys plainly in sight, Keycase hurried after the woman, who was leaving the store. If his action of a moment earlier had been observed, it was now obvious that he was hastening to restore the keys to their owner. But on joining the press of pedestrians on Canal Street, he palmed the keys and transferred them to a pocket. The woman was still in sight. Keycase followed her at a cautious distance. After 2 blocks, she crossed Canal Street and entered a beauty parlor. From outside, Keycase saw her approach a receptionist, who consulted an appointment book, after which the woman sat down to wait. With a sense of elation, Keycase hurried to a telephone. A local telephone call established that the information he sought was obtainable from the state capitol at Baton Rouge. Keycase made the long-distance call, asking for the motor vehicle division. The operator answering knew at once the extension he required. Holding the keys in front of him, Keycase read out the license number from the miniature tag. A bored clerk informed him that the car was registered to one F.R. Drummond, with an address in the Lakeview district of New Orleans. In Louisiana, as in other states and provinces of North America, motor vehicle ownership was a matter of public record, obtainable in most instances by no greater effort than a telephone call. It was a nugget of knowledge which Keycase had used advantageously before. He made one more telephone call, dialing the listed number for F.R. Drummond. As he had hoped, after prolonged ringing, there was no answer. It was necessary to move speedily. Keycase calculated that he had an hour, perhaps a little more. He hailed a taxi, which took him quickly to where his car was parked. From there, with the aid of a street map, he drove to Lakeview, locating without difficulty the address he had jotted down. He surveyed the house from half a block away. It was a well-cared-for 2-story residence with a double garage and spacious garden. The driveway was sheltered by a large cypress tree, fortuitously blocking the view from neighboring houses on either side. Keycase drove his car boldly under the tree and walked to the front door. It opened easily to the first key he tried. Inside, the house was silent. He called out loudly, "Anybody home?" If there had been an answer, he was ready with a prepared excuse about the door being ajar and having come to the wrong address. There was none. He scouted the main floor rooms quickly, then went upstairs. There were 4 bedrooms, all unoccupied. In a closet of the largest were 2 fur coats. He pulled them out, piling them on the bed. Another closet revealed suitcases. Keycase selected a large one and bundled the furs in. A dressing table drawer yielded a jewelry box, which he emptied into the suitcase, adding a movie camera, binoculars, and a portable radio. He closed the case and carried it downstairs, then reopened it to add a silver bowl and salver. A tape recorder, which he noticed at the last moment, he carried out to the car in one hand, the larger case in the other. In all, Key Case had been inside the house barely 10 minutes. He stowed the case and recorder in the trunk of his car and drove away. Just over an hour later, he had cached the haul in his motel room on Chef Montour Highway, parked his car once more in its downtown location, and was walking jauntily back to the St. Gregory Hotel. On the way, with a gleam of humor, he put the keys into a mailbox, as the miniature license tag requested. No doubt the tag organization would fulfill its promise and return them to their owner. The unexpected booty, Key Case calculated, would net him close to $1,000. He had a coffee and sandwich in the St. Gregory coffee shop, then walked to the Irish Channel locksmith's. The duplicate key to the presidential suite was ready, and despite the extortionate price demanded, he paid cheerfully. Returning, he was conscious of the sun shining benevolently from a cloudless sky. That, and the morning's unexpected bounty, were plainly omens, portents of success for the major mission soon to come. His old assurance, Key Case found, plus a conviction of invincibility, had seeped quietly back. 11. Across the city, in leisurely disorder, the chimes of New Orleans were ringing the noon hour. Their melodies and counterpoint came dimly through the 9th-floor window, closed and sealed for effective air conditioning, of the presidential suite. The Duke of Croydon, unsteadily pouring a scotch and soda, his fourth since mid-morning, heard the bells and glanced at his watch for confirmation of their message. He shook his head unbelievingly and muttered,
"That's all. Longest day ever remember living."
"Eventually it will end." From a sofa where she had been attempting unsuccessfully to concentrate on W. H. Auden's poems, his wife's rejoinder was less severe than most of her responses of the past several days. The waiting period since the previous night, with the awareness that Ogilvy and the incriminating car were somewhere to the north, but where, had been a strain on the Duchess, too. It was now 19 hours since the Croydons' last contact with the chief house officer, and there had been no word of a development of any kind.
"For God's sake, couldn't the fellow telephone?"
The Duke paced the living room agitatedly, as he had off and on since early morning.
"We agreed there should be no communication," the Duchess reminded him, still mildly. "It's a good deal safer that way. Besides, if the car's hidden for the daytime, as we hoped, he's probably remaining out of sight."
The Duke of Croydon pored over an opened Esso road map, examining it as he had countless times already. His finger traced a circle around the area surrounding Macon, Mississippi. He said, half to himself,
"It's close, still so infernally close, and all of today, just waiting.
Moving away from the map, he muttered,
"Fellow could be discovered."
"Obviously he hasn't been, or we would have heard, one way or another."
Beside the Duchess was a copy of the afternoon States item. She had sent their secretary down to the lobby for an early edition. As well, they had listened to hourly radio news broadcasts throughout the morning. A radio was turned on softly now, but the announcer was describing damage from a summer storm in Massachusetts, and the preceding item had been a White House statement on Vietnam. Both the newspaper and earlier broadcasts had referred to the hit-and-run investigation, but merely to note that it was continuing, and nothing new had come to light.
"There were only a few hours for driving last night," the Duchess continued, as if to reassure herself. "Tonight it will be different. He can start immediately, it's dark, and by tomorrow morning everything should be safe."
"Safe?"
Her husband returned morosely to his drink.
"I suppose it's the sensible thing to care about. Not what happened. That woman, the child. There were pictures. Suppose you saw."
"We've been over that. It won't do any good again."
He appeared not to have heard.
"Funeral today, this afternoon. at least could go."
"You can't, and you know you won't."
There was a heavy silence in the elegant, spacious room. It was broken abruptly by the jangle of the telephone. They faced each other, neither attempting to answer. The muscles of the Duke's face jerked spasmodically. The bell sounded again, then stopped. Through intervening doors they heard the voice of the secretary indistinctly, answering on an extension. A moment later the secretary knocked and came in diffidently. He glanced toward the Duke. "Your Grace, it's one of the local newspapers. They say that they have had—" He hesitated at an unfamiliar term. "A flash bulletin which appears to concern you." With an effort, the Duchess recovered her poise. "I will take the call. Hang up the extension." She picked up the telephone near her. Only a close observer would have noticed that her hands were trembling. She waited for the click as the extension was replaced, then announced, "The Duchess of Croydon speaking." A man's crisp voice responded, "Ma'am, this is the States Item City Desk. We've a flash from Associated Press that there's just been a follow-up." The voice stopped. "Pardon me," she heard the speaker say irritably. "Where in hell is that? Hey, toss over that flimsy, Andy." There was a rustle of paper, then the voice resuming, "Sorry, ma'am. I'll read this to you. London, AP. Parliamentary sources here today name the Duke of Croydon, noted British government troubleshooter, as Britain's next ambassador to Washington. Initial reaction is favorable. An official announcement is expected soon." "There's more, ma'am. I won't bother you with it. Why we called was to see if your husband has a statement. Then, with your permission, we'd like to send a photographer to the hotel." Momentarily, the Duchess closed her eyes, letting waves of relief, like soothing anodynes, wash over her. The voice on the telephone cut in. "Ma'am, are you still there?" "Yes." She forced her mind to function. "About a statement. What we'd like—" "At the moment," the Duchess injected, "my husband has no statement, nor will he have unless and until the appointment is officially confirmed. In that case, the same applies to photography." The voice sounded disappointed. "We'll run what we have, of course, in the next edition." "That is your privilege." "Meanwhile, if there is an official announcement, we'd like to be in touch." "Should that occur, I'm sure my husband will be glad to meet the press." "Then we may telephone again?" "Please do." After replacing the telephone, the Duchess of Croydon sat upright and unmoving. At length, a slight smile hovering around her lips, she said, "It's happened. Geoffrey has succeeded." Her husband stared incredulously. He moistened his lips. "Washington?" She repeated the gist of the AP bulletin. "The leak was probably deliberate, to test reaction. It's favorable." "I wouldn't have believed that even your brother—" "His influence helped. Undoubtedly there were other reasons. Timing. Someone with your kind of background was needed. Politics fitted. Don't forget either that we knew the possibility existed. Fortunately, everything chanced to fall together." "Now that it's happened—" He stopped, unwilling to complete the thought. "Now that it's happened, what?" "I wonder, can I carry it through?" "You can, and you will. We will." He moved his head doubtfully. "There was a time—" "There is still a time." The Duchess's voice sharpened with authority. "Later today you will be obliged to meet the press. There will be other things. It will be necessary for you to be coherent and remain so." He nodded slowly. "Do best I can." He lifted his glass to sip. "No!" The Duchess rose. She removed the tumbler from her husband's fingers and walked to the bathroom. He heard the contents of the glass being poured into the sink. Returning, she announced, "There will be no more, you understand? No more whatever." He seemed about to protest, then acknowledged, "Suppose, only way." "If you'd like me to take away the bottles, pour out this one." He shook his head. "I'll manage." Perceptibly, with an effort of will, He brought his thoughts to focus. With the same chameleon quality he had exhibited the day before, there seemed more strength in his features than a moment earlier. His voice was steady as he observed, "It's very good news."
"Yes," the Duchess said. "It can mean a new beginning."
He took a half-step toward her, then changed his mind. Whatever the new beginning, he was well aware it would not include that. His wife was already reasoning aloud.
"It will be necessary to revise our plans about Chicago. From now on, your movements will be the subject of close attention. If we go there together, it will be reported prominently in the Chicago press. It could arouse curiosity when the car is taken in for repair."
"One of us must go," the Duchess said decisively.
"I shall go alone. I can change my appearance a little, wear glasses. If I'm careful, I can escape attention."
Her eyes went to a small attaché case beside the secretaire.
"I will take the remainder of the money and do whatever else is needed."
"You're assuming that man will get to Chicago safely. He hasn't yet." Her eyes widened as if remembering a forgotten nightmare. She whispered,
"Oh, God! Now, above all else, he must! He must!"
12. Shortly after lunch, Peter McDermott managed to slip away to his apartment, where he changed from the formal business suit he wore most of the time in the hotel to linen slacks and a lightweight jacket. He returned briefly to his office to sign letters, which, on the way out, he deposited on Flora's desk. "I'll be back late this afternoon," he told her. Then, as an afterthought, "Did you discover anything about Ogilvy?" His secretary shook her head.
"Not really. You asked me to find out if Mr. Ogilvy told anyone where he was going. Well, he didn't."
Peter grunted. "I didn't really expect he would."
"There's just one thing."
Flora hesitated.
"It's probably not important, but it seemed a little strange."
"What?"
"The car Mr. Ogilvy used, you said it was a Jaguar?"
"Yes."
"It belongs to the Duke and Duchess of Croydon."
"Are you sure someone hasn't made a mistake?"
"I wondered about that," Flora said, "so I asked the garage to double-check. They told me to talk to a man named Kolkmer, who's the garage night checker."
"Yes, I know him."
"He was on duty last night, and I phoned him at home. He says Mr. Ogilvy had written authority from the Duchess of Croydon to take the car."
Peter shrugged. "Then I guess there's nothing wrong." It was strange, though, to think of Ogilvy using the Croydon's car. Even stranger that there should be any kind of rapport between the Duke and Duchess and the uncouth house officer. Obviously, Flora had been considering the same thing. He inquired, "Has the car come back?" Flora shook her head negatively.
"I wondered if I should check with the Duchess of Croydon. Then I thought I'd ask you first."
"I'm glad you did." He supposed it would be simple enough to ask the Croydons if they knew Ogilvy's destination. Since Ogilvy had their car, it seemed probable they would. All the same, he hesitated. After his own skirmish with the Duchess on Monday night, Peter was reluctant to risk another misunderstanding, especially since any kind of inquiry might be resented as a personal intrusion. There was also the embarrassing admission to be made that the hotel had no knowledge of the whereabouts of its chief house officer. He told Flora, "Let's leave it for the time being." There was another piece of unfinished business, Peter remembered. Herbie Chandler. This morning he had intended to inform Warren Trent of the statements made yesterday by Dixon, Dumer, and the others, implicating the bell captain in events leading up to Monday night's attempted rape. However, the hotel owner's obvious preoccupation made him decide against it. Now Peter supposed he had better see Chandler himself. "Find out if Herbie Chandler's on duty this evening," he instructed Flora. "If he is, tell him I'd like to see him here at 6 o'clock. If not, tomorrow morning." Leaving the executive suite, Peter descended to the lobby. A few minutes later, from the comparative gloom of the hotel, he stepped out into the brilliant, early afternoon sunlight of St. Charles Street.
"Peter, I'm here."
Turning his head, he saw Marcia waving from the driver's seat of a white convertible, the car wedged into a line of waiting cabs. An alert hotel doorman briskly preceded Peter and opened the car door. As Peter slid into the seat beside Marcia, he saw a trio of cab drivers grin, and one gave a long wolf whistle.
"Hi," Marcia said. "If you hadn't come, I was going to have to pick up a fare."
In a light summer dress, she appeared as delectable as ever, but for all the light-hearted greeting, he sensed a shyness, perhaps because of what had passed between them the night before. Impulsively, he took her hand and squeezed it.
"I like that," she assured him, "even though I promised my father I'd use both hands to drive."
With help from the taxi drivers, who moved forward and back to create a space, she eased the convertible out into traffic. It seemed, Peter reflected as they waited for a green light at Canal Street, that he was constantly being driven about New Orleans by attractive women. Was it only 3 days ago that he had ridden with Christine in the Volkswagen to her apartment? That was the same night he had met Marcia for the first time. It seemed longer than 3 days, perhaps because a proposal of marriage by Marcia had occurred in the meantime. In the reality of daylight, he wondered if she had had more rational second thoughts. Though either way, he decided he would say nothing unless she revived the subject herself. There was an excitement, just the same, in being close together, especially remembering their parting moments of the night before. The kiss, tender, then with mounting passion as restraint dissolved. The breathless moment when he had thought of Marcia not as a girl, but as a woman, had held her tightly, sensing the urgent promise of her body. He watched her covertly now, her eager youthfulness, the lissome movement of her limbs, the slightness of her figure beneath the thin dress. If he reached out, he checked the impulse, though reluctantly. In the same self-chastening vein, he reminded himself that all his adult life so far, the immediacy of women had clouded his own judgment, precipitating indiscretions. Marcia glanced sideways, diverting her attention from the traffic ahead.
"What were you thinking about just then?"
"History," he lied. "Where do we start?"
"The old St. Louis cemetery. You haven't been there?"
Peter shook his head. "I've never put cemeteries high on my list of things to do."
"In New Orleans, you should."
It was a short drive to Basin Street. Marcia parked neatly on the south side, and they crossed the boulevard to the walled cemetery, St. Louis No. 1, with its ancient pillared entrance.
"A lot of history begins here," Marcia said, taking Peter's arm. "In the early 1700s, when New Orleans was founded by the French, the land was mostly swamp. It would still be swamp even now, if it weren't for the levees, which keep the river out."
"I know it's a wet city underneath," he agreed. "In the hotel basement, 24 hours a day, we pump our wastewater up, not down, to meet the city sewers."
"It used to be a whole lot wetter. Even in dry places, water was just 3 feet down, so when a grave was dug, it flooded before anyone could put a coffin in. There are stories that gravediggers used to stand on coffins to force them down. Sometimes they punched holes in the wood to make the coffin sink. People used to say, if you weren't really dead, you'd drown."
"Sounds like a horror movie."
"Some books say the smell of dead bodies used to seep into the drinking water."
She made a grimace of distaste.
"Anyway, later on there was a law that all burials had to be above the ground."
They began to walk between rows of uniquely constructed tombs. The cemetery was unlike any other Peter had ever seen. Marcia gestured around them.
"This is what happened after the law was passed. In New Orleans, we call these places cities of the dead."
I could understand why. It was like a city, he thought. The streets irregular, with tombs in the style of miniature houses, brick and stuccoed, some with ironwork balconies and narrow sidewalks. The house had several floors or levels. An absence of windows was the only consistent feature, but in their place were countless tiny doorways. He pointed. "They're like apartment entrances."
They are apartments, really, and most on short leases.
He looked at her curiously.
The tombs are divided into sections,
Marcia explained.
The ordinary family tombs have 2 to 6 sections, the bigger ones more. Each section has its own little door. When there's to be a funeral, ahead of time one of the doorways is opened up. The coffin already inside is emptied, and the remains from it pushed to the back, where they fall through a slot into the ground. The old coffin is burned, and the new one put in. It's left for a year, then the same thing happens.
Just a year? A voice behind said, "'S all it needs. Times, though, it's longer, if the next to go ain't in a hurry. Cockroaches help some." They turned. An elderly barrel-shaped man in stained denim coveralls regarded them cheerfully. Removing an ancient straw hat, he mopped his bald head with a red silk handkerchief. "Hot, ain't it? A lot cooler in there." He slapped his hand familiarly against a tomb. "If it's all one to you," Peter said, "I'll settle for the heat." The other chuckled. "Get you anyhow in the end. Howdy, Miss Prescott."
"Hello, Mr. Cullity," Marcia said. "This is Mr. McDermott."
The sexton nodded agreeably. "Taking a look at the family snuggery?"
"We were going to," Marcia said.
"This way, then." Over his shoulder he called out, "We cleaned her up a week or 2 back. Looking mighty good now." As they threaded their way through the narrow, make-believe streets, Peter had an impression of ancient dates and names. Their guide pointed to a smoldering pile of rubble in an open space. "Having a bit of a burn-up." Peter could see portions of coffin amid the smoke. They stopped before a 6-sectioned tomb, built like a traditional Creole house. It was painted white, and in better repair than most around it. On weathered marble tablets were many names, mostly of Prescott's.
"We're an old family," Marcia said. "It must be getting crowded down among the dust."
Sunshine slanted brightly on the tomb. "Purty, ain't it?" The sexton stood back admiringly, then pointed to a doorway near the top. "That's the next one for opening, Miss Prescott. Your daddy'll go in there." He touched another in a second tier. "That'll be for you. Doubt, though, I'll be the one to put you in." He stopped, then added contemplatively, "Come sooner than we want for all of us. Don't do neither to waste no time. No, sir." Mopping his head once more, he ambled off. Despite the heat of the day, Peter shivered. The thought of earmarking a place of death for someone so young as Marcia troubled him.
"It's not as morbid as it seems."
Marcia's eyes were on his face, and he was aware once more of her ability to understand his thoughts.
"It's simply that here we're brought up to see all this as part of us."
He nodded. Just the same, he had had enough of this place of death. They were on the way out, near the Basin Street gate, when Marcia put a hand on his arm restrainingly. The line of cars had stopped immediately outside. As their doors opened, people emerged and were gathering on the sidewalk. From their appearance, it was obvious that a funeral procession was about to come in. Marcia whispered,
"Peter, we'll have to wait."
They moved away, still within sight of the gates, but less conspicuously. Now the group on the sidewalk parted, making way for a small cortege. A sallow man with the unctuous bearing of an undertaker came first. He was followed by a priest. Behind the priest was a group of 6 pallbearers, moving slowly, a heavy coffin on their shoulders. Behind them, 4 others carried a tiny white coffin. On it was a single spray of oleanders.
"Oh, no,"
Marcia said. Peter gripped her hand tightly. The priest intoned, "May the angels take you into paradise. May the martyrs come to welcome you on your way and lead you into the holy city, Jerusalem." A group of mourners followed the second coffin. In front, walking alone, was a youngish man. He wore an ill-fitting black suit and carried a hat awkwardly. His eyes seemed riveted on the tiny coffin. Tears coursed his cheeks. In the group behind, an older woman sobbed, supported by another. "May the choir of angels welcome you, and with Lazarus, who was once poor, may you have everlasting rest." Marcia whispered,
"It's the people who were killed in that hit and run. There was a mother, a little girl. It was in the newspapers."
He saw that she was crying. "I know." Peter had a sense of being part of this scene, of sharing its grief. The earlier chance encounter of Monday night had been grim and stark. Now the sense of tragedy seemed closer, more intimately real. He felt his own eyes moisten as the cortege moved on. Behind the family mourners were others. To his surprise, Peter recognized a face. At first he was unable to identify its owner, then realized it was Saul Natchez, the elderly room service waiter suspended from duty after the dispute with the Duke and Duchess of Croydon on Monday night. Peter had sent for Natchez on Tuesday morning and conveyed Warren Trent's edict to spend the rest of the week away from the hotel, with pay. Natchez looked across now to where Peter and Marcia were standing, but gave no sign of recognition. The funeral procession moved farther into the cemetery and out of sight. They waited until all the mourners and spectators had followed it. "We can go now," Marcia said. Unexpectedly, a hand touched Peter's arm. Turning, he saw it was Saul Natchez. So he had observed them after all. "I saw you watching, Mr. McDermott. Did you know the family?" "No," Peter said. "We were here by chance." He introduced Marcia. She asked, "You didn't wait for the end of the service?" The old man shook his head. "Sometimes there's just so much you can bear to watch." "You knew the family then?" "Very well. It's a sad, sad thing." Peter nodded. There seemed nothing else to say. Natchez said, "I didn't get to say it Tuesday, Mr. McDermott, but I appreciate what you did, in speaking up for me, I mean." "It's all right, Saul. I didn't think you were to blame." "It's a funny thing when you think about it." The old man looked at Marcia, then Peter. He seemed reluctant to leave. "What's funny?" Peter asked. "All this. The accident." Natchez gestured in the direction the cortege had gone. "It must have happened just before I had that bit of trouble Monday night. Just think, while you and me were talking." "Yes," Peter said. He felt disinclined to explain his own experience later at the accident scene. "I meant to ask, Mr. McDermott, was anything more said about that business with the Duke and Duchess?" "Nothing at all." Peter supposed that Natchez found it a relief, as he himself did, to consider something other than the funeral. The waiter ruminated. "I thought about it a lot after. Seemed almost as if they went out of their way to make a fuss. Couldn't figure it out. Still can't." Natchez, Peter remembered, had said much the same thing on Monday night. The waiter's exact words came back to him. Natchez had been speaking of the Duchess of Croydon. "She jogged my arm. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was deliberate." And later Peter had had the same general impression, that the Duchess wanted the incident remembered. What was it she had said? Something about spending a quiet evening in the suite, then taking a walk around the block. They had just come back, she said. Peter recalled wondering at the time why she had made such a point of it. Then the Duke of Croydon had mumbled something about leaving his cigarettes in the car, and the Duchess had snapped back at him. The Duke had left his cigarettes in the car. But if the Croydons had stayed in the suite, then merely walked around the block. Of course, the cigarettes might have been left earlier in the day. Somehow Peter didn't think so. Oblivious of the other two, he concentrated. Why did the Croydons wish to conceal the use of their car on Monday night? Why create an appearance, apparently false, of having spent the evening in the hotel? Was the complaint about spilled shrimp Creole a staged device, deliberately involving Natchez, then Peter, intended to uphold this fiction? Except for the Duke's chance remark, which angered the Duchess, Peter would have accepted it as true. Why conceal the use of their car? Natchez had said a moment ago, "It's a funny thing. The accident must have happened just before I had that bit of trouble." The Croydon's car was a Jaguar. Ogilvy. He had a sudden memory of the Jaguar emerging from the garage last night. As it stopped, momentarily under a light, there had been something strange. He recalled noticing. But what? With an awful coldness he remembered. It was the fender and headlight. Both were damaged. For the first time, the significance of police bulletins of the past few days struck home. "Peter," Marcia said, "you've suddenly gone white." He scarcely heard. It was essential to get away, to be somewhere alone where he could think. He must reason carefully, logically, unhurriedly. Above all, there must be no hasty, ready-made conclusions. There were pieces of a puzzle. Superficially, they appeared to relate, but they must be considered, reconsidered, arranged, and rearranged, perhaps discarded. The idea was impossible. It was simply too fantastic to be true. And yet, as if from a distance, he heard Marcia's voice. "Peter, something's wrong. What is it?" Saul Natchez, too, was looking at him strangely. "Marcia," Peter said, "I can't tell you now, but I have to go." "Go where?" "Back to the hotel. I'm sorry. I'll try to explain later." Her voice showed disappointment. "I'd planned we'd have tea." "Please believe me. It's important." "If you must go, I'll drive you." "No." Driving with Marcia would involve talking, explanations. "Please, I'll call you later." He left them standing, bewildered, looking after him. Outside, on Basin Street, he hailed a cruising cab. He had told Marcia that he was going to the hotel, but changing his mind, he gave the driver the address of his apartment. It would be quieter there. To think, to decide what he should do. It was approaching late afternoon when Peter McDermott summarized his reasoning. He told himself, when you added something 20, 30, 40 times, when every time the conclusion you arrived at was the same, when the issue was the kind of issue you are facing now, with all of this, your own responsibility was inescapable. Since leaving Marcia an hour and a half ago, he had remained in his apartment. He had forced himself, subduing agitation and an impulse for haste, to think rationally, carefully, unexcitedly. He had reviewed, point by point, the accumulated incidents since Monday night. He had searched for alternatives of explanation, both for single happenings and the accumulation of them all. He found none that offered either consistency or sense, save the awful conclusion he had reached so suddenly this afternoon. Now the reasoning had ended. A decision must be made. He contemplated placing all that he knew and conjectured before Warren Trent. Then he dismissed the idea as being cowardly, a shirking of his own responsibility. Whatever was to be done, he must do alone. There was a sense of the fitness of things to be served. He changed quickly from his light suit to a darker one. Leaving, he took a taxi the few blocks to the hotel. From the lobby he walked, acknowledging salutations, to his office on the main mezzanine. Flora had left for the day. There was a pile of messages on his desk, which he ignored. He sat quietly for a moment in the silent office, contemplating what he must do. Then he lifted the telephone, waited for a line, and dialed the number of the city police. 13. The persistent buzzing of a mosquito, which had somehow found its way into the Jaguar's interior, woke Ogilvy during the afternoon. He came awake slowly, and at first had difficulty remembering where he was. Then the sequence of events came back. The departure from the hotel, the drive in early morning darkness, the alarm, unfounded, his decision to wait out the day before resuming the journey north, and finally, the rutted, grassy track with a cluster of trees at its end where he had concealed the car. The hideaway had apparently been well chosen. A glance at his watch showed that he had slept, uninterrupted, for almost 8 hours. With consciousness also came intense discomfort. The car was stifling, his body stiff and aching from confinement in the cramped rear seat. His mouth was dry and tasted foully. He was thirsty and ravenously hungry. With grunts of anguish, Ogilvy eased his bulk to a sitting position and opened the car door. Immediately he was surrounded by a dozen more mosquitoes. He brushed them away, then glanced around, taking time to reorient himself, comparing what he saw now with his impressions of the place this morning. Then it had been barely light and cool. Now the sun was high, and even under the shade of the trees, the heat intense. Moving to the edge of the trees, he could see the distant main road, with heat waves shimmering above it. Early this morning there had been no traffic. Now there were several cars and trucks, moving swiftly in both directions, the sound of their motors faintly audible. Closer at hand, apart from a steady hum of insects, there was no sign of activity. Between himself and the main road were only drowsy meadows, the quiet path and the secluded clump of trees. Beneath the latter, the Jaguar remained hidden. Ogilvy relieved himself, then opened a package he had stowed in the trunk of the car before leaving the hotel. It included a thermos of coffee, several cans of beer, sandwiches, a salami sausage, a jar of pickles, and an apple pie. He ate voraciously, washing down the meal with copious draughts of beer, and later coffee. The coffee had cooled since the night before, but was strong and satisfying. While eating, he listened to the car radio, waiting for a newscast from New Orleans. When it came, there was only a brief reference to the hit-and-run investigation, to the effect that no new developments had been reported. Afterward, he decided to explore. A few hundred yards away, on the crest of a knoll, was a second clump of trees, somewhat larger than the first. He crossed an open field toward it, and on the other side of the trees found a mossy bank and a sluggish, muddy stream. Kneeling beside the stream, he made a rough toilet, and afterward felt refreshed. The grass was greener and more inviting than where the car was sheltered, and he lay down gratefully, using his suit coat for a pillow. When he was comfortably settled, Ogilvy reviewed the events of the night and the prospect ahead. Reflection confirmed his earlier conclusion that the encounter with Peter McDermott outside the hotel had been accidental and could now be dismissed. It was predictable that McDermott's reaction, on learning of the chief house officer's absence, would be explosive, but that in itself would not reveal either Ogilvy's destination or his reason for departure. Of course, it was possible that through some other cause an alarm had been raised since last night, and that even now Ogilvy and the Jaguar were being actively sought, but in light of the radio report, it seemed unlikely. On the whole, the outlook appeared bright, especially when he thought of the money already in safe keeping, and the remainder he would collect tomorrow in Chicago. Now he had only to wait for darkness. 14. The exhilarated mood of Keycase Milne persisted through the afternoon. It bolstered his confidence as, shortly after 5 p.m., he cautiously approached the presidential suite. Once more he had used the service stairs from the 8th floor to the 9th. The duplicate key, manufactured by the Irish Channel locksmith, was in his pocket. The corridor outside the presidential suite was empty. He stopped at the double leather-padded doors, listening intently, but could hear no sound. He glanced both ways down the corridor, then, with a single movement, produced the key and tried it in the lock. Beforehand he had brushed the key with powdered graphite as a lubricant. It went in, caught momentarily, then turned. Keycase opened one of the double doors an inch. There was still no sound from inside. He closed the door carefully and removed the key. It was not his purpose now to enter the suite. That would come later. Tonight. His intention had been to reconnoiter and ensure that the key was a good fit, ready for instant use whenever he chose. Later he would begin a vigil, watching for an opportunity his planning had foreseen. For now, he returned to his room on the 8th floor, and there, after setting an alarm clock, slept. 15. Outside it was growing dusk, and excusing himself, Peter McDermott got up from his desk to switch on the office lights. He returned to face once more the quietly spoken man in gray flannel seated opposite. Captain Yoles of the Detective Bureau, New Orleans Police, looked less like a policeman than anyone Peter had ever seen. He continued to listen politely, as a bank manager might consider an application for a loan, to Peter's recital of fact and surmise. Only once during the lengthy discourse had the detective interrupted to inquire if he could make a telephone call. Informed that he could, he used an extension on the far side of the office and spoke in a voice so low that Peter heard nothing of what was said. The absence of any measurable response had the effect of reviving Peter's doubts. At the end, he observed, "I'm not sure all this, or even any of it, makes sense. In fact, I'm already beginning to feel a little foolish. If more people took a chance on that, Mr. McDermott, it would make police work a lot easier." For the first time, Captain Yoles produced pencil and notebook. "If anything should come of this, naturally we'll need a full statement. Meanwhile, there are a couple of details I'd like to have. One is the license number of the car." The information was in a memo from Flora, confirming her earlier report. Peter read it aloud, and the detective copied the number down. "Thank you. The other thing is a physical description of your man Ogilvy. I know him, but I'd like to have it from you." For the first time, Peter smiled. "That's easy." As he concluded the description, the telephone rang. Peter answered, then pushed the phone across. "For you." This time he could hear the detective's end of the conversation, which consisted largely of repeating, "Yes, sir," and "I understand." At one point the detective looked up, his eyes appraisingly on Peter. He said into the telephone, "I'd say he's very dependable." A slight smile creased his face. "Worried, too." He repeated the information concerning the car number and Ogilvy's description, then hung up. Peter said, "You're right about being worried. Do you intend to contact the Duke and Duchess of Croydon?" "Not yet. We'd like a little more to go on." The detective regarded Peter thoughtfully. "Have you seen tonight's paper?" "No." "There's been a rumor, the State's item published it, that the Duke of Croydon is to be British ambassador to Washington." Peter whistled softly. "It's just been on the radio, according to my chief, that the appointment is officially confirmed." "Doesn't that mean there would be some kind of diplomatic immunity?" The detective shook his head. "Not for something that's already happened, if it happened. But a false accusation would be serious in any case, especially so in this one. It's why we're moving warily, Mr. McDermott." Peter reflected that it would go hard both for the hotel and himself if word of the investigation leaked out, with the Croydons innocent. "If it'll ease your mind a bit," Captain Yoles said, "I'll let you in on a couple of things. Our people have done some figuring since I phoned them first. They reckon your man Ogilvy may be trying to get the car out of the state, maybe to some place north. How he ties in with the Croydons, of course, we don't know." Peter said, "I couldn't guess that either. Chances are he drove last night, after you saw him, and holed up somewhere for the day. With the car the way it is, he'd know better than to try and make a run in daylight. Tonight, If he shows, we're ready. A 12-state alarm is going out right now." "Then you do take this seriously?" "I said there were two things." The detective pointed to the telephone. "One reason for that last call was to tell me we've had a state lab report on broken glass and a trim ring our people found at the accident scene last Monday. There was some difficulty about a manufacturer's specification change, which was why it took time. But we know now that the glass and trim ring are from a Jaguar." "You can really be that certain?" "We can do even better, Mr. McDermott. If we get to the car that killed the woman and child, we'll prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt." Captain Yoles rose to go, and Peter walked with him to the outer office. Peter was surprised to find Herbie Chandler waiting, then remembered his own instructions for the bell captain to report here this evening or tomorrow. After the developments of the afternoon, he was tempted to postpone what would most likely be an unpleasant session, then concluded there was nothing to be gained by putting it off. He saw the detective and Chandler exchange glances. "Good night, Captain," Peter said, and took a malicious satisfaction in observing a flicker of anxiety cross Chandler's weasel face. When the policeman had gone, Peter beckoned the bell captain into the inner office. He unlocked a drawer of his desk and took out a folder containing the statements made yesterday by Dixon, Dumer, and the other two youths. He handed them to Chandler. "I believe these will interest you. In case you should get any ideas, these are copies, and I have the originals." Chandler looked pained, then began reading. As he turned the pages, his lips tightened. Peter heard him suck in breath through his teeth. A moment later he muttered, "Bastards!" Peter snapped. "You mean because they've identified you as a pimp?" The bell captain flushed, then put down the papers. "What you gonna do?" "What I'd like to do is fire you on the spot. Because you've been here so long, I intend to place the whole thing before Mr. Trent." There was a whine to Chandler's voice as he asked, "Mr. Mack, could we talk around this for a bit?" When there was no answer, he began, "Mr. Mack, there's a lot of things go on in a place like this. If you're telling me the facts of life, about call girls and all the other rackets, I doubt if there's much I don't know already. But there's something else I know, and so do you. At certain things, managements draw the line. Supplying women to minors is one." "Mr. Mack, couldn't you, maybe this time, not go to Mr. Trent? Couldn't you just keep this between you and me?" "No." The bell captain's gaze moved shiftily around the room, then returned to Peter. His eyes were calculating. "Mr. Mack, if some people was to live and let live—" He stopped. "Yes?" "Well, sometimes it can be worthwhile." Curiosity kept Peter silent. Chandler hesitated, then deliberately unfastened the button of a tunic pocket. Reaching inside, he removed a folded envelope which he placed on the desk. Peter said, "Let me see that." Chandler pushed the envelope nearer. It was unsealed and contained 5 $100 bills. Peter inspected them curiously. "Are they real?" Chandler smirked. "They're real, all right." "I was curious to know how high you thought my price came." Peter tossed the money back. "Take it and get out." "Mr. Mack, if it's a question of a little more—" "Get out!" Peter's voice was low. He half arose in his chair. "Get out before I break your dirty little neck." As he retrieved the money and left, Herbie Chandler's face was a mask of hatred. When he was alone, Peter McDermott sat slumped, silently, behind his desk. The interviews with the policeman and Chandler had exhausted and depressed him. Of the two, he thought, the second had lowered his spirits most, probably because handling the proffered bribe had left him with a feeling of being unclean. Or had it? He thought, be honest with yourself. There had been an instant, with the money in his hands, when he was tempted to take it. $500 was a useful sum. Peter had no illusion about his own earnings compared with those of the bell captain, who undoubtedly raked in a good deal more. If it had been anyone other than Chandler, he might possibly have succumbed. Or would he? He wished he could be sure. Either way, he would not be the first hotel manager to accept a payoff from his staff. The irony, of course, was that despite Peter's insistence that the evidence against Herbie Chandler would be placed before Warren Trent, there was no guarantee that it would happen. If the hotel changed ownership abruptly, as seemed likely, Warren Trent would no longer be concerned. Nor might Peter himself be around. With the advent of new management, the records of senior staff would undoubtedly be examined, and, in his own case, the old unsavory Waldorf scandal disinterred. Had he yet, Peter wondered, lived that down? Well, there was every likelihood he would find out soon. He returned his attention to the present. On his desk was a printed form, which Flora had left, with a late afternoon house count. For the first time since coming in, he studied the figures. They showed that the hotel was filling, and tonight, it seemed, there was a certainty of another full house. If the St. Gregory was going down to defeat, at least it was doing so to the sound of trumpets. As well as the house count and telephone messages, there was a fresh pile of mail and memos. Peter skimmed through them all, deciding that there was nothing which could not be left until tomorrow. Beneath the memos was a manila folder which he opened. It was the proposed master catering plan which the sous chef, Andre Lemieux, had given him yesterday. Peter had begun studying the plan this morning. Glancing at his watch, he decided to continue his reading before making an evening tour of the hotel. He settled down, the precisely handwritten pages and carefully drawn charts spread out before him. As he read on, his admiration for the young sous chef grew. The presentation appeared masterly, revealing a broad grasp both of the hotel's problems and the potentialities of its restaurant business. It angered Peter that the chef de cuisine, M. Hebron, had, according to Lemieux, dismissed the proposals entirely. True, some conclusions were arguable, and Peter disagreed himself with a few of Lemieux's ideas. At first glance, too, a number of estimated costs seemed optimistic, but these were minor. The important thing was that a fresh and clearly competent brain had brooded over present deficiencies in food management and come up with suggested remedies. Equally obvious was that unless the St. Gregory made better use of Andre Lemieux's considerable talents, he would soon take them elsewhere. Peter returned the plan and charts to their folder with a sense of pleasure that someone in the hotel should possess the kind of enthusiasm for his work which Lemieux had shown. He decided that he would like to tell Andre Lemieux his impressions, even though, with the hotel in its present uncertain state, there seemed nothing more that Peter could do. A telephone call elicited the information that this evening the chef de cuisine was absent through continued sickness, and that the sous chef, Monsieur Lemieux, was in charge. Preserving protocol, Peter left a message that he was coming down to the kitchen now. Andre Lemieux was waiting at the doorway from the main dining room.
"Come in, monsieur. You are welcome."
Leading the way into the noisy, steaming kitchen, the young sous chef shouted close to Peter's ear,
"You find us, as the musicians say, near the crescendo."
In contrast to the comparative quietness of yesterday afternoon, the atmosphere now, in early evening, was pandemonic. With a full shift on duty, chefs in starched whites, their assistant cooks, and juniors seemed to have sprouted like daisies in a field. Around them, through gusts of steam and waves of heat, sweating kitchen helpers noisily hefted trays, pans, and cauldrons, while others thrust trolleys recklessly, all dodging each other as well as hurrying waiters and waitresses, the latter's serving trays held high. On steam tables, the day's dinner menu dishes were being proportioned and served for delivery to dining rooms. Special orders, from a la carte menus and for room service, were being prepared by fast-moving cooks whose arms and hands seemed everywhere at once. Waiters hovered, questioning progress of their orders as cooks barked back. Other waiters, with loaded trays, moved quickly past the two austere women checkers at elevated billing registers. From the soup section, vapor rose swirling as giant cauldrons bubbled. Not far away, 2 specialist cooks arranged, with dexterous fingers, canopies and hot hors d'oeuvres. Beyond them, an anxious pastry chef supervised desserts. Occasionally, as oven doors clanged open, a reflection of flames flashed over concentrating faces, with the oven's interiors like a glimpse of hell. Overall, assailing ears and nostrils was the clatter of plates, the inviting odor of food, and the sweet, fresh fragrance of brewing coffee.
"When we are busiest, monsieur, we are the proudest, or should be, if one did not look beneath the cabbage leaf."
"I've read your report." Peter returned the folder to the sous chef, then followed him into the glass-paneled office where the noise was muted. "I like your ideas. I'd argue a few points, but not many."
"It would be good to argue, if at the end the action was to follow."
"It won't yet. At least, not the kind you have in mind." Ahead of any reorganization, Peter pointed out, the larger issue of the hotel's ownership would have to be settled.
"Perhaps my plan and I must go elsewhere. No matter."
Andre Lemieux gave a Gallic shrug, then added,
"Monsieur, I am about to visit the convention floor. Would you care to accompany me?"
Peter had intended to include the convention dinners, scheduled for tonight, in his evening rounds of the hotel. It would be just as effective to begin his inspection from the convention floor kitchen. "Thank you. I'll come." They rode a service elevator 2 floors up, stepping out into what, in most respects, was a duplicate of the main kitchen below. From here, some 2,000 meals could be served at a single sitting to the St. Gregory's 3 convention halls and dozen private dining rooms. The tempo at the moment seemed as frenetic as downstairs.
"As you know, monsieur, it is 2 big banquets we have tonight, in the Grand Ballroom and the Bienville Hall."
Peter nodded. "Yes, the Dentists' Congress and Gold Crown Cola." From the flow of meals toward opposite ends of the long kitchen, he observed that the dentist's main course was roast turkey, the cola salesman's flounder sauté. Teams of cooks and helpers were serving both, apportioning vegetables with machine-like rhythm, then, in a single motion, slapping metal covers on the filled plates and loading the whole onto waiters' trays. 9 plates to a tray, the number of conventioneers at a single table. 2 tables per waiter, 4 courses to the meal, plus extra rolls, butter, coffee, and petit four. Peter calculated there would be 12 heavily loaded trips, at least, for every waiter, most likely more if diners were demanding, or, as sometimes happened under pressure, extra tables were assigned. No wonder some waiters looked weary at an evening's end. Less weary, perhaps, would be the maître d'hôtel, poised and immaculate in white tie and tails. At the moment, like a police chief on point duty, he was stationed centrally in the kitchen, directing the flow of waiters in both directions. Seeing Andre Lemieux and Peter, he moved toward them. "Good evening, Chef. Mr. McDermott?" Though in hotel precedence Peter outranked the other 2, in the kitchen the maître d'hôtel deferred correctly to the senior chef on duty. Andre Lemieux asked,
"What are our numbers for dinner, Mr. Dominique?"
The maitre d' consulted a slip of paper. "The Gold Crown people estimated 240, and we've seated that many. It looks as if they're mostly in." "They're salesmen on salary," Peter said. "They have to be there. The dentists please themselves. They'll probably straggle, and a lot won't show." The maitre d' nodded agreement. "I heard there was a great deal of drinking in rooms. Ice consumption is heavy, and room service had a run on mixes. We thought it might cut the meal figure down." The conundrum was how many convention meals to prepare at any time. It represented a familiar headache to all 3 men. Convention organizers gave the hotel a minimum guarantee, but in practice the figure was liable to vary 100 or 2 either way. A reason was uncertainty about how many delegates would break up into smaller parties and pass up official banquets, or, alternatively, might arrive en masse in a last-minute surge. The final minutes before a big convention banquet were inevitably tense in any hotel kitchen. It was a moment of truth, since all involved were aware that reaction to a crisis would show just how good or bad their organization was. Peter asked the maître d'hôtel, "What was the original estimate?" "For the dentists, 500. We're close to that, and we've begun serving, but they still seem to be coming in." "Are we getting a fast count of new arrivals?" "I've a man out now. Here he is." Dodging fellow waiters, a red-coated captain was hastening through the service doors from the grand ballroom. Peter asked Andre Lemieux, "If we have to, can we produce extra food?" "When I have the word of requirements, monsieur, then we will do our best." The maitre d' conferred with the captain, then returned to the other two. "It looks like an additional 170 people. They're flooding in. We're already setting up more tables." As always, when crisis struck, it was with little warning. In this case, it had arrived with major impact. 170 extra meals, required at once, would tax the resources of any kitchen. Peter turned to Andre Lemieux, only to discover that the young Frenchman was no longer there. The sous chef had sprung to action as if catapulted. He was already among his staff, issuing orders with the crackle of rapid fire. A junior cook to the main kitchen, there to seize 7 turkeys roasting for tomorrow's cold collation. A shouted order to the preparation room, "Use the reserves, speed up, carve everything in sight, more vegetables, steal some from the second banquet, which looked like using less than allowed." A second junior sent running to the main kitchen to round up all vegetables he could find elsewhere, and deliver a message, "Rush up more help. 2 carvers, 2 more cooks, alert the pastry chef. 170 more desserts required in minutes. Rob Peter for Paul. Juggle. Feed the dentists." Young Andre Lemieux, quick-thinking, confident, good-natured, running the show. Already waiters were being reassigned, some smoothly withdrawn from the smaller banquet of Gold Crown Cola, where those remaining must do extra work. Diners would never notice, only perhaps that their next course would be served by someone with a vaguely different face. Other waiters, already assigned to the grand ballroom and the dentists, would handle 3 tables, 27 place settings, instead of 2. A few seasoned hands, known to be fast with feet and fingers, might manage 4. There would be some grumbling, though not much. Convention waiters were mostly freelancers, called in by any hotel as requirements rose. Extra work earned extra money. $4 pay for 3 hours' work was based on 2 tables. Each extra table brought half as much again. Tips, added to a convention's bill by prior arrangement, would double the entire amount. The fast feet men would go home with $16. If lucky, they might have earned the same at lunch or breakfast. A trolley with 3 fresh-cooked turkeys, Peter saw, was already highballing from a service elevator. The preparation room cooks fell upon it. The assistant cook who had brought the 3 returned for more. 15 portions from a turkey, rapid dissection with surgeon's skill. To each diner the same proportion, white meat, dark meat, dressing. 20 portions to a serving tray. Rush the tray to a service counter, fresh trolleys of vegetables steaming in like ships converging. The sous chef's dispatch of messengers had depleted the serving team. Andre Lemieux stepped in, replacing the absent 2. The team picked up speed, moved faster than it had before. Plate, meat, first vegetable, second, gravy, slide the plate, cover on. A man for each move, arms, hands, ladles moving together. A meal each second, faster still. In front of the serving counter, a line of waiters, becoming long. Across the kitchen, the pastry chef opening refrigerators, inspecting, selecting, slamming the doors closed. Main kitchen pastry cooks running to help. Draw on reserved desserts, more on the way from basement freezers. Amid the urgency, a moment of incongruity. A waiter reported to a captain, the captain to the head waiter to Andre Lemieux. "Chef, there's a gentleman says he doesn't like turkey. May he have rare roast beef?" A shout of laughter went up from the sweating cooks. But the request had observed protocol correctly, as Peter knew. Only the senior chef could authorize any deviation from a standard menu. A grinning Andre Lemieux said, "He may have it, but serve him last at his table." That, too, was an old kitchen custom. As a matter of public relations, most hotels would change standard fare if asked, even if the substitute meal was costlier. But invariably, as now, the individualist must wait until those seated near him had begun eating, a precaution against others being inspired with the same idea. Now the line of waiters at the serving counter was shortening. To most guests in the grand ballroom, latecomers included, the main course had been served. Already busboys were appearing with discarded dishes. There was a sense of crisis past. Andre Lemieux surrendered his place among the servers, then glanced questioningly at the pastry chef. The latter, a matchstick of a man who looked as if he seldom sampled his own confections, made a circle with thumb and forefinger. "All set to go, chef." Andre Lemieux, smiling, rejoined Peter.
"Monsieur, it seems we have, as you say it, fielded the ball."
"I'd say you've done a good deal better. I'm impressed." The young Frenchman shrugged.
"What you have seen was good, but it is one part only of the work. Elsewhere we do not look so well. Excuse me, monsieur."
He moved away. The dessert was bonbon marron, cherries flambé. It would be served with ceremony, the ballroom lights dimmed, the flaming trays held high. Now waiters were lining up before the service doors. The pastry chef and helpers were checking arrangement of the trays. When touched off, a central dish on each would spring to flame. 2 cooks stood by with lighted tapers. Andre Lemieux inspected the line. At the entry to the grand ballroom, the head waiter, an arm raised, watched the sous chef's face. As Andre Lemieux nodded, the head waiter's arm swept down. The cooks with tapers ran down the line of trays, igniting them. The double-service doors were flung back and fastened. Outside, on cue, an electrician dimmed the lights. The music of an orchestra diminished, then abruptly stopped. Among guests in the great hall, a hum of conversation died. Suddenly, beyond the diners, a spotlight sprang on, framing the doorway from the kitchen. There was a second's silence, then a fanfare of trumpets. As it ended, orchestra and organs swung together, fortissimo, into the opening bars of The Saints. In time to the music, the procession of waiters, with flaming trays, marched out. Peter McDermott moved into the grand ballroom for a better view. He could see the overflow, unexpected crowd of diners, the great room tightly packed. "Oh, when the Saints, oh, when the Saints, oh, when the Saints go marching in." From the kitchen, waiter after waiter in trim blue uniform marched out in step. For this moment, every last man had been impressed. Some, in moments only, would return to complete their work in the other banquet hall. Now, in semi-darkness, their flames reared up like beacons. "Oh, when the Saints, oh, when the Saints, oh, when the Saints go marching in." From the diners, a spontaneous burst of applause, changing to hand-clapping in time with the music as waiters encircled the room. For the hotel, a commitment had been met as planned. No one outside the kitchen could know that minutes earlier a crisis had been encountered and overcome. "Lord, I want to be in that number, when the Saints go marching in." As waiters reached their tables, the lights went up to renewed applause and cheers. Andre Lemieux had come to stand beside Peter.
"That is the all for tonight, monsieur. Unless perhaps you have a wish for the cognac. In the kitchen I have a small supply."
"No, thank you," Peter smiled. "It was a good show. Congratulations." As he turned away, the sous chef called after him,
"Good night, monsieur, and do not forget."
Puzzled, Peter stopped. "Forget what?"
"What I have already said. The hot-shot hotel, monsieur, that you and I could make."
Half amused, half thoughtful, Peter threaded his way through the banquet tables toward the ballroom outer doorway. He had gone most of the distance when he was aware of something out of place. He stopped, glancing around, uncertain what it was. Then, abruptly, he realized. Dr. Ingram, the fiery little president of the Dentistry Congress, should have been presiding at this, one of the main events of the convention. But the doctor was neither at the president's position nor anywhere else at the long head table. Several delegates were table hopping, greeting friends in other sections of the room. A man with a hearing aid stopped beside Peter. "Swell turnout, eh?" "It certainly is. I hope you enjoyed your dinner." "Not bad." "By the way," Peter said, "I was looking for Dr. Ingram. I don't see him anywhere." "You won't." The tone was curt. Eyes regarded him suspiciously. "You from a newspaper?" "No, the hotel. I met Dr. Ingram a couple of times." "He resigned this afternoon. If you want my opinion, he behaved like a damn fool." Peter controlled his surprise. "Do you happen to know if the doctor is still in the hotel?" "No idea." The man with the hearing aid moved on. There was a house phone on the convention mezzanine. Dr. Ingram, the switchboard reported, was still shown as registered, but there was no answer from his room. Peter called the chief cashier. "Has Dr. Ingram of Philadelphia checked out?" "Yes, Mr. McDermott, just a minute ago. I can see him in the lobby now." "Send someone to ask if he'll please wait. I'm on my way down." Dr. Ingram was standing, suitcases beside him, a raincoat over his arm, when Peter arrived. "What's your trouble now, McDermott? If you want a testimonial to this hotel, you're out of luck. Besides which, I've a plane to catch." "I heard about your resignation. I came to say I'm sorry." "I guess they'll make out." From the grand ballroom 2 floors above, the sound of applause and cheering drifted down to where they stood. "It sounds as if they have already." "Do you mind very much?" "No." The little doctor shifted his feet, looking down, then growled, "I'm a liar. I mind like hell. I shouldn't, but I do." Peter said, "I imagine anyone would." Dr. Ingram's head snapped up. "Understand this, McDermott. I'm no beaten rug. I don't need to feel like one. I've been a teacher all my life, with plenty to show for it. Good people I've brought on, Jim Nicholas for one, and others. Procedures carrying my name, books I've written that are standard texts. All that's solid stuff. The other," he nodded in the direction of the grand ballroom, "that's frosting." "I didn't realize." "All the same, a little frosting does no harm. A fellow even gets to like it. I wanted to be president. I was glad when they elected me. It's an accolade from people whose opinion you value. If I'm honest, McDermott, and God knows why I'm telling you this, it's eating my heart out not being up there tonight." He paused, looking up as the sounds from the ballroom were audible once more. "Once in a while, though, you have to weigh what you want against what you believe in." The little doctor grunted. "Some of my friends think I've behaved like an idiot." "It isn't idiotic to stand up for a principle." Dr. Ingram eyed Peter squarely. "You didn't do it, McDermott, when you had the chance. You were too worried about this hotel, your job." "I'm afraid that's true." "Well, you've the grace to admit it, so I'll tell you something, son. You're not alone. There have been times I haven't measured up to everything I believe. It goes for all of us. Sometimes, though, you get a second chance. If it happens to you, take it." Peter beckoned a bellboy. "I'll come with you to the door." Dr. Ingram shook his head. "No need for that. Let's not crap around, McDermott. I don't love this hotel or you either." The bellboy looked at him inquiringly. Dr. Ingram said, "Let's go." 16. In the late afternoon, near the cluster of trees in which the jaguar was hidden, Ogilvy slept again. He awoke as dusk was settling, the sun an orange ball nudging a ridge of hills toward the west. The heat of the day had changed into a pleasant evening coolness. Ogilvy hurried, realizing it would soon be time to go. He listened to the car radio first. There appeared to be no fresh news, merely a repetition of what he had heard earlier. Satisfied, he snapped the radio off. He returned to the stream beyond the small clump of trees and freshened himself, splashing water on his face and head to banish the last vestiges of drowsiness. He made a hasty meal from what was left of his supply of food, then refilled the thermos flasks with water, leaving them on the rear seat of the car along with some cheese and bread. The makeshift fare would have to sustain him through the night. Until daylight tomorrow, he intended to make no unnecessary stops. His route, which he had planned and memorized before leaving New Orleans, lay northwest through the remainder of Mississippi. Then he would traverse the western shoulder of Alabama, afterward heading due north through Tennessee and Kentucky. From Louisville, he would turn diagonally west across Indiana by way of Indianapolis. He would cross into Illinois near Hammond, thence to Chicago. The remaining journey spanned 700 miles. Its entire distance was too great for a single stint of driving, but Ogilvy estimated he could be close to Indianapolis by daybreak, where he believed he would be safe. Once there, only 200 miles would separate him from Chicago. Darkness was complete as he backed the Jaguar out of the sheltering trees and steered it gently toward the main highway. He gave a satisfied grunt as he turned northward on US 45. At Columbus, Mississippi, where the dead from the Battle of Shiloh were brought for burial, Ogilvy stopped for gas. He was careful to choose a small general store on the outskirts of town, with a pair of old-fashioned gas pumps illumined by a single light. He pulled the car forward as far as possible from the light, so that its front was in shadow. He discouraged conversation by ignoring the storekeeper's "nice night" and "going far?" He paid cash for the gas and a half-dozen chocolate bars, then drove on. 9 miles to the north, he crossed the Alabama state line. A succession of small towns came and went: Vernon, Sulligent, Hamilton, Russellville, Florence. The last, so a sign recorded, noted for the manufacture of toilet seats. A few miles farther on, he crossed the border into Tennessee. Traffic was averagely light, and the Jaguar performed superbly. Driving conditions were ideal, helped by a full moon which rose soon after darkness. There was no sign of police activity of any kind. Ogilvy was contentedly relaxed. 50 miles south of Nashville, at Columbia, Tennessee, he turned onto US 31. Traffic was heavier now. Massive tractor-trailers, their headlights stabbing the night like an endless, dazzling chain, thundered south toward Birmingham and northward to the industrial Midwest. Passenger cars, a few taking risks the truck drivers would not, threaded the stream. Occasionally, Ogilvy himself pulled out to pass a slow-moving vehicle, but he was careful not to exceed posted speed limits. He had no wish, by speeding or any other means, to invite attention. After a while, he observed a following car, which remained behind him, driving at approximately his own speed. Ogilvy adjusted the rearview mirror to reduce the glare, then slowed to let the other car pass. When it failed to, unconcerned, he resumed his original speed. A few miles farther on, he was aware of the northbound lanes of traffic slowing. Warning tail lights of other vehicles were flashing on. Leaning to the left, he could see what appeared to be a group of headlights, with both northbound lanes funneling into one. The scene bore the familiar pattern of a highway accident. Then, abruptly, rounding a curve, he saw the real reason for the delay. 2 lines of Tennessee Highway Patrol cruisers, their red roof lights flashing, were positioned on both sides of the road. A flare-draped barrier was across the center lane. At the same instant, the car which had been following switched on a police beacon of its own. As the Jaguar slowed and stopped, state troopers with drawn guns ran toward it. Quaking, Ogilvy raised his hands above his head. A husky sergeant opened the car door. "Keep your hands where they are," he ordered, "and come out slowly. You're under arrest." 17. Christine Francis mused aloud. "There, you're doing it again. Both times, when the coffee was poured, you've held your hands around the cup, as if it gave you a kind of comfort." Across the dinner table, Albert Wells gave his perky sparrow's smile. "You notice more things than most people." He seemed frail again tonight, she thought. Some of the paleness of 3 days earlier had returned, and occasionally, through the evening, a bronchial cough had been troublesome, though not diminishing his cheerfulness. What he needs, Christine reflected, is someone to take care of him. They were in the St. Gregory's main dining room. Since their arrival more than an hour ago, most of the other diners had left, though a few still lingered over coffee and liqueurs. Although the hotel was full, attendance in the dining room had been thin all evening. Max, the head waiter, came discreetly to their table. "Will there be anything else, sir?" Albert Wells glanced at Christine, who shook her head. "I reckon not. When you'd like to, you can bring the bill." "Certainly, sir." Max nodded to Christine, his eyes assuring her that he had not forgotten their arrangement of this morning. When the head waiter had gone, the little man said, "About the coffee. Prospecting, in the North, you never waste anything if you want to stay alive, not even the heat from a cup you are holding. It's a habit you get into. I could lose the way of it, I guess, though there's things it's wise to remind yourself of once in a while, because they were good times, or because life is better now." He considered. "Some of both, I reckon." "You told me you were a miner," Christine said. "I didn't know about you being a prospector, too." "A lot of the time, one's the other, especially on the Canadian Shield. That's in the Northwest Territories, Christine, near as far as Canada goes. When you're there alone, just you and the tundra, the Arctic desert they call it, you do everything from driving claim stakes to burning through the permafrost. If you don't, most times there's no one else." "When you were prospecting, what was it for?" "Uranium, cobalt, mostly gold." "Did you find any? Gold, I mean?" He nodded affirmatively. "Plenty did. Around Yellowknife, Great Slave Lake. There were discoveries there from the 1890s to a stampede in 1945. Mostly, though, the country was too tough to mine and take it out." Christine said, "It must have been a hard life." The little man coughed, then took a sip of water, smiling apologetically. "I was tougher then, though give the Shield half a chance, it'll kill you." He looked around the pleasantly appointed dining room, lighted by crystal chandeliers. "It seems a long way from here." "You said that mostly it was too difficult to mine the gold. It wasn't always?" "Not always. Some were luckier than others, though even for them things would go wrong. Maybe it's part because the Shield and the barren lands do strange things to people. Some you'd think would be strong, and not just in body either. They turn out to be the weak ones. And some you'd trust with your life, you discover you can't. Then there's the other way round. One time, I remember—" He stopped as the head waiter placed a salver on the table with their bill. She urged, "Go on." "It's kind of a long story, Christine." He turned over the bill, inspecting it. "I'd like to hear," Christine said, and meant it. As time went on, she thought she liked this modest little man more and more. He looked up, and there seemed to be amusement in his eyes. He glanced across the room at the head waiter, then back toward Christine. Abruptly, he took out a pencil and signed the bill. "It was in '36, the little man began. "Around the time that one of the last Yellowknife stampedes was getting started. I was prospecting near the shore of Great Slave Lake. Had a partner then, name of Jaime Eckstein. Jaime'd come from Ohio. He'd been in the garment trade, a used car salesman, lots of other things, I guess. He was pushy and a fast talker, but he had a way of making people like him. I guess you'd call it charm. When he got to Yellowknife, he had a little money. I was broke. Jaime grub-staked the two of us." Albert Wells took a sip of water pensively. "Jaime'd never seen a snowshoe, never heard of permafrost, couldn't tell schist from quartz. From the beginning, though, we got along well, and we made out. We'd been out a month, maybe two. On the Shield, you lose track of time. Then one day, near the mouth of the Yellowknife River, the two of us sat down to roll our cigarettes. Sitting there, the way prospectors do, I chipped away at some gossamer. That's oxidized rock, Christine, and slipped a piece or two in my pocket. Later, by the lake shore, I panned the rock. You could have shoved me over when it showed good, coarse gold." "When it really happens," Christine said, "it must seem the most exciting thing in the world. Maybe there are other things excite you more,
If there are, they never came my way. Well, we rushed back to the place I'd chipped the rock, and we covered it with moss. 2 days later, we found the ground had already been staked. I guess it was the darndest blow either of us ever had. Turned out a Toronto prospector'd done the staking. He'd been out the year before, then gone back east, not knowing what he had. Under territory's law, if he didn't work the claim, his rights had run out a year from recording. How long away was that? We made our find in June. If things stayed the way they were, the land had come clear the last day in September. Couldn't you keep quiet and just wait? We aimed at that, except it wasn't so easy. For one thing, the find we'd made was right in line with a producing mine, and there were other prospectors, like ourselves, working the same country. For another, Jaime and me'd run clean out of money and food. Albert Wells beckoned a passing waiter. "I reckon I'll have more coffee after all," he asked Christine. "How about you?" She shook her head. "No, thank you. Don't stop. I want to hear the rest." How strange, she thought, that the kind of epic adventure which people dreamed about should have happened to someone as apparently ordinary as the little man from Montreal. "Well, Christine, I reckon the next 3 months were the longest any 2 men lived, maybe the hardest. We existed on fish, some bits of plants. Near the end I was thinner'n a twig, and my legs were black with scurvy. Had this bronchitis and phlebitis, too. Jaime wasn't a whole lot better, but he never complained, and I got to like him more." The coffee arrived, and Christine waited. Finally, it got to the last day of September. We'd heard through Yellowknife that when the first claim ran out, there'd be others try to move in, so we didn't take chances. We had our stakes ready. Right after midnight, we rammed 'em home. I remember it was a pitch-black night, snowing hard and blowing a gale. His hands went around the coffee cup as they had before. "That's about all I do remember, because after that, nature took over, and the next clear thing I know was being in a hospital in Edmonton, near 1,000 miles from where we staked. I found out after Jaime got me out from the shield, though I never figured how he did it, and a bush pilot flew me south. Plenty of times, including in the hospital, they gave me up for dead. I didn't die, though when I got things sorted out, I wished I had." He stopped to drink from the coffee cup. Christine asked, "Wasn't the claim legal?" "The claim was fine. The trouble was Jaime." Albert Wells stroked his sparrow-beak nose reflectively. "Maybe I should take the story back a bit. While we were waiting our time out on the shield, we'd signed 2 bills of sale. Each of us, on paper, turned over his half of the claim to the other." "Why would you do that?" "It was Jaime's idea, in case one of us didn't come through. If that happened, the survivor'd keep the paper showing that all of the claim was his, and he'd tear up the other. Jaime said it'd save a lot of legal mess. At the time, it seemed to make sense. If we both made it through, the arrangement was we'd scrap both papers." Christine prompted, "So while you were in the hospital, Jaime'd taken both papers and registered his. By the time I was in shape to take an interest, Jaime had full title and was already mining with proper machinery and help. I found out there'd been an offer of $250,000 from one of the big smelting companies for him to sell out, and there were other bidders lining up." "Was there nothing at all you could do?" The little man shook his head. "I figured I was licked before I started. All the same, soon as I could get out of that hospital, I borrowed enough money to get back up north." Albert Wells stopped and waved a greeting across the dining room. Christine looked up to see Peter McDermott approaching their table. She had wondered if Peter would remember her suggestion about joining them after dinner. The sight of him brought a delightful quickening of her senses. Then, immediately, she sensed that he was despondent. The little man welcomed Peter warmly, and a waiter hurried forward with an extra chair. Peter sank into it gratefully. "I'm afraid I left it a little late. There have been a few things happening." It was, he reflected to himself, a monument of understatement. Hoping there would be an opportunity to talk privately with Peter afterward, Christine said,
Mr. Wells has been telling me a wonderful story. I must hear the end."
Peter sipped his coffee, which the waiter had brought. "Go ahead, Mr. Wells. It'll be like coming into a movie partway through. I'll catch the beginning later." The little man smiled, looking down at his gnarled and toughened hands.
"There isn't a whole lot more, though most of what there is has kind of a twist. I went north and found Jaime in Yellowknife, in what passes for a hotel. I called him every foul name I could lay my tongue to. After the while, he had a great wide grin, which made me madder, till I was ready to kill him there and then. I wouldn't have, though. He knew me well enough for that."
Christine said,
"He must have been a hateful man." "I figured so. Except when I'd quieted down some, Jaime told me to come with him. We went to a lawyer, and there were papers, ready drawn, handing me back my half share, fair and square. In fact, fairer, 'cause Jaime'd taken nothing for himself for all the work he'd done those months I'd been away."
Bewildered, Christine shook her head.
"I don't understand. Why did he—" Jaime explained. Said he knew from the beginning there'd be a lot of legal things, papers to sign, especially if we didn't sell, and hung on to work the claim instead, which he knew I wanted to do. There were bank loans, for the machinery, wages, all the rest. With me in hospital, and most of the time not knowing up from down, he couldn't have done any of it, not with my name on the property. So Jaime used my bill of sale and went ahead. He always intended to hand my share back. Only thing was, he wasn't much of a one for writing and never let me know. Right from the beginning, though, he'd fixed things up legally. If he'd died, I'd have got his share as well as mine."
Peter McDermott and Christine were staring across the table.
"Later on," Albert Wells said, "I did the same with my half, made a will so it'd go to Jaime. We had the same arrangement about that one mine till the day Jaime died, which was 5 years ago. I reckon he taught me something. When you believe in somebody, don't be in a rush to change your mind."
Peter McDermott said, "And the mine?"
"Well, we kept right on refusing offers to buy us out, and it turned out we were right in the end. Jaime ran it a good many years. It still goes on, one of the best producers in the North. Now and then I go back to take a look for old time's sake."
Speechless, her mouth agape, Christine stared at the little man.
You own a gold mine?" Albert Wells nodded cheerfully. "That's right. There's a few other things now, besides."
"If you'll pardon my curiosity," Peter McDermott said, "other things such as what?"
"I'm not sure of all of it." The little man shifted diffidently in his chair. "There's a couple of newspapers, some ships, an insurance company, buildings, other bits and pieces. I bought a food chain last year. I like new things. It keeps me interested."
"Yes," Peter said, "I should imagine it would." Albert Wells smiled mischievously.
"Matter of fact, there's something I was going to tell you tomorrow, but I may as well do it now. I just bought this hotel."
18. "Those are the gentlemen, Mr. McDermott." Max, the dining room head waiter, pointed across the lobby where two men, one of them the police detective, Captain Yoles, were waiting quietly beside the hotel newsstand. A moment or two earlier, Max had summoned Peter from the dining room table where, with Christine, he was sitting in dazed silence after Albert Wells's announcement. Both Christine and himself, Peter knew, had been too astounded either to grasp the news entirely or assess its implications. It had been a relief to Peter to be informed that he was required urgently outside. Hastily excusing himself, he promised to return later if he could. Captain Yoles walked toward him. He introduced his companion as Detective Sergeant Bennett. "Mr. McDermott, is there some place handy we can talk?" "This way." Peter led the two men past the concierge's counter into the credit manager's office, unused at night. As they went in, Captain Yoles handed Peter a folded newspaper. It was an early edition of tomorrow's Times-Picayune. A 3-column head read, "Croydon confirmed UK ambassador. News reaches him in Crescent City." Captain Yoles closed the office door. Mr. McDermott, Ogilvy has been arrested. He was stopped an hour ago with the car near Nashville. The Tennessee State Police are holding him, and we've sent to bring him back. The car is being returned by truck, under wraps, but from an investigation on the spot, there doesn't seem much doubt it's the one we want." Peter nodded. He was aware of the two policemen watching him curiously. "If I seem a little slow catching on to all that's happening," Peter said, "I should tell you that I've just had something of a shock." "Concerning this?" "No, the hotel." There was a pause. Then Yoles said, "You may be interested to hear that Ogilvy has made a statement. He claims he knew nothing about the car being involved in an accident. All that happened, he says, is that the Duke and Duchess of Croydon paid him $200 to drive it north. He had that amount of money on him." "Do you believe that?" "It might be true. Then again, it might not. We'll know better after we've done some questioning tomorrow." By tomorrow, Peter thought, a good deal might be clearer. Tonight held a quality of unreality. He inquired, "What happens next?" "We intend to pay a call on the Duke and Duchess of Croydon. If you don't mind, we'd like you along." "I suppose, if you think it necessary." "Thank you." "There is one other thing, Mr. McDermott," the second detective said. "We understand that the Duchess of Croydon gave some sort of written permission for their car to be taken from the hotel garage." "I was told that, yes." "It could be important, sir. Do you suppose anyone kept that note?" Peter considered. "It's possible. If you like, I'll telephone the garage." "Let's go there," Captain Yoles said. Colgmer, the garage night checker, was apologetic and chagrined. "Don't you know, sir, I said to myself I might need that piece of paper, just to cover me in case anything got asked. And if you'll believe me, sir, I looked for it tonight before I remembered I must have thrown it out yesterday with the paper from my sandwiches. It isn't really my fault, though, when you look at it fair." He gestured to the glass cubicle from which he had emerged. "There's not much space in there. No wonder things get mixed. I was saying just last week, if that place was only bigger— Now, you take the way I have to do the nightly tally—" Peter McDermott interrupted. "What did the note from the Duchess of Croydon say?" "Just that Mr. O had permission to take away the car. I kind of wondered at the time—" "Was the note written on hotel stationery?" "Yes, sir." "Do you remember if the paper was embossed and had Presidential Suite at the top?" "Yes, Mr. McDermott, I do remember that. It was just like you said, and sort of a small-size sheet." Peter told the detectives, "We have special stationery for that particular suite." The second detective queried Colgmer, "You say you threw the note out with your sandwich wrappings?" "Don't see how it could have happened any other way. You see, I'm always very careful. Now, take what happened last year." "What time would that be?" "Last year?" The detective said patiently, "Last night, when you threw out the sandwich wrapping. What time?" "I'd say around 2 in the morning. I usually start my lunch around 1. Things have quieted down by then, and—" "Where did you throw them?" "Same place as always, over here." Colgmer led the way to a cleaner's closet containing a garbage can. He removed the lid. "Is there a chance of last night's stuff still being in there?" "No, sir. You see, this is emptied every day. The hotel's fussy about that, and that's right, Mr. McDermott, isn't it?" Peter nodded. "Besides," Colgmer said, "I remember the can was almost full last night. You can see there's hardly anything in there now." "Let's make sure." Captain Yoles glanced at Peter for approval, then turned the garbage can upside down, emptying its contents. Though they searched carefully, there was no sign either of Colgmer's sandwich wrappings or the missing note from the Duchess of Croydon. Colgmer left them to attend to several cars entering and leaving the garage. Yoles wiped his hands on a paper towel. "What happens to the garbage when it leaves here?" "It goes to our central incinerator," Peter informed him. "By the time it gets there, it's in big trolleys, with everything from the whole hotel mixed up together. It would be impossible to identify any one source. In any case, What was collected from here is probably burned by now. Maybe it doesn't matter, Yoles said. All the same, I'd liked to have had that note. The elevator stopped at the 9th floor. As the detectives followed him out, Peter observed, I'm not looking forward to this. Yoles reassured him, We'll ask a few questions, that's all. I'd like you to listen carefully to the answers. It's possible we might need you as a witness later. To Peter's surprise, the doors of the presidential suite were open. As they approached, a buzz of voices could be heard. The second detective said, Sounds like a party. They stopped at the doorway, and Peter depressed the bell push. Through a second, partially opened door inside, he could see into the spacious living room. There was a group of men and women, the Duke and Duchess of Croydon among them. Most of the visitors were holding drinks in one hand, notebooks or paper in another. The Croydons' male secretary appeared in the interior hallway. Good evening, Peter said. These two gentlemen would like to see the Duke and Duchess. Are they from the press? Captain Yoles shook his head. Then I'm sorry, it's impossible. The Duke is holding a press conference. His appointment as British ambassador was confirmed this evening. So I understand, Yoles said. All the same, our business is important. While speaking, they had moved from the corridor into the suite hallway. Now the Duchess of Croydon detached herself from the group in the living room and came toward them. She smiled agreeably. Won't you come in? The secretary injected. These gentlemen are not from the press. Oh. Her eyes went to Peter with a glance of recognition, then to the other two. Captain Yoles said, We're police officers, madam. I have a badge, but perhaps you'd prefer me not to produce it here. He looked toward the living, from where several people were watching curiously. The Duchess gestured to the secretary, who closed the living room door. Was it imagination, Peter wondered, or had a flicker of fear crossed the Duchess's face at the word police? Imagined or not, she was in command of herself now. May I ask why you are here? There are some questions, madam, that we'd like to ask you and your husband. This is scarcely a convenient time. We'll do our best to be as brief as possible. Yoles' voice was quiet, but its authority unmistakable. I'll inquire if my husband will see you. Please wait in there. The secretary led the way to a room off the hallway, furnished as an office. A moment or two later, as the secretary left, the Duchess re-entered, followed by the Duke. He glanced uncertainly from his wife to the others. I have informed our guests, the Duchess announced, that we shall be away no more than a few minutes. Captain Yoles made no comment. He produced a notebook. I wonder if you'd mind telling me when you last used your car. It's a Jaguar, I believe. He repeated the registration number. Our car? The Duchess seemed surprised. I'm not sure what was the last time we used it. No, just a moment. I do remember. It was Monday morning. It's been in the hotel garage since then. It's there now. Please think carefully. Did you or your husband, either separately or together, use the car on Monday evening? It was revealing, Peter thought, how automatically Yoles addressed his questions to the Duchess and not to the Duke. 2 spots of color appeared on the Duchess of Croydon's cheeks. I am not accustomed to having my word doubted. I have already said that the last occasion the car was used was on Monday morning. I also think you owe us an explanation as to what this is all about. Yoles wrote in his notebook. Are either of you acquainted with Theodore Ogilvy? The name has a certain familiarity. He is the chief house officer of this hotel. I remember now. He came here. I'm not sure when. There was some query about a piece of jewelry which had been found. Someone suggested it might be mine. It was not. And you, sir? Yoles addressed the Duke directly. Do you know, or have you had any dealings with Theodore Ogilvy? Perceptibly, the Duke of Croydon hesitated. His wife's eyes were riveted on his face. Well, he stopped. Only as my wife has described. Yoles closed his notebook. In a quiet, level voice he asked, Would it then surprise you to know that your car is at present in the state of Tennessee, where it was driven by Theodore Ogilvy, who is now under arrest? Furthermore, that Ogilvy has made a statement to the effect that he was paid by you to drive the car from New Orleans to Chicago. And still further, that preliminary investigation indicates your car to have been involved in a hit-and-run fatality in this city last Monday night.
Since you ask, the Duchess of Croydon said, I would be extremely surprised. In fact, it's the most ridiculous series of fabrications I ever heard.
There is no fabrication, madam, in the fact that your car is in Tennessee, and Ogilvy drove it there.
If he did so, it was without the authority or knowledge either of my husband or myself. Furthermore, if, as you say, the car was involved in an accident on Monday night, it seems perfectly obvious that the same man took the car and used it for his own purposes on that occasion.
Then you accused Theodore Ogilvy, the Duchess snapped.
Accusations are your business. You appear to specialize in them. I will, however, make one to the effect that this hotel has proved disgracefully incompetent in protecting the property of its guests.
The Duchess swung toward Peter McDermott.
I assure you that you will hear a great deal more of this.
Peter protested. But you wrote an authorization. It specified that Ogilvy could take the car. The effect was as if he had slapped the Duchess across the face. Her lips moved uncertainly. Visibly, she paled. He had reminded her, he realized, of the single incriminating factor she had overlooked. The silence seemed endless. Then her head came up.
Show it to me.
Peter said, Unfortunately, it's been... He caught a gleam of mocking triumph in her eyes. 19. At last, after more questions and banalities, the Croydons' press conference had ended. As the outside door of the presidential suite closed behind the last to leave, pent-up words burst from the Duke of Croydon's lips.
My God, you can't do it! You couldn't possibly get away with... Be quiet.
The Duchess of Croydon glanced around the now silent living room.
Not here. I've come to mistrust this hotel and everything about it.
Then where? For God's sake, where?
We'll go outside, where no one can overhear. But when we do, please behave less excitably than now.
She opened the connecting door to their bedrooms where the Bedlington Terriers had been confined. They tumbled out excitedly, barking as the Duchess fastened their leads, aware of what the sign portended. In the hallway, the secretary dutifully opened the suite door as the Terriers led the way out. In the elevator, the Duke seemed about to speak, but his wife shook her head. Only when they were outside, away from the hotel and beyond the hearing of other pedestrians, did she murmur, Now. His voice was strained and tense.
I tell you, it's madness. The whole mess is already bad enough. We've compounded and compounded what happened at first. Can you conceive what it will be like now, when the truth finally comes out? Yes, I've some idea. If it does.
He persisted.
Apart from everything else, the moral issue, all the rest, you'd never get away with it.
Why not?
Because it's impossible, inconceivable. We're already worse off than at the beginning. Now, with this... His voice choked. We are not worse off. For the moment, we are better off. May I remind you of the appointment to Washington?
You don't seriously suppose we have the slightest chance of ever getting there?
There is every chance.
Preceded eagerly by the Terriers, they had walked along St. Charles Avenue to the busier and brightly lighted expanse of Canal Street. Now, turning southeast toward the river, they affected interest in the colorful store windows as groups of pedestrians passed in both directions. The Duchess's voice was low.
However distasteful, there are certain facts that I must know about Monday night. The woman you were with at Irish Bayou, did you drive her there?
The Duke flushed.
No, she went in a taxi. We met inside. I intended afterward. Spare me your intentions. Then for all she knew, you could have come in a taxi yourself.
I hadn't thought about it. I suppose so.
After I arrived, also by taxi, which can be confirmed if necessary, I noticed that when we went to our car, You had parked it well away from that awful club. There was no attendant.
I put it out of the way deliberately. I suppose I thought there was less chance of you getting to hear.
So at no point was there any witness to the fact that you were driving the car on Monday night?
There's the hotel garage. When we came in, someone could have seen us.
No. I remember you stopped just inside the garage entrance, and you left the car, as we often do. We saw no one. No one saw us.
What about taking it out?
You couldn't have taken it out. Not from the hotel garage. On Monday morning, we left it in an outside parking lot.
That's right, the Duke said. I got it from there at night.
The Duchess continued, thinking aloud. We shall say, of course, that we did take the car to the hotel garage after we used it Monday morning. There will be no record of it coming in, but that proves nothing. As far as we are concerned, we have not seen the car since midday Monday. The Duke was silent as they continued to walk. With a gesture, he reached out, relieving his wife of the terriers. Sensing a new hand on their leash, they strained forward more vigorously than before. At length he said, "It's really quite remarkable how everything fits together." "It's more than remarkable. It's meant to be that way. From the beginning, everything has worked out. Now
you propose to send another man to prison instead of me."
"No."
He shook his head. "I couldn't do it, even to him."
"As far as he is concerned, I promise you that nothing will happen."
"How could you be sure?"
"Because the police would have to prove he was driving the car at the time of the accident. They can't possibly do it, any more than they can prove it was you. Don't you understand? They may know that it was one or the other of you. They may believe they know which. But believing is not enough, not without proof."
"You know," he said with admiration, "there are times when you are absolutely incredible."
"I'm practical. And speaking of being practical, there's something else you might remember. That man Ogilvy has had $10,000 of our money. At least we should get something for it."
"By the way," the Duke said, "where's the other 15,000?
"Still in the small suitcase which is locked and in my bedroom. We'll take it with us when we go. I already decided it might attract attention to return it to the bank here."
"You really do think of everything."
"I didn't with that note. When I thought they had it, I must have been mad to write what I did."
"You couldn't have foreseen."
They had reached the end of the brightly lighted portion of Canal Street. Now they turned, retracing their steps toward the city center.
"It's diabolical," the Duke of Croydon said.
His last drink had been at noon. As a result, his voice was a good deal clearer than in recent days.
"It's ingenious, devilish, and diabolical, but it just might work."
20.
"That woman is lying," Captain Yoles said. "But it'll be hard to prove, if we ever do."
He continued to pace, slowly, the length of Peter McDermott's office. They had come here, the two detectives with Peter, after an ignominious departure from the presidential suite. So far, Yoles had done little more than pace and ponder, while the other two waited. "Her husband might break," the second detective suggested, "if we could get him by himself."
Yoles shook his head. "There isn't a chance. For one thing, she's too smart to let it happen. For another, with them being who and what they are, we'd be walking on eggshells." He looked at Peter. "Don't ever kid yourself. There isn't one police procedure for the poor and another for the rich and influential." Across the office, Peter nodded, though with a sense of detachment. Having done what duty and conscience required, what followed now, he felt, was the business of the police. Curiosity, however, prompted a question. "The note that the Duchess wrote to the garage." "If we had that," the second detective said, "it'd be a clincher." "Isn't it enough for the night checker, and Ogilvy, I suppose, to swear that the note existed?" Yoles said, "She'd claim it was a forgery, that Ogilvy wrote it himself."
He mused, then added, "You said it was on special stationery. Let me see some." Peter went outside, and in a stationery cupboard found several sheets.
They were a heavy bond paper, light blue, with the hotel name and crest embossed. Below, also embossed, were the words Presidential Suite. Peter returned, and the policeman examined the sheets. "Pretty fancy," the second detective said. Yoles asked, "How many people have access to this?" "In the ordinary way, just a few, but I suppose a good many others could get a hold of a sheet if they really wanted to." Yoles grunted. "Rules that out." "There is one possibility," Peter said. For the moment, with a sudden thought, his detachment vanished. "What?" "I know you asked me this, and I said that once garbage had been cleared, as it was from the garage, there was no chance of retrieving anything. I really thought it seemed so impossible, the idea of locating one piece of paper. Besides, the note wasn't so important then." He was aware of the eyes of both detectives intently on his face. "We do have a man," Peter said. "He's in charge of the incinerator. A lot of the garbage he sorts by hand. It would be a long shot, and it's probably too late." "For Christ's sake," Yoles snapped, "let's get to him." They walked quickly to the main floor, then used a staff doorway to reach a freight elevator which would take them the rest of the way down. The elevator was busy on a lower level, where Peter could hear packages being unloaded. He shouted down for the crew to hurry. While they were waiting, the second detective, Bennett, said, "I hear you've had some other trouble this week." "There was a robbery early yesterday. With all this, I'd almost forgotten." "I was talking with one of our people. He was with your senior house dick. What's his name?" "Finnegan. He's acting chief." Despite the seriousness, Peter smiled. "Our regular chief is otherwise engaged." "About the robbery, there wasn't much to go on. Our people checked your guest list, didn't turn up anything. Today, though, a funny thing happened. There was a break-in in Lakeview, private home, a key job. The woman lost her keys downtown this morning. Whoever found them must have gone straight there. It had all the signs of your robbery here, including the kind of stuff taken, and no prints." "Has there been an arrest?" The detective shook his head. "Wasn't discovered till hours after it happened. There is a lead, though. A neighbor saw a car. Couldn't remember anything except it had license plates that were green and white. 5 states use plates with those colors: Michigan, Idaho, Nebraska, Vermont, Washington, and Saskatchewan in Canada." "How does that help?" "For the next day or two, all our boys will be watching for cars from those places. They'll stop them and check. It could turn something up. We've been lucky before, with a whole lot less to go on." Peter nodded, though with lukewarm interest. The robbery had happened 2 days ago, with no recurrence. At present, a good deal else seemed more important. A moment later, the elevator arrived. The sweat-shining face of Booker T. Graham beamed with pleasure at the sight of Peter McDermott, the only member of the hotel's executive staff who ever bothered visiting the incinerator room, deep within the hotel basement. The visits, though infrequent, were treasured by Booker T. Graham as royal occasions. Captain Yoles wrinkled his nose at the overpowering odor of garbage, magnified by intense heat. The reflection of flames danced on smoke-grimed walls. Shouting to make himself heard above the roar of the furnace set into one side of the enclosure, Peter cautioned, "Better leave this to me. I'll explain what we want." Yoles nodded. Like others who had preceded him here, it occurred to him that the first sight of hell might be remarkably like this moment. He wondered how a human being could exist in these surroundings for any length of time. Yoles watched as Peter McDermott talked with the big Negro who sorted the garbage before incinerating it. McDermott had brought a sheet of the special presidential suite stationery and held it up for inspection. The Negro nodded and took the sheet, retaining it, but his expression was doubtful. He gestured to the dozens of overflowing bins crowded around them. There were also others, Yoles observed as they came in, lined up outside on hand trucks. He realized why, earlier on, McDermott had dismissed the possibility of locating a single piece of paper. Now, in response to a question, the Negro shook his head. McDermott returned to the 2 detectives. "Most of this he explained, "is yesterday's garbage, collected today. About a third of what came in has already been burned, and whether what we want was in there or not, we've no means of knowing. As for the rest, Graham has to go through it looking for things we salvage, like silverware and bottles. While he's doing that, he'll keep an eye open for a paper of the kind I've given him. But as you can see, it's a pretty formidable job. Before the garbage gets here, it's compressed, and a lot of it is wet, which soaks everything else. I've asked Graham if he wants extra help, but he says there's even less chance if someone else comes in who isn't used to working the way he does." "Either way," the second detective said, "I wouldn't lay any bets." Yoles conceded, "I suppose it's the best we can do. What arrangement did you make if your man finds anything?" "He'll call upstairs right away. I'll leave instructions that I'm to be notified, whatever time it is, then I'll call you." Yoles nodded. As the three men left, Booker T. Graham had his hands in a mess of garbage on a large, flat tray. 21. For Key Case Milne, frustration had piled upon frustration. Since early evening he had maintained a watch upon the presidential suite. Near dinner time, when he confidently expected the Duke and Duchess of Croydon to leave the hotel, as almost all visitors did, he had taken post on the 9th floor near the service stairs. From there he had a clear view of the entrance to the suite, with the advantage that he could avoid being observed himself by ducking quickly out of sight through the stairway door. He did this several times as elevators stopped and occupants of other rooms came and went, though on each occasion Key Case managed to catch a glimpse of them before his own departure. He also calculated, correctly, that at this time of day there would be little staff activity on the upper floors. In case of anything unforeseen, it was a simple matter to retreat to the 8th floor and, if necessary, his own room. That part of his plan had worked. What had gone wrong was that through the entire evening the Duke and Duchess of Croydon had failed to leave their suite. However, no room service dinner had been delivered, a fact which made Key Case linger hopefully. Once, wondering if he had somehow missed the Croydons' departure, Key Case walked gingerly down the corridor and listened at the suite door. He could hear voices inside, including a woman's. Later, his disappointment was increased by the arrival of visitors. They appeared to come in ones and twos, and, after the first few, the doors to the presidential suite were left open. Soon after, room service waiters appeared with trays of hors d'oeuvres, and a growing hum of conversation, mixed with the clink of ice and glasses, was audible in the corridor. He was puzzled later still by the arrival of a broad-shouldered youngish man whom Key Case judged to be an official of the hotel. The hotel man's face was set grimly, as were those of two other men with him. Key Case paused long enough for a careful look at all three, and at first glance guessed the second and third to be policemen. Subsequently, he reassured himself that the thought was the product of his own too active imagination. The three more recent arrivals left first, followed an hour or so later by the remainder of the party. Despite the heavy traffic in the later stages of the evening, Key Case was certain he had been unobserved, except possibly as just another hotel guest. With departure of the last visitor, silence was complete in the 9th floor corridor. It was now close to 11 p.m., and obvious that nothing more would happen tonight. Key Case decided to wait another 10 minutes, then leave. His mood of optimism earlier in the day had changed to depression. He was uncertain whether he could risk remaining in the hotel another 24 hours. He had already considered the idea of entering the suite during the night or early tomorrow morning, then dismissed it. The hazard was too great. If someone awakened, no conceivable excuse could justify Key Case's presence in the presidential suite. He had also been aware since yesterday that he would have to consider the movements of the Croydons' secretary and the Duchess's maid. The maid, he learned, had a room elsewhere in the hotel and had not been in evidence tonight, but the secretary lived in the suite and was one more person who might be awakened by a night intrusion. Also, the dogs which Key Case had seen the Duchess exercising were likely to raise an alarm. He was faced, then, with the alternative of waiting another day or abandoning the attempt to reach the Duchess's jewels. Then, as he was on the point of leaving, the Duke and Duchess of Croydon emerged, preceded by the Bedlington Terriers. Swiftly, Keycase melted into the service stairway. His heart began to pulse faster. At last, when he had abandoned hope, the opportunity he coveted had come. It was not an uncomplicated opportunity. Obviously, the Duke and Duchess would not be away for long, and somewhere in the suite was the male secretary. Where? In a separate room with the door closed? In bed already? He looked a milquetoast type who might retire early. Whatever the risk of an encounter, it had to be taken. Keycase knew that if he failed to act now, his nerves would not survive another day of waiting. He heard elevator doors open, then close. Cautiously, he returned to the corridor. It was silent and empty. Walking quietly, he approached the presidential suite. His specially made key turned easily, as it had this afternoon. He opened one of the double doors slightly, then gently released the spring pressure and removed the key. The lock made no noise, nor did the door as he opened it slowly. A hallway was immediately ahead, beyond it a larger room. To the right and left were two more doors, both closed. Through the one on the right he could hear what sounded like a radio. There was no one in sight. The lights in the suite were turned on. Keycase went in. He slipped on gloves, then closed and latched the outside door behind him. He moved warily, yet wasting no time. Broadloom in the hallway and living room muffled his footsteps. He crossed the living room to a farther door which was ajar. As Keycase expected, it led to two spacious bedrooms, each with a bathroom and a dressing room between. In the bedrooms, as elsewhere, lights were on. There was no mistaking which room was the Duchess's. Its furnishings included a tallboy, two dressing tables, and a walk-in closet. Keycase began systematically to search all four. A jewel box, such as he sought, was in neither the tallboy nor the first dressing table. There were a number of items, gold evening purses, cigarette cases, and expensive-looking compacts, which, with more time and in other circumstances, he would have garnered gladly. But now he was racing, seeking a major prize and discarding all else. At the second dressing table, he opened the first drawer. It contained nothing worthwhile. The second drawer yielded no better result. In the third, on top, was an array of negligées. Beneath them was a deep, oblong box of hand-tooled leather. It was locked. Leaving the box in the drawer, Keycase worked with a knife and screwdriver to break the lock. The box was stoutly made and resisted opening. Several minutes passed. Conscious of fleeting time, he began to perspire. At length the lock gave. The lid flew back. Beneath, in scintillating, breathtaking array, were two tiers of jewels. Rings, brooches, necklets, clips, tiaras, all of precious metal, and most were gem-encrusted. At the sight, Keycase drew in breath. So, after all, a portion of the Duchess's fabled collection had not been consigned to the hotel vault. Once more, a hunch, an omen, had proved right. With both hands, he reached out to seize the spoils. At the same instant, a key turned in the lock of the outer door. His reflex was instantaneous. Keycase slammed down the jewel box lid and slid the drawer closed. On the way in, he had left the bedroom door slightly ajar. Now he flew to it. Through an inch-wide gap, he could see into the living room. A hotel maid was entering. She had towels on her arm and was headed for the Duchess's bedroom. The maid was elderly and waddled. Her slowness offered a single slim chance. Swinging around, Keycase lunged for a bedside lamp. He found its cord and yanked. The light went out. Now he needed something in his hand to indicate activity. Something, anything. Against the wall was a small attaché case. He seized it and stalked toward the door. As Keycase flung the door wide, the maid recoiled. "Oh!" A hand went over her heart. Keycase frowned. "Where have you been? You should have come here earlier." The shock, followed by the accusation, made her flustered. He had intended that it should.
"I'm sorry, sir. I saw there were people in and—"
He cut her short. "It doesn't matter now. Do what you have to, and there's a lamp needs fixing." He gestured into the bedroom. "The Duchess wants it working tonight." He kept his voice low, remembering the secretary.
"Oh, I'll see that it is, sir."
"Very well." Keycase nodded coolly and went out. In the corridor he tried not to think. He succeeded until he was in his own room, 8:30. Then, in bafflement and despair, he flung himself across the bed and buried his face in a pillow. It was more than an hour before he bothered forcing the lock of the attaché case he had brought away. Inside was pile upon pile of United States currency, all used bills of small denominations. With trembling hands, he counted $15,000. 22. Peter McDermott accompanied the two detectives from the incinerator in the hotel basement to the St. Charles Street door. "For the time being," Captain Yoles continued, "I'd like to keep what's happened tonight as quiet as possible. There'll be questions enough when we charge your man Ogleby, whatever it's with. No sense in bringing the press around our necks until we have to." Peter assured him, "If the hotel had any choice, we'd prefer no publicity at all." Yoles grunted. "Don't count on it." Peter returned to the main dining room to discover, not surprisingly, that Christine and Albert Wells had gone. In the lobby, he was intercepted by the night manager. "Mr. McDermott, here's a note Miss Frances left for you." It was in a sealed envelope and read simply, "I've gone home. Come if you can. Christine." He would go, he decided. He suspected that Christine was eager to talk over the events of the day, including this evening's astounding disclosure by Albert Wells. Nothing else to do tonight at the hotel, or was there? Abruptly, Peter remembered the promise he had made to Marcia Prescott on leaving her at the cemetery so unceremoniously this afternoon. He had said he would telephone later, but he had forgotten until now. The crisis of the afternoon was only hours away. It seemed like days, and Marcia somehow remote, but he supposed he should call her, late as it was. Once more he used the credit manager's office on the main floor and dialed the Prescott number. Marcia answered on the first ring.
"Oh, Peter," she said, "I've been sitting by the telephone. I waited and waited, then called twice and left my name."
He remembered guiltily the pile of unacknowledged messages on his office desk. "I'm genuinely sorry, and I can't explain, at least not yet, except that all kinds of things have been happening."
"Tell me tomorrow."
"Marcia, I'm afraid tomorrow will be a very full day."
"At breakfast," Marcia said. "If it's going to be that kind of day, you need a New Orleans breakfast. They're famous. Have you ever had one?"
"I don't usually eat breakfast."
"Tomorrow you will. And Anna's are special. A lot better, I'll bet, than at your hotel."
It was impossible not to be charmed by Marcia's enthusiasms, and he had, after all, deserted her this afternoon. "It will have to be early."
"As early as you like."
They agreed on 7:30 a.m. A few minutes later he was in a taxi on his way to Christine's apartment in Gentilly. He rang from downstairs. Christine was waiting with the apartment door open. "Not a word," she said, "until after the second drink. I just can't take it all in." "You'd better," he told her. "You haven't heard the half of it." She had mixed daiquiris, which were chilling in the refrigerator. There was a heaped plate of chicken and ham sandwiches. The fragrance of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the apartment. Peter remembered suddenly that, despite his sojourn in the hotel kitchens and the talk of breakfast tomorrow, he had eaten nothing since lunch. "That's what I imagined," Christine said when he told her. "Fall to." Obeying, he watched as she moved efficiently around the tiny kitchen. He had a feeling, sitting here, of being at ease and shielded from whatever might be happening outside. He thought Christine had cared about him enough to do what she had done. More important, there was an empathy between them in which even their silences, as now, seemed shared and understood. He pushed away the daiquiri glass and reached for a coffee cup which Christine had filled. "All right," he said. "Where do we start?" They talked continuously for almost 2 hours, all the time their closeness growing. At the end, all they could decide on definitely was that tomorrow would be an interesting day. "I won't sleep," Christine said. "I couldn't possibly. I know I won't." "I couldn't either," Peter said. "But not for the reason you mean." He had no doubts, only a conviction that he wanted this moment to go on and on. He took her in his arms and kissed her. Later, it seemed the most natural thing in the world that they should make love. Friday. 1. It was understandable, Peter McDermott thought, that the Duke and Duchess of Croydon should be rolling the chief house officer, Ogilvy, trussed securely into a ball, toward the edge of the St. Gregory roof, while far below a sea of faces stared fixedly upward. But it was strange, and somewhat shocking, that a few yards farther on, Curtis O'Keefe and Warren Trent were exchanging savage cuts with blood-stained dueling swords. Why, Peter wondered, had Captain Yoles, standing by a stairway door, failed to intervene? Then Peter realized that the policeman was watching a giant bird's nest in which a single egg was cracking open. A moment later, from the egg's interior, emerged an outsized sparrow with the cheery face of Albert Wells. But now Peter's attention was diverted to the roof edge, where a desperately struggling Christine had become entangled with Ogilvy, and Marcia Prescott was helping the Croydons push the double burden nearer and nearer to the awful gulf below. The crowds continued to gape as Captain Yoles leaned against a doorpost, yawning. If he hoped to save Christine, Peter realized he must act himself. But when he attempted to move, his feet dragged heavily as if encased in glue, and while his body urged forward, his legs refused to follow. He tried to cry out, but his throat was blocked. His eyes met Christine's in dumb despair. Suddenly the Croydons, Marcia O'Keefe, Warren Trent, stopped and were listening. The sparrow that was Albert Wells cocked an ear. Now Ogilvy, Yoles, and Christine were doing the same. Listening to what? Then Peter heard a cacophony, as if all the telephones on earth were ringing together. The sound came closer, swelled, until it seemed that it would engulf them all. Peter put his hands over his ears. The dissonance grew. He closed his eyes, then opened them. He was in his apartment. His bedside alarm showed 6:30 a.m. He lay for a few minutes, shaking his head free from the wild hodgepodge dream. Then he padded to the bathroom for a shower, steeling himself to remain under the spray with the cold tap on for a final minute. He emerged from the shower fully awake. Slipping on a towel robe, he started coffee brewing in the kitchenette, then went to the telephone and dialed the hotel number. He was connected with the night manager, who assured Peter that there had been no message during the night concerning anything found in the incinerator. No, the night manager said with a trace of tiredness, he had not checked personally. Yes, if Mr. McDermott wished, he would go down immediately and telephone the result, though Peter sensed a mild resentment at the unlikely errand so near the end of a long, tiring shift. The incinerator was somewhere in the lower basement, wasn't it? Peter was shaving when the return call came. The night manager reported that he had spoken with the incinerator employee, Graham, who was sorry, but the paper Mr. McDermott wanted had not turned up. Now, it didn't look as if it would. The manager added the information that Graham's night shift, as well as his own, was almost ended. Later, Peter decided he would pass the news, or rather the lack of it, to Captain Yoles. He remembered his opinion last night, which still held good, that the hotel had done all it could in the matter of public duty. Anything else must be the business of the police. Between sips of coffee and while dressing, Peter considered the two subjects uppermost in his mind. One was Christine, the other his own future, if any, at the St. Gregory Hotel. After last night, he realized that whatever might be ahead, more than anything else, he wished Christine to be a part of it. The conviction had been growing on him. Now it was clear and definite. He supposed it might be said that he was in love, but he was guarded in attempting to define his deeper feelings, even to himself. Once before, what he had believed was love had turned to ashes. Perhaps it was better to begin with hope and grope uncertainly toward an unknown end. It might be unromantic, Peter reflected, to say that he was comfortable with Christine, but it was true, and, in a sense, reassuring. He had a conviction that the bonds between them would grow stronger, not weaker, as time went by. He believed that Christine's feelings were similar to his own. Instinct told him that what lay immediately ahead was to be savored, not devoured. As to the hotel, it was hard to grasp, even now, that Albert Wells, whom they had assumed to be a pleasant, inconsequential little man, stood revealed as a financial mogul who had assumed control of the St. Gregory, or would today. Superficially, it seemed possible that Peter's own position might be strengthened by the unexpected development. He had become friendly with the little man, and had the impression that he himself was liked in return. But liking and a business decision were separate things. The nicest people could be hard-headed and ruthless when they chose. Also, it was unlikely that Albert Wells would run the hotel personally, and whoever fronted for him might have definite views on the background records of personnel. As he had before, Peter decided not to worry about events until they happened. Across New Orleans, clocks were chiming 7:30 as Peter McDermott arrived by taxi at the Prescott Mansion on Prytania Street. Behind graceful, soaring columns, the great white house stood nobly in early morning sunlight. The air around was fresh and cool, with traces still of a pre-dawn mist. The scent of magnolia hung fragrantly, and there was dew upon the grass. The street and house were quiet, but from St. Charles Avenue and beyond could be heard distant sounds of the awakening city. Peter crossed the lawn by the curving pathway of old red brick. He ascended the terrace steps and knocked at the double-carved doorway. Ben, the manservant who had functioned at dinner on Wednesday night, opened the door and greeted Peter cordially. "Good morning, sir. Please come in." Inside, he announced, "Miss Marcia asked me to show you to the gallery. She'll join you in a few minutes." With Ben leading the way, they went up the broad, curving staircase and along the wide corridor with frescoed walls, where, on Wednesday night, in semi-darkness, Peter had accompanied Marcia. He asked himself, was it really so short a time ago? In daylight, the gallery appeared as well-ordered and inviting as it had before. There were deep cushioned chairs and planters bright with flowers. Near the front, looking down on the garden below, a table had been set for breakfast. There were 2 places. Peter asked, "Is the house stirring early on my account?" "No, sir," Ben assured him. "We're early people here. Mr. Prescott, when he's home, doesn't like late starting. He always says there isn't enough of each day, that you should waste the front end of it."
"You see? I told you my father was a lot like you."
At Marcia's voice, Peter turned. She had come in quietly behind them. He had an impression of dew and roses, and that she had risen freshly with the sun.
"Good morning."
Marcia smiled.
"Ben, please give Mr. McDermott an absinthe Suisses."
She took Peter's arm. "Pour lightly, Ben," Peter said. "I know absinthe Suisses goes with a New Orleans breakfast, but I've a new boss. I'd like to meet him sober." The manservant grinned. "Yes, sir." As they sat at the table, Marcia said, "Was that why I disappeared like a conjurer's rabbit?" "No, that was something else." Her eyes widened as he related as much as he could of the hit-and-run investigation, without mentioning the Croydon's name. He declined to be drawn by Marcia's questioning, but told her, "Whatever happens, there will be some news today." To himself, he reasoned, By now, Ogilvy was probably back in New Orleans and being interrogated. If retained in custody, he would have to be charged, with an appearance in court which would alert the press. Inevitably, there would be a reference to the Jaguar, which, in turn, would point a finger at the Croydons. Peter sampled the fluffy absinthe Suisses which had appeared before him. From his own bartending days, he remembered the ingredients: herbson, white of an egg, cream, orgeat syrup, and a dash of anisette. He had seldom tasted them better mixed. Across the table, Marcia was sipping orange juice. Peter wondered, could the Duke and Duchess of Croydon, in face of Ogilvy's accusation, continue to maintain their innocence? It was one more question which today might determine. But certainly the Duchess's note, if it ever existed, was gone. There had been no further word from the hotel, at least on that point, and Booker T. Graham would have long since gone off duty. In front of both Peter and Marcia, Ben placed a Creole cream cheese Evangeline, garlanded with fruit. Peter began to eat with enjoyment.
"Earlier on," Marcia said, "you started to say something. It was about the hotel?"
"Oh, yes." Between mouthfuls of cheese and fruit, he explained about Albert Wells. "The new ownership is being announced today. I had a telephone call just as I was leaving to come here." The call had been from Warren Trent. It informed Peter that Mr. Dempster of Montreal, financial representative of the St. Gregory's new owner, was en route to New Orleans. Mr. Dempster was already in New York, where he would board an Eastern Airlines flight, arriving at mid-morning. A suite was to be reserved, and a meeting between the old and new management groups was scheduled tentatively for 11:30. Peter was instructed to remain available in case he was required. Surprisingly, Warren Trent had sounded not in the least depressed, and in fact, brighter than in recent days. Was W.T. aware, Peter wondered, that the new owner of the St. Gregory was already in the hotel? Remembering that, until an official changeover, his own loyalty lay with the old management, Peter related the conversation of last evening between himself, Christine, and Albert Wells. "Yes," Warren Trent had said, "I know. Emile Dumer of Industrial Merchants Bank, he did the negotiating for Wells, phoned me late last night. It seems there was some secrecy. There isn't any more." Peter also knew that Curtis O'Keefe and his companion, Miss Lash, were due to leave the St. Gregory later this morning. Apparently they were going separate ways, since the hotel, which handled such matters for VIPs, had arranged a flight to Los Angeles for Miss Lash, while Curtis O'Keefe was headed for Naples, via New York and Rome.
"You're thinking about a lot of things," Marcia said. "I wish you'd tell me some. My father used to want to talk at breakfast, but my mother was never interested. I am."
Peter smiled. He told her the kind of day that he expected it to be. As they talked, the remains of the cheeses Evangeline were removed, to be replaced by steaming aromatic eggs sardou. Twin poached eggs nestled on artichoke bottoms, appetizingly topped with creamed spinach and hollandaise sauce. A rosé wine appeared at Peter's place. Marcia said, "I understand what you meant about today being very busy." "And I understand what you meant by a traditional breakfast." Peter caught sight of the housekeeper, Anna, hovering in the background. He called out, "Magnificent!" and saw her smile. Later, he gasped at the arrival of sirloin steaks with mushrooms, hot French bread, and marmalade. Peter said doubtfully, "I'm not sure."
"There's crêpe Suzette to come," Marcia informed him, "and café au lait. When there were great plantations here, people used to scoff at the petit déjeuner of the Continentals. They made breakfast an occasion."
"You've made it an occasion," Peter said. "This and a good deal more. Meeting you, my history lessons, being with you here. I won't forget it, ever."
"You make it sound as if you're saying goodbye."
"I am, Marcia." He met her eyes steadily, then smiled. "Right after the crêpes Suzette." There was a silence before she said, "I thought—" He reached out across the table, his hand covering Marcia's. Perhaps we were both daydreaming. I think we were. But it's quite the nicest daydream I ever had."
"Why does it have to be just that?"
He answered gently, "Some things you can't explain. No matter how much you like someone, there's a question of deciding what's best to do, of judgment."
"And my judgment doesn't count?"
"Marcia, I have to trust mine, for both of us." But he wondered, could it be trusted? His own instincts had proven less than reliable before. Perhaps at this moment he was making a mistake which years from now he would remember with regret. How to be sure of anything when you often learned the truth too late? He sensed that Marcia was close to tears.
"Excuse me,"
she said in a low voice. She stood up and walked swiftly from the gallery. Sitting there, Peter wished he could have spoken less forthrightly, tempering his words with the gentleness that he felt for this lonely girl. He wondered if she would return. After a few minutes, when Marcia failed to, Anna appeared.
"Looks like you'll be finishing breakfast alone, sir. I don't believe Miss Marcia will be back."
He asked, "How is she?"
"She's crying in her room."
Anna shrugged.
"Isn't the first time. Don't suppose it'll be the last. It's a way she has when she doesn't get all she wants."
She removed the steak plates.
"Ben'll serve you the rest."
He shook his head. "No, thank you. I must go."
"Then I'll just bring coffee."
In the background, Ben had busied himself, but it was Anna who took the café au lait and put it beside Peter.
"Don't go away worrying over much, sir. When she's past the most of it, I'll do the best I can. Miss Marcia has maybe too much time to think about herself. If her daddy was here more, maybe things would be different. But he ain't. Not hardly at all."
"You're very understanding." Peter remembered what Marcia had told him about Anna, how, as a young girl, Anna had been forced by her family to marry a man she scarcely knew, but the marriage had lasted happily for more than 40 years, until Anna's husband died a year ago. Peter said, "I heard about your husband. He must have been a fine man."
"My husband?"
The housekeeper cackled.
"I ain't had no husband. Never been married in my whole life. I'm a maiden lady, more or less."
Marcia had said, "They lived with us here, Anna and her husband. He was the kindest, sweetest man I've ever known. If there was ever a perfect marriage, it belonged to them." Marcia had used the portrayal to bolster her own argument when she asked Peter to marry her. Anna was still chuckling.
"My goodness, Miss Marcia's been taking you in with all her stories. She makes up a good many. A lot of the time she's play-acting, which is why you don't need to worry none now."
"I see." Peter was not sure that he did, though he felt relieved. Ben showed him out. It was after 9 o'clock, and the day was already becoming hot. Peter walked briskly toward St. Charles Avenue, where he headed for the hotel. He hoped that the walk would overcome any somnolence he might feel from the trencherman's meal. He felt a genuine regret that he would not see Marcia again, and a sorrow concerning her for a reason he could not fully comprehend. He wondered if he would ever be wise about women. He rather doubted it. 2. Number 4 elevator was acting up again. Cy Lewin, its elderly daytime operator, was getting thoroughly sick of Number 4 and its capriciousness, which had started a week or more ago and seemed to be getting worse. Last Sunday, the elevator had several times refused to respond to its controls, even though both cage and landing doors were fully closed. The relief man had told Cy that the same thing happened Monday night when Mr. McDermott, the assistant general manager, was in the car. Then, on Wednesday, there had been trouble which put Number 4 out of service for several hours. Malfunctioning of the clutch arrangement, engineering said, whatever that meant. But the repair job had not prevented another hiatus the following day, when on 3 separate occasions Number 4 refused to start away from the 15th floor. Now, today, Number 4 was starting and stopping jerkily at every floor. It was not Cy Lewin's business to know what was wrong, nor did he especially care, even though he had heard the chief engineer, Doc Vickery, grumbling about patching and complaining that he needed $100,000 to rip the elevator's guts out and begin again. Well, who wouldn't like that kind of money? Cy Lewin himself sure would, which was why every year he scraped together the price of a sweepstake ticket, though a fat lot of good it had ever done him. But a St. Gregory veteran like himself was entitled to consideration, and tomorrow he would ask to be moved over to one of the other cars. Why not? He had worked 27 years in the hotel, and was running elevators before some of the young whippersnappers now around the place were born. After today, let someone else put up with number 4 and its contrariness. It was a little before 10 a.m., and the hotel was becoming busy. Cy Lewin took a load up from the lobby, mostly conventioneers with names on their lapels, stopping at intermediate floors until the 15th, which was the top of the hotel. Going down, the car was filled to capacity by the time he reached the 9th, and he highballed the rest of the way to the main lobby. On this latest trip, he noticed that the jerkiness had stopped. Well, whatever that trouble was, he guessed it had fixed itself. He could not have been more wrong. High above Cy Lewin, perched like an eyrie on the hotel roof, was the elevator control room. There, in the mechanical heart of the number 4 elevator, a small electrical relay had reached the limit of its useful life. The cause, unknown and unsuspected, was a tiny pushrod the size of a household nail. The pushrod was screwed into a miniature piston head, which in turn actuated a trio of switches. One switch applied and released the elevator brake, a second supplied power to an operating motor, the third controlled a generator circuit. With all three functioning, the elevator car moved smoothly up and down in response to its controls. But with only 2 switches working, and if the non-working switch should be that which controlled the elevator motor, the car would be free to fall under its own weight. Only one thing could cause such a failure: the overall lengthening of the push rod and piston. For several weeks the push rod had been working loose, with movements so infinitesimal that 100 might equal the thickness of a human hair. The piston head had turned, slowly but inexorably unscrewing itself from the push rod thread. The effect was twofold. The push rod and piston had increased their total length, and the motor switch was barely functioning. Just as a final grain of sand will tip a scale, so at this moment the slightest further twisting of the piston would isolate the motor switch entirely. The defect had been the cause of number 4's erratic functioning, which Cy Lewin and others had observed. A maintenance crew had tried to trace the trouble, but had not succeeded. They could hardly be blamed. There were more than 60 relays to a single elevator, and 20 elevators in the entire hotel. Nor had anyone observed that 2 safety devices on the elevator car were partially defective. At 10:10 on Friday morning, number 4 elevator was, in fact and figuratively, hanging by a thread. 3. Mr. Dempster of Montreal checked in at 10:30. Peter McDermott, notified of his arrival, went down to the lobby to extend official greetings. So far this morning, neither Warren Trent nor Albert Wells had appeared on the lower floors of the hotel, nor had the latter been heard from. The financial representative of Albert Wells was a brisk, impressive person who looked like the seasoned manager of a large branch bank. He responded to a comment of Peter's about the speed of events being breathtaking with the remark, "Mr. Wells frequently has that effect." A bellboy escorted the newcomer to a suite on the 11th floor. 20 minutes later, Mr. Dempster reappeared in Peter's office. He had visited Mr. Wells, he said, and spoken on the telephone with Mr. Trent. The meeting arranged tentatively for 11:30 was definitely to proceed. Meanwhile, there were a few people whom Mr. Dempster wished to confer with, the hotel's comptroller for one, and Mr. Trent had invited him to make use of the executive suite. Mr. Dempster appeared to be a man accustomed to exercise authority. Peter escorted him to Warren Trent's office and introduced Christine. For Peter and Christine it was their second meeting of the morning, On arrival at the hotel, he had sought her out, and though the best they could do in the beleaguered surroundings of the executive suite was to touch hands briefly, in the stolen moment there was an excitement and an eager awareness of each other. For the first time since his arrival, the man from Montreal smiled. "Oh, yes, Miss Frances. Mr. Wells mentioned you. In fact, he spoke of you quite warmly." "I think Mr. Wells is a wonderful man. I thought so before—" She stopped. "Yes?" "I'm a little embarrassed," Christine said, "about something which happened last night." Mr. Dempster produced heavy-rimmed glasses, which he polished and put on. "If you're referring to the incident of the restaurant bill, Miss Frances, it's unnecessary that you should be. Mr. Wells told me, and I quote his own words, that it was one of the sweetest, kindest things that was ever done for him. He knew what was happening, of course. There's very little he misses." "Yes," Christine said, "I'm beginning to realize that." There was a knock at the outer office door, which opened to reveal the credit manager, Sam Jakubik. "Excuse me," he said when he saw the group inside, and turned to go. Peter called him back. "I came to check a rumor," Jakubik said. "It's going round the hotel like a prairie fire that the old gentleman, Mr. Wells—" "It isn't a rumor," Peter said. "It's fact." He introduced the credit man to Mr. Dempster. Jakubik clapped a hand to his head. "My God! I checked his credit! I doubted his check! I even phoned Montreal!" "I heard about your call." For the second time, Mr. Dempster smiled. "At the bank they were vastly amused, but they've strict instructions that no information about Mr. Wells is ever to be given out. It's the way he likes things done." Jakubik gave what sounded like a moan. "I think you'd have more to worry about," the man from Montreal assured him, "if you hadn't checked Mr. Wells' credit. He'd respect you for doing it. He does have a habit of writing checks on odd bits of paper, which people find disconcerting. The checks are all good, of course. You probably know by now that Mr. Wells is one of the richest men in North America." A dazed Jakubik could only shake his head. "It might be simpler for you all," Mr. Dempster remarked, "if I explained a few things about my employer." He glanced at his watch. "Mr. Dumer, the banker, and some lawyers will be here soon, but I believe we've time." He was interrupted by the arrival of Royal Edwards. The comptroller was armed with papers and a bulging briefcase. Once more the ritual of introductions was performed. Shaking hands, Mr. Dempster informed the comptroller, "We'll have a brief talk in a moment, and I'd like you to remain for our 11:30 meeting. By the way, you too, Miss Frances. Mr. Trent asked that you be there, and I know Mr. Wells will be delighted." For the first time, Peter McDermott had a disconcerting sense of exclusion from the center of affairs. "I was about to explain some matters concerning Mr. Wells." Mr. Dempster removed his glasses, breathed on the lenses, and polished them once more. "Despite Mr. Wells' considerable wealth, he has remained a man of very simple tastes. This is in no sense due to meanness. He is, in fact, extremely generous. It is simply that for himself he prefers modest things, even in such matters as clothing, travel, and accommodation." "About accommodation," Peter said, "I was considering moving Mr. Wells to a suite. Mr. Curtis O'Keefe is vacating one of our better ones this afternoon. I suggest you don't. I happen to know that Mr. Wells likes the room he has, though not the one before it." Mentally, Peter shuddered at the reference to the ha-ha room which Albert Wells had occupied before his transfer to 1410 on Monday night. "He has no objection to others having a suite, me, for example," Mr. Dempster explained. "It is simply that he feels no need for such things himself. Am I boring you?" His listeners, as one, protested that he was not. Royal Edwards seemed amused. "It's like something from the Brothers Grimm." "Perhaps. But don't ever believe that Mr. Wells lives in a fairy tale world. He doesn't, any more than I do." Peter McDermott thought, whether the others realized it or not, there was a hint of steel beneath the urbane words. Mr. Dempster continued, "I've known Mr. Wells a good many years. In that time I've come to respect his instincts, both about business and people. He has a kind of native shrewdness that isn't taught at the Harvard School of Business. Royal Edwards, who was a Harvard Business School graduate, flushed. Peter wondered if the riposte was accidental or if the representative of Albert Wells had done some swift investigating of the hotel's senior staff. It was entirely possible that he had, in which case Peter McDermott's record, including his Waldorf dismissal and subsequent blacklisting, would be known. Was this the reason, Peter wondered, behind his own apparent omission from the inner councils? "I suppose," Royal Edwards said, "we can expect a good many changes around here." "I'd consider it likely." Again Mr. Dempster polished his glasses. It seemed a compulsive habit. "The first change will be that I shall become president of the hotel company, an office I hold in most of Mr. Wells' corporations. He has never cared to assume titles himself." Christine said, "So we'll be seeing a good deal of you." "Actually, very little, Miss Frances. I will be a figurehead, no more. The executive vice president will have complete authority. That is Mr. Wells' policy, and also mine." So after all, Peter thought, the situation had resolved itself as he expected. Albert Wells would not be closely involved with the hotel's management. Therefore, the fact of knowing him would carry no advantage. The little man was, in fact, twice removed from active management, and Peter's future would depend on the executive vice president, whoever that might be. Peter wondered if it was anyone he knew. If so, it could make a great deal of difference. Until this moment, Peter reasoned, he had told himself that he would accept events as they came, including, if necessary, his own departure. Now, he discovered, he wanted to remain at the St. Gregory very much indeed. Christine, of course, was one reason. Another was that the St. Gregory, with continued independence under new management, promised to be exciting. "Mr. Dempster," Peter said, "if it isn't a great secret, who will the executive vice president be?" The man from Montreal appeared puzzled. He looked at Peter strangely, then his expression cleared. "Excuse me," he said. "I thought you knew. That's you." 4. Throughout last night, in the slow-paced hours when hotel guests were serenely sleeping, Booker T. Graham had labored alone in the incinerator's glare. That, in itself, was not unusual. Booker T. was a simple soul, whose days and nights were like carbon copies of each other, and it never perturbed him that this should be so. His ambitions were simple, too, being limited to food, shelter, and a measure of human dignity, though the last was instinctive, and not a need he could have explained himself. What had been unusual about the night was the slowness with which his work had gone. Usually, well before time to clock out and go home, Booker T. had disposed of the previous day's accumulated garbage, had sorted his retrievals, and left himself with half an hour when he would sit quietly, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette, until closing the incinerator down. But this morning, though his time on duty had been complete, the work was not. At the hour when he should have been leaving the hotel, a dozen or more tightly packed cans of garbage remained unsorted and undisposed. The reason was Booker T.'s attempt to find the paper which Mr. McDermott wanted. He had been careful and thorough. He had taken his time. And so far he had failed. Booker T. had reported the fact regretfully to the night manager who had come in, the latter looking unfamiliarly at the grim surroundings and wrinkling his nose at the all-pervading smell. The night manager had left as speedily as possible, but the fact that he had come and the message he had brought showed that, to Mr. McDermott, the missing paper was still important. Regretful or not, it was time for Booker T. to quit and go home. The hotel objected to paying overtime. More to the point, Booker T. was hired to concern himself with garbage, not management problems, however remote. He knew that during the day, if the remaining garbage was noticed, someone would be sent in to run the incinerator for an extra few hours and burn it off. Failing that, Booker T. himself would catch up with the residue when he returned to duty late tonight. The trouble was, with the first way, any hope of retrieving the paper would be gone forever, and with the second, even if found, it might be too late for whatever was required. And yet, more than anything else, Booker T wanted to do this thing for Mr. McDermott. If he had been pressed, he could not have said why, since he was not an articulate man, either in thought or speech. But somehow, when the young assistant general manager was around, Booker T felt more of a man, an individual, than at any other time. He decided he would go on searching. To avoid trouble, he left the incinerator and went to the time clock where he punched out. Then he returned. It was unlikely that he would be noticed. The incinerator was not a place which attracted visitors. He worked for another 3.5 hours. He worked slowly, painstakingly, with the knowledge that what he sought might not be in the garbage at all, or could have been burned before he was warned to look. By mid-morning he was very tired, and down to the last container but one. He saw it almost at once when he emptied the bin. A ball of waxed paper which looked like sandwich wrappings. When he opened them, inside was a crumpled sheet of stationery, matching the sample Mr. McDermott had left. He compared the two under a light to be sure. There was no mistake. The recovered paper was grease-stained and partially wet. In one place the writing on it had smeared, but only a little. The rest was clear. Booker T put on his grimed and greasy coat. Without waiting to dispose of the remaining garbage, he headed for the upper precincts of the hotel. 5. In Warren Trent's commodious office, Mr. Dempster had concluded his private talk with the comptroller. Spread around them were balance sheets and statements, which Royal Edwards was gathering up as others, arriving for the 11:30 meeting, came in to join them. The Pickwickian banker, Emile Dumer, was first, a trifle flushed with self-importance. He was followed by a sallow, spindly lawyer who handled most of the St. Gregory's legal business, and a younger New Orleans lawyer representing Albert Wells. Peter McDermott came next, accompanying Warren Trent, who had arrived from the 15th floor a moment earlier. Paradoxically, despite having lost his long struggle to maintain control of the hotel, the St. Gregory's proprietor appeared more amiable and relaxed than at any time in recent weeks. He wore a carnation in his buttonhole and greeted the visitors cordially, including Mr. Dempster, who Peter introduced. For Peter, the proceedings had a chimeric quality. His actions were mechanical, his speech a conditioned reflex, like responding to a litany. It was as if a robot inside him had taken charge until such time as he could recover from the shock administered by the man from Montreal. Executive Vice President. It was less the title which concerned him than its implications. To run the St. Gregory with absolute control was like fulfillment of a vision. Peter knew, with passionate conviction, that the St. Gregory could become a fine hotel. It could be esteemed, efficient, profitable. Obviously, Curtis O'Keefe, whose opinion counted, thought so too. There were means to achieve this end. They included an infusion of capital, reorganization with clearly defined areas of authority, and staff changes, retirements, promotions, and transplantings from outside. When he had learned of the purchase of the hotel by Albert Wells and its continued independence, Peter hoped that someone else would have the insight and impetus to make progressive changes. Now he was to be given the opportunity himself. The prospect was exhilarating and a little frightening. There was a personal significance. The appointment, and what followed, would mean a restoration of Peter McDermott's status within the hotel industry. If he made a success of the St. Gregory, what had gone before would be forgotten, his account wiped clean. Hoteliers, as a group, were neither vicious nor short-sighted. In the end, achievement was what mattered most. Peter's thoughts raced on. Still stunned, but beginning to recover, he joined the others now taking their places at a long board table near the center of the room. Albert Wells was last to arrive. He came in shyly, escorted by Christine. As he did, those already in the room rose to their feet. Clearly embarrassed, the little man waved them down. No, please. Warren Trent stepped forward, smiling. Mr. Wells, I welcome you to my house." They shook hands. "When it becomes your house, it will be my heartfelt wish that these old walls will bring to you as great a happiness and satisfaction as, at times, they have to me." It was said with courtliness and grace. From anyone else, Peter McDermott thought, the words might have seemed hollow or exaggerated. Spoken by Warren Trent, they held a conviction which was strangely moving. Albert Wells blinked. With the same courtesy, Warren Trent took his arm and personally performed the introductions. Christine closed the outer door and joined the others at the table. "I believe you know my assistant, Miss Francis, and Mr. McDermott." Albert Wells gave his sly, bird-like smile. "We've had a bit to do with each other." He winked at Peter. "We'll do some more, I reckon." It was Emile Dumer who harumphed and opened the proceedings. The terms of sale, the banker pointed out, had already been substantially agreed. The purpose of the meeting, over which both Mr. Trent and Mr. Dempster had asked him to preside, was to decide upon procedures, including a date for takeover. There appeared to be no difficulties. The mortgage on the hotel, due to be foreclosed today, had been assumed pro tem by the Industrial Merchants Bank, under guarantees by Mr. Dempster, acting on behalf of Mr. Wells. Peter caught an ironic glance from Warren Trent, who, for months, had tried unsuccessfully to obtain renewal of the mortgage. The banker produced a proposed agenda which he distributed. There was a brief discussion of its contents, the lawyers and Mr. Dempster participating. They then moved on to deal with the agenda point by point. Through most of what followed, both Warren Trent and Albert Wells remained spectators only, the former meditative, the little man sunk into his chair as if wishing to meld into the background. At no point did Mr. Dempster refer to Albert Wells, or even glance his way. Obviously, the man from Montreal understood his employer's preference for avoiding attention, and was used to making decisions on his own. Peter McDermott and Royal Edwards answered questions as they arose, affecting administration and finance. On 2 occasions, Christine left the meeting and returned, bringing documents from the hotel files. For all his pompousness, the banker ran a meeting well. Within less than half an hour, the principal business had been disposed of. The official transfer date was set for Tuesday. Other minor details were left for the lawyers to arrange between them. Emile Dumer glanced quickly around the table. "Unless there is anything else?" "Perhaps one thing." Warren Trent sat forward, his movement commanding the attention of the others. "Between gentlemen, the signing of documents is merely a delayed formality confirming honorable commitments already entered into." He glanced at Albert Wells. "I assume that you agree." Mr. Dempster said, "Certainly." "Then please feel free to commence at once any actions you may contemplate within the hotel." "Thank you." Mr. Dempster nodded appreciatively. "There are some matters we would like to set in motion. Immediately after completion on Tuesday, Mr. Wells wishes a directors' meeting to be held, at which the first business will be to propose your own election, Mr. Trent, as chairman of the board." Warren Trent inclined his head graciously. "I shall be honored to accept. I will do my best to be suitably ornamental." Mr. Dempster permitted himself the ghost of a smile. "It is Mr. Wells' further wish that I should assume the presidency." "A wish that I can understand." "With Mr. Peter McDermott as executive vice president." A chorus of congratulations was directed at Peter from around the table. Christine was smiling. With the others, Warren Trent shook Peter's hand. Mr. Dempster waited until the conversation died. "There remains one further point. This week I was in New York when the unfortunate publicity occurred concerning this hotel. I would like an assurance that we are not to have a repetition, at least before the change in management." There was a sudden silence. The older lawyer looked puzzled. In an audible whisper, the younger one explained, "It was because a colored man was turned away." "Ah." The older lawyer nodded understandingly. "Let me make one thing clear." Mr. Dempster removed his glasses and began polishing them carefully. "I am not suggesting that there be any basic change in hotel policy. My opinion, as a businessman, is that local viewpoints and customs must be respected. What I am concerned with is that if such a situation arises, it should not produce a similar result." Again there was silence. Abruptly, Peter McDermott was aware that the focus of attention had shifted to himself. He had a sudden, chilling instinct that here, without warning, a crisis had occurred, the first and perhaps the most significant of his new regime. How he handled it could affect the hotel's future and his own. He waited until he was absolutely sure of what he intended to say. "What was said a moment ago," Peter spoke quietly, nodding toward the younger lawyer, "is unfortunately true. A delegate to a convention in this hotel, with a confirmed reservation, was refused accommodation. He was a dentist, I understand a distinguished one, and incidentally a Negro. I regret to say that I was the one who turned him away. I have since made a personal decision that the same thing will never happen again." Emile Dumer said, "As executive vice president, I doubt if you'll be put in the position—" "Or to permit a similar action by anyone else in a hotel where I am in charge." The banker pursed his lips. "That's a mighty sweeping statement." Warren Trent turned edgily to Peter. "We've been over all this." "Gentlemen," Mr. Dempster replaced his glasses, "I made it clear, I thought, that I was not suggesting any fundamental change." "But I am, Mr. Dempster." If there was to be a showdown, Peter thought, better to have it now and done with. Either he would run the hotel or not. This seemed as good a time as any to find out. The man from Montreal leaned forward. "Let me be sure I understand your position." An inner cautioning voice warned Peter he was being reckless. He ignored it. "My position is quite simple. I would insist on complete desegregation of the hotel as a condition of my employment." "Aren't you being somewhat hasty in dictating terms?" Peter said quietly, "I assume your question to mean that you are aware of certain personal matters." Mr. Dempster nodded. "Yes, we are." Christine, Peter observed, had her eyes intently on his face. He wondered what she was thinking. "Hasty or not," he said, "I think it's fair to let you know where I stand." Mr. Dempster was once more polishing his glasses. He addressed the room at large. "I imagine we all respect a firmly held conviction. Even so, it seems to me that this is the kind of issue where we might temporize. If Mr. McDermott will agree, we can postpone a firm decision now. Then, in a month or two, the subject can be reconsidered." If Mr. McDermott will agree. Peter thought, with diplomatic skill, the man from Montreal had offered him a way out. It followed an established pattern. Insistence first, conscience appeased, a belief declared. Then mild concession, a reasonable compromise reached by reasonable men. The subject can be reconsidered. What could be more civilized, more eminently sane? Wasn't it the moderate, non-violent kind of attitude which most people favored? The dentists, for example. Their official letter, with the resolution deploring the hotel's action in the case of Dr. Nicholas, had arrived today. It was also true. There were difficulties facing the hotel. It was an unpropitious time. A change of management would produce a crop of problems, never mind inventing new ones. To wait, perhaps, would be the wisest choice. But then, the time for drastic change was never right. There were always reasons for not doing things. Someone, Peter remembered, had said that recently. Who? Dr. Ingram, the fiery dentist's president, who resigned because he believed that principle was more important than expediency, who had quit the St. Gregory Hotel last night in righteous anger. Once in a while, Dr. Ingram had said, you have to weigh what you want against what you believe in. You didn't do it, McDermott, when you had the chance. You were too worried about this hotel, your job. Sometimes, though, you get a second chance. If it happens to you, take it. Mr. Dempster, Peter said, the law on civil rights is perfectly clear. Whether we delay or circumvent it for a while, in the end, the result will be the same."
"The way I hear it," the man from Montreal remarked, "there's a good deal of argument about states' rights."
Peter shook his head impatiently. His gaze swung round the table. "I believe that a good hotel must adapt itself to changing times. There are matters of human rights that our times have awakened to. Far better that we should be ahead in realizing and accepting these things than that they be forced upon us, as will happen if we fail to act ourselves. A moment ago I made the statement that I will never be a party again to turning away a Dr. Nicholas. I am not prepared to change my mind." Warren Trent snorted. "They won't all be Dr. Nicholas. We preserve certain standards now, Mr. Trent. We shall continue to preserve them, except that they will be more embracive." "I'll warn you, you will run this hotel into the ground." "There seem to be more ways than one of doing that." At the rejoinder, Warren Trent flushed. Mr. Dempster was regarding his hands. "Regrettably, we seem to have reached an impasse. Mr. McDermott, in view of your attitude, we may have to reconsider." For the first time, the man from Montreal betrayed uncertainty. He glanced at Albert Wells. The little man was hunched down in his chair. He seemed to shrink as attention turned toward him, but his eyes met Mr. Dempster's. "Charlie," Albert Wells said, "I reckon we should let the young fellow do it his way." He nodded toward Peter. Without the slightest change of expression, Mr. Dempster announced, "Mr. McDermott, your conditions are met." The meeting was breaking up. In contrast to the earlier accord, there was a sense of constraint and awkwardness. Warren Trent ignored Peter, his expression sour. The older lawyer looked disapproving, the younger noncommittal. Emile Dumer was talking earnestly with Mr. Dempster. Only Albert Wells seemed slightly amused at what had taken place. Christine went to the door first. A moment later she returned, beckoning Peter. Through the doorway he saw that his secretary was waiting in the outer office. Knowing Flora, it would be something out of the ordinary that had brought her here. He excused himself and went outside. At the doorway, Christine slipped a folded piece of paper into Peter's hand. She whispered, "Read it later." He nodded and thrust the paper into a pocket. "Mr. McDermott," Flora said, "I wouldn't have disturbed you." "I know. What's happened?" "There's a man in your office. He says he works in the incinerator and has something important that you want. He won't give it to me or go away." Peter looked startled. "I'll come as quickly as I can." "Please hurry." Flora seemed embarrassed. "I hate to say this, Mr. McDermott, but the fact is, well, he smells." 6. A few minutes before midday, a lanky, slow-moving maintenance worker named Billy Boy Noble lowered himself into a shallow pit beneath the shaft of No. 4 elevator. His business there was routine cleaning and inspection, which he had already performed this morning on elevators numbers 1, 2, and 3. It was a procedure for which it was not considered necessary to stop the elevators, and as Billy Boy worked, he could see the car of No. 4 alternately climbing and descending high above. 7. Momentous issues, Peter McDermott reflected, could hinge upon the smallest quirk of fate. He was alone in his office. Booker T. Graham, suitably thanked and glowing from his small success, had left a few minutes earlier. The smallest quirk of fate. If Booker T. had been a different kind of man, if he had gone home, as others would have done, at the appointed time, if he had been less diligent in searching, then the single sheet of paper, now staring up at Peter from his desk blotter, would have been destroyed. The ifs were endless. Peter himself had been involved. His visits to the incinerator, he gathered from their conversation, had had the effect of inspiring Booker T. Early this morning, it appeared, the man had even clocked out and continued to work without any expectation of overtime. When Peter summoned Flora and issued instructions that the overtime be paid, the look of devotion on Booker T's face had been embarrassing. Whatever the cause, the result was here. The note, face upward on the blotter, was dated 2 days earlier. Written by the Duchess of Croydon on presidential suite stationery, it authorized the hotel garage to release the Croydon's car to Ogilvy at any time he may think suitable. Peter had already checked the handwriting. He had asked Flora for the Croydon's file. It was open on his desk. There was correspondence about reservations, with several notes in the Duchess's own hand. A handwriting expert would no doubt be precise, but even without such knowledge, the similarity was unmistakable. The Duchess had sworn to police detectives that Ogilvy removed the car without authority. She denied Ogilvy's accusation that the Croydons paid him to drive the Jaguar away from New Orleans. She had suggested that Ogilvy, not the Croydons, had been driving last Monday night at the time of the hit and run. Questioned about the note, she challenged, "Show it to me." It could now be shown. Peter McDermott's specific knowledge of the law was confined to matters affecting a hotel. Even so, it was obvious that the Duchess's note was incriminating in the extreme. Equally obvious was Peter's own duty to inform Captain Yoles at once that the missing piece of evidence had been recovered. With his hand on the telephone, Peter hesitated. He felt no sympathy for the Croydons. From the accumulated evidence, it seemed clear that they had committed a dastardly crime and afterward compounded it with cowardice and lies. In his mind, Peter could see the old St. Louis cemetery, the procession of mourners, the larger coffin, the tiny white one behind. The Croydons had even cheated their accomplice, Ogilvy. Despicable as the fat house detective was, his crime was less than theirs. Yet the Duke and Duchess were prepared to inflict on Ogilvy the larger blame and punishment. None of this made Peter hesitate. The reason was simply a tradition, centuries old, the credo of an innkeeper, of politeness to a guest. Whatever else the Duke and Duchess of Croydon might be, they were guests of the hotel. He would call the police, but he would call the Croydons first. Lifting the telephone, Peter asked for the presidential suite. 8. Curtis O'Keefe had personally ordered a late room service breakfast for himself and Dodo, and it had been delivered to his suite an hour ago. Most of the meal, however, still remained untouched. Both he and Dodo had made a perfunctory attempt to sit down together to eat, but neither, it seemed, could muster an appetite. After a while, Dodo asked to be excused, and returned to the adjoining suite to complete her packing. She was due to leave for the airport in 20 minutes, Curtis O'Keefe an hour later. The strain between them had persisted since yesterday afternoon. After his angry outburst then, O'Keefe had been immediately and genuinely sorry. He continued to resent bitterly what he considered to be the perfidy of Warren Trent, but his tirade against Dodo had been inexcusable, and he knew it. Worse, it was impossible to repair. Despite his apologies, the truth remained. He was getting rid of Dodo, and her Delta Airlines flight to Los Angeles was due to leave this afternoon. He was replacing her with someone else, Ginny LaMarche, who, at this moment, was waiting for him in New York. Last night, contritely, he had laid on an elaborate evening for Dodo, taking her first to dine superbly at the Commander's Palace, and afterward to dance and be entertained at the Blue Room of the Roosevelt Hotel. But the evening had not gone well, not through any fault of Dodo's, but perversely through his own low spirits. She had done her best to be gay good company. After her obvious unhappiness of the afternoon, she had, it seemed, resolved to put hurt feelings behind her and be engaging, as she always was. "Gee, Curtie," Dodo exclaimed at dinner, "a lot of girls would give their Playtex girdles to have a movie part like I got." And later, placing her hand over his, "You're still the sweetest, Curtie. You always will be." The effect had been to deepen his own depression, which, in the end, proved contagious to them both. Curtis O'Keefe attributed his feelings to the loss of the hotel, though usually he was more resilient about such matters. In his long career he had experienced his share of business disappointments, and had schooled himself to bounce back, getting on with the next thing rather than waste time in lamenting failures. But on this occasion, even after a night's sleep, the mood persisted. It made him irritable with God. There was a distinct sharpness, plus an undertone of criticism in his morning prayers. "Thou hast seen fit to place thy St. Gregory Hotel in alien hands. No doubt thou hast thine own inscrutable purpose, even if experienced mortals like thy servant can perceive no reason." He prayed alone, taking less time than usual, and afterward found Dodo packing his bags as well as her own. When he protested, she assured him, "Curdy, I like doing it, and if I didn't this time, who would?" He felt disinclined to explain that none of Dodo's predecessors had ever packed or unpacked for him, or that he usually summoned someone from a hotel housekeeping department to do the job, as from now on, he supposed, he would have to do once more. It was at that point he telephoned room service to order breakfast, but the idea hadn't worked, despite the fact that when they sat down, Dodo tried again. "Gee, Curdy, we don't have to be miserable. It isn't like we'll never see each other. We can meet in L.A. lots of times." But O'Keefe, who had traveled this road before, knew that they would not. Besides, he reminded himself, it was not parting with Dodo, but the loss of the hotel which really concerned him. The moments slipped by. It was time for Dodo to leave. The bulk of her luggage, collected by 2 bellboys, had gone down to the lobby several minutes earlier. Now the bell captain arrived for the remaining hand baggage, and to escort Dodo to her specially chartered airport limousine. Herbie Chandler, aware of Curtis O'Keefe's importance, and sensitive as always to potential tips, had supervised this call himself. He stood waiting at the corridor entrance to the suite. O'Keefe checked his watch and walked to the connecting doorway. "You very little time, my dear." Dodo's voice floated out. "I have to finish my nails, Curdy." Wondering why all women left attending to their fingernails until the very last minute, Curtis O'Keefe handed Herbie Chandler a $5 bill. "Share this with the other 2. Chandler's weasel face brightened. "Thank you very much, sir." He would share it all right, he reflected, except that the other bellboys would get 50 cents each, with Herbie retaining the $4. Dodo walked out from the adjoining room. There should be music, Curtis O'Keefe thought, a blazoning of trumpets and the stirring sweep of strings. She had on a simple yellow dress and the big floppy picture hat she had worn when they arrived on Tuesday. The ash-blonde hair was loose about her shoulders. Her wide blue eyes regarded him. "Goodbye, dearest Curdy." She put her arms around his neck and kissed him. Without intending to, he held her tightly. He had an absurd impulse to instruct the bell captain to bring back Dodo's bags from downstairs, to tell her to stay and never to leave. He dismissed it as sentimental foolishness. In any case, there was Jenny LaMarche. By this time tomorrow— "Goodbye, my dear. I shall think of you often, and I shall follow your career closely." At the doorway she turned and waved back. He could not be sure, but he had an impression she was crying. Herbie Chandler closed the door from outside. On the 12th floor landing, the bell captain rang for an elevator. While they waited, Dodo repaired her makeup with a handkerchief. The elevators seemed slow this morning, Herbie Chandler thought. Impatiently, he depressed the call button a second time, holding it down for several seconds. He was still tense, he realized. He had been on tenterhooks ever since the session yesterday with McDermott, wondering just how and when the call would come, a direct summons from Warren Trent, perhaps, which would mark the end of Herbie's career at the St. Gregory Hotel. So far there had been no call, and now, this morning, the rumor was around that the hotel had been sold to some old guy whom Herbie had never heard of. How would that kind of change affect him personally? Regretfully, Herbie decided there would be no advantage for himself, at least if McDermott stayed on, which seemed probable. The bell captain's dismissal might be delayed a few days, but that was all. McDermott. The hated name was like a sting inside him. If I had guts enough, Herbie thought, I'd put a knife between the bastard's shoulder blades. An idea struck him. There were other ways, less drastic but still unpleasant, in which someone like McDermott could be given a rough time, especially in New Orleans. Of course, that kind of thing cost money, but there was the $500 which McDermott had turned down so smugly yesterday. He might be sorry that he had. The money would be worth spending, Herbie reflected, just for the pleasure of knowing that McDermott would writhe in some gutter, a mess of blood and bruises. Herbie had once seen someone after they received that kind of beating. The sight was not pretty. The bell captain licked his lips. The more he thought about it, the more the idea excited him. As soon as he was back on the main floor, he decided he would make a telephone call. It could be arranged quickly, perhaps tonight. An elevator had arrived at last. Its doors opened. There were several people already inside, who eased politely to the rear as Dodo entered. Herbie Chandler followed. The doors closed. It was number 4 elevator. The time was 11 minutes past noon. 9. It seemed to the Duchess of Croydon as if she was waiting for a slow-burning fuse to reach an unseen bomb. Whether the bomb would explode, and where, would only be known when the burning reached it. Nor was it certain how long, in time, the fuse would take. Already it had been 14 hours. Since last night, when the police detectives left, there had been no further word. Troublesome questions remained unanswered. What were the police doing? Where was Ogilvy? The Jaguar? Was there some scrap of evidence which, for all her ingenuity, the Duchess had overlooked? Even now, she did not believe there was. One thing seemed important. Whatever their inner tensions, outwardly the Croydons should maintain an appearance of normalcy. For this reason, they had breakfasted at their usual time. Urged on by the Duchess, the Duke of Croydon exchanged telephone calls with London and Washington. Plans were begun for their departure tomorrow from New Orleans. At mid-morning, as she had most other days, the Duchess left the hotel to exercise the Bedlington Terriers. She had returned to the presidential suite half an hour ago. It was almost noon. There was still no news concerning the single thing that mattered most. Last night, considered logically, the Croydons' position seemed unassailable. And yet today, logic seemed more tenuous, less secure.
"You'd almost think," the Duke of Croydon ventured, "that they're trying to wear us down by silence."
He was standing, looking from the window of the suite living room, as he had so many times in recent days. In contrast to other occasions, today his voice was clear. Since yesterday, though liquor remained available in the suite, he had not wavered in his abstinence.
"If that's the case," the Duchess responded, "we'll see to it that—"
She was interrupted by the jangling of the telephone. It honed their nervousness to an edge, as had every other call this morning. The Duchess was nearest to the phone. She reached out her hand, then abruptly stopped. She had a sudden premonition that this call would be different from the rest. The Duke asked sympathetically,
"Would you rather have me do it?"
She shook her head, dismissing the momentary weakness. Lifting the telephone, she answered,
"Yes."
A pause. The Duchess acknowledged.
"This is she."
Covering the mouthpiece, she informed her husband,
"The man from the hotel, McDermott, who was here last night."
She said into the telephone,
"Yes, I remember. You were present when those ridiculous charges—"
The Duchess stopped. As she listened, her face paled. She closed her eyes, then opened them.
"Yes,"
she said slowly.
"Yes, I understand."
She replaced the receiver. Her hands were trembling. The Duke of Croydon said, "Something has gone wrong." It was a statement, not a question. The Duchess nodded slowly.
"The note."
Her voice was scarcely audible.
"The note I wrote has been found. The hotel manager has it."
Her husband had moved from the window to the center of the room. He stood, immobile, his hands loosely by his sides, taking time to let the information sink in. At length he asked, "And now?"
"He's calling the police. He said he decided to notify us first."
She put a hand to her forehead in a gesture of despair.
"The note was the worst mistake. If I hadn't written it—"
"No," the Duke said. "If it wasn't that, it would have been something else. None of the mistakes were yours. The one that mattered, to begin with, was mine." He crossed to the sideboard which served as a bar, and poured stiff scotch and soda. "I'll just have this, no more. Be a while before the next, I imagine."
"What are you going to do?"
He tossed the drink down. "It's a little late to talk of decency, but if any shreds are left, I'll try to salvage them." He went into the adjoining bedroom, returning almost at once with a light raincoat and a Homburg hat. "If I can," the Duke of Croydon said, "I intend to get to the police before they come to me. It's what's known, I believe, as giving yourself up. I imagine there isn't much time, so I'll say what I have to say quickly." The Duchess's eyes were on him. At this moment, to speak required more effort than she could make. In a controlled, quiet voice, the Duke affirmed, "I want you to know that I'm grateful for all you did. It was a mistake both of us made, but I'm still grateful. I'll do all I can to see that you're not involved. If, in spite of that, you are, then I'll say that the whole idea, after the accident, was mine, and that I persuaded you." The Duchess nodded dully. "There's just one other thing. I suppose I shall need some kind of lawyer chap. I'd like you to arrange that, if you will." The Duke put on the hat, and with a finger tapped it into place. For one whose entire life and future had collapsed around him a few moments earlier, his composure seemed remarkable. "You'll need money for the lawyer," he reminded her. "Quite a lot, I imagine. You could start him off with some of that $15,000 you were taking to Chicago. The rest should go back into the bank. Drawing attention to it doesn't matter now." The Duchess gave no indication of having heard. A look of pity crossed her husband's face. He said uncertainly, "It may be a long time." His arms went out toward her. Coldly, deliberately, she averted her head. The Duke seemed about to speak again, then changed his mind. With a slight shrug he turned, then went out quietly, closing the outer door behind him. For a moment or two the Duchess sat passively, considering the future and weighing the exposure and disgrace immediately ahead. Then, habit reasserting itself, she rose. She would arrange for the lawyer, which seemed necessary at once. Later, she decided calmly, she would examine the means of suicide. Meanwhile, the money which had been mentioned should be put in a safer place. She went into her bedroom. It took only a few minutes, first of unbelief, then of frantic searching, to discover that the attaché case was gone. The cause could only be theft. When she considered the possibility of informing the police, the Duchess of Croydon convulsed in demented, hysterical laughter. If you wanted an elevator in a hurry, the Duke of Croydon reflected, you could count on it being slow in coming. He seemed to have been waiting on the 9th-floor landing for several minutes. Now, at last, he could hear a car approaching from above. A moment later, its doors opened at the 9th. For an instant, the Duke hesitated. A second earlier, he thought he had heard his wife cry out. He was tempted to go back, then decided not. He stepped into number 4 elevator. There were several people already inside, including an attractive blonde girl and the hotel bell captain who recognized the Duke.
"Good day, Your Grace."
The Duke of Croydon nodded absently as the doors slid closed. 10. It had taken Keycase Milne most of last night and this morning to decide that what had occurred was reality and not an hallucination. At first, on discovering the money he had carried away so innocently from the presidential suite, he assumed himself to be asleep and dreaming. He had walked around his room attempting to awaken. It made no difference. In his apparent dream, it seemed, he was awake already. The confusion kept Keycase genuinely awake until just before dawn. Then he dropped into a deep, untroubled sleep from which he did not stir until mid-morning. It was typical of Keycase, however, that the night had not been wasted. Even while doubting that his incredible stroke of fortune was true, he shaped plans and precautions in case it was. $15,000 in negotiable cash had never before come Keycase's way during all his years as a professional thief. Even more remarkable, there appeared only 2 problems in making a clean departure with the money intact. One was when and how to leave the St. Gregory Hotel. The other was transportation of the cash. Last night he reached decisions affecting both. In quitting the hotel, he must attract a minimum of attention. That meant checking out normally and paying his bill. To do otherwise would be sheerest folly, proclaiming dishonesty and inviting pursuit. It was a temptation to check out at once. Keycase resisted it. A late-night checkout, perhaps involving discussion as to whether or not an extra room day should be charged, would be like lighting a beacon. The night cashier would remember and could describe him. So might others if the hotel was quiet, as most likely it would be. No, the best time to check out was mid-morning or later, when plenty of other people would be leaving too. That way he could be virtually unnoticed. Of course, there was danger in delay. Loss of the cash might be discovered by the Duke and Duchess of Croydon, and the police alerted. That would mean a police stakeout in the lobby and scrutiny of each departing guest. But on the credit side, there was nothing to connect Keycase with the robbery, or even involve him as a suspect. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that the baggage of every guest would be opened and searched. Also, there was an intangible. Instinct told Keycase that the presence of so large a sum in cash, precisely where and how he had found it, was peculiar, even suspicious. Would an alarm be raised? There was at least a possibility that it might not. On reflection, to wait seemed the lesser risk. The second problem was removal of the money from the hotel. Keycase considered mailing it, using the hotel mail chute, and addressing it to himself at a hotel in some other city where he would appear in a day or 2. It was a method he had used successfully before. Then, ruefully, he decided the sum was too large. It would require too many separate packages, which, in themselves, might create a tension. The money would have to be carried from the hotel. How? Obviously not in the attaché case which he had brought here from the Duke and Duchess of Croydon's suite. Before anything else was done, that must be destroyed. Keycase set out carefully to do so. The case was of expensive leather and well constructed. Painstakingly, he took it apart, then, with razor blades, cut it into tiny portions. The work was slow and tedious. Periodically, he stopped to flush portions down the toilet, spacing out his use of the toilet so as not to attract attention from adjoining rooms. It took more than 2 hours. At the end, all that remained of the attaché case were its metal locks and hinges. Keycase put them in his pocket. Leaving his room, he took a walk along the 8th-floor corridor. Near the elevators were several sand urns. Burrowing into one with his fingers, he pushed the locks and hinges well down. They might be discovered eventually, but not for some time. By then, it was an hour or two before dawn, the hotel silent. Keycase returned to his room, where he packed his belongings, except for the few things he would need immediately before departure. He used the 2 suitcases he had brought with him on Tuesday morning. Into the larger, he stuffed the $15,000, rolled in several soiled shirts. Then, still dazed and unbelieving, Keycase slept. He had set his alarm clock for 10 a.m., but either he slept through its warning or it failed to go off. When he awoke, it was almost 11:30, with the sun streaming brightly into the room. The sleep accomplished one thing. Keycase was convinced at last that the happenings of last night were real, not illusory. A moment of abject defeat had, with Cinderella magic, turned into shining triumph. The thought sent his spirits soaring. He shaved and dressed quickly, then completed his packing and locked both suitcases. He would leave the suitcases in his room, he decided, while he went down to pay his bill and reconnoiter the lobby. Before doing so, he disposed of his surplus keys for rooms 449, 641, 803, 1062, and the presidential suite. While shaving, he had observed a plumber's inspection plate low on the bathroom wall. Unscrewing the cover, he dropped the keys in. One by one, he heard them strike bottom far below. He retained his own key, 830, for handing in when he left his room for the last time. The departure of Byron Meter from the St. Gregory Hotel must be normal in every way. The lobby was averagely busy, with no sign of unusual activity. Keycase paid his bill and received a friendly smile from the girl cashier.
"Is the room vacant now, sir?"
He returned the smile.
"It will be in a few minutes. I have to collect my bags, that's all."
Satisfied, he went back upstairs. In 8:30, he took a last careful look around the room. He had left nothing. No scrap of paper, no unconsidered trifle such as a match cover, no clue whatever to his true identity. With a damp towel, Keycase wiped the obvious surfaces which might have retained fingerprints. Then, picking up both suitcases, he left. His watch showed 10 past 12. He held the larger suitcase tightly. At the prospect of walking through the lobby and out of the hotel, Keycase's pulse quickened. His hands grew clammy. On the 8th floor landing, he rang for an elevator. Waiting, he heard one coming down. It stopped at the floor above, started downward once more, then stopped again. In front of Keycase, the door of number 4 elevator slid open. At the front of the car was the Duke of Croydon. For a horror-filled instant, Keycase had an impulse to turn and run. He mastered it. In the same split second, sanity told him that the encounter was accidental. Swift glances confirmed it. The Duke was alone. He had not even noticed Keycase. From the Duke's expression, his thoughts were far away. The elevator operator, an elderly man, said, "Going down." Alongside the operator was the hotel bell captain, whom Keycase recognized from having seen him in the lobby. Nodding to the 2 bags, the bell captain inquired, "Shall I take those, sir?" Keycase shook his head. As he stepped into the elevator, the Duke of Croydon and a beautiful blonde girl eased nearer the rear to make room. The gates closed. The operator, Cy Lewin, pushed the selector handle to descend. As he did, with a scream of tortured metal, the elevator car plunged downward, out of control. 11. He owed it to Warren Trent, Peter McDermott decided, to explain personally what had occurred concerning the Duke and Duchess of Croydon. Peter found the hotel proprietor in his main mezzanine office. The others who had been at the meeting had left. Aloysius Royce was with his employer, helping assemble personal possessions, which he was packing into cardboard containers. "I thought I might as well get on with this," Warren Trent told Peter. "I won't need this office any more. I suppose it will be yours." There was no rancor in the older man's voice, despite their altercation less than half an hour ago. Aloysius Royce continued to work quietly as the other two talked. Warren Trent listened attentively to the description of events since Peter's hasty departure from St. Louis Cemetery yesterday afternoon, concluding with the telephone calls a few minutes ago to the Duchess of Croydon and the New Orleans police. "If the Croydons did what you say," Warren Trent pronounced, "I've no sympathy for them. You've handled it well." He growled an afterthought. "At least we'll be rid of those damn dogs." "I'm afraid Ogilvy is involved pretty deeply." The older man nodded. "This time he's gone too far. He'll take the consequences, whatever they are, and he's finished here." Warren Trent paused. He seemed to be weighing something in his mind. At length he said, "I suppose you wonder why I've always been lenient with Ogilvy." "Yes," Peter said, "I have." "He was my wife's nephew. I'm not proud of the fact, and I assure you that my wife and Ogilvy had nothing in common. But many years ago she asked me to give him a job here, and I did. Afterward, when she was worried about him once, I promised to keep him employed. I've never really wanted to undo that." How did you explain, Warren Trent wondered, that while the link with Hester had been defective and tenuous, it was the only one he had? "I'm sorry," Peter said. "I didn't know—" "That I was ever married?" The older man smiled. "Not many do. My wife came with me to this hotel. We were both young. She died soon after. It all seems a long time ago." It was a reminder, Warren Trent thought, of the loneliness he had endured across the years, and of the greater loneliness soon to come. Peter said, "Is there anything I can—" Without warning, the door from the outer office flew open. Christine stumbled in. She had been running, and had lost a shoe. She was breathless, her hair awry. She barely got the words out. "There's been terrible accident. One of the elevators. I was in the lobby. It's horrible. People are trapped. They're screaming." At the doorway, already on the run, Peter McDermott brushed her aside. Aloysius Royce was close behind. 12. 3 things should have saved number 4 elevator from disaster. One was an overspeed governor on the elevator car. It was set to trip when the car's speed exceeded a prescribed safety limit. On number 4, though the defect had not been noticed, the governor was operating late. A second device comprised 4 safety clamps. Immediately the governor tripped, these should have seized the elevator guide rails, halting the car. In fact, on one side of the car 2 clamps held, but on the other side, due to delayed response of the governor, and because the machinery was old and weakened, the clamps failed. Even then, prompt operation of an emergency control inside the elevator car might have averted tragedy. This was a single red button. Its purpose, when depressed, was to cut off all electric power, freezing the car. In modern elevators, the emergency button was located high and plainly in view. In the St. Gregory's cars, and many others, it was positioned low. Cy Lewin reached down, fumbling awkwardly to reach it. He was a second too late. As one set of clamps held and the other failed, the car twisted and buckled. With a thunder of wrenching, tearing metal, impelled by its own weight and speed, plus the heavy load inside, the car split open. Rivets sheared, paneling splintered, metal sheeting separated. On one side, lower than the other because the floor was now tilted at a steep angle, a gap several feet high appeared between floor and wall. Screaming, clutching wildly at each other, the passengers slid toward it. Cy Lewin, the elderly operator who was nearest, was first to fall through. His single scream as he fell 9 floors was cut off when his body hit the sub-basement concrete. An elderly couple from Salt Lake City fell next, clasping each other. Like Cy Lewin, they died as their bodies smashed against the ground. The Duke of Croydon fell awkwardly, striking an iron bar on the side of the shaft, which impaled him. The bar broke off, and he continued to fall. He was dead before his body reached the ground. Somehow, others held on. While they did, the remaining 2 safety clamps gave way, sending the wrecked car plummeting the remaining distance down the shaft. Part way, a youngish conventioneer dentist slipped through the gap, his arms flailing. He was to survive the accident, but die 3 days later of internal injuries. Herbie Chandler was more fortunate. He fell when the car was near the end of its descent. Tumbling into the adjoining shaft, he sustained head injuries from which he would recover, and sheared and fractured vertebrae which would make him a paraplegic, never walking again for the remainder of his life. A middle-aged New Orleans woman lay, with a fractured tibia and a shattered jaw, on the elevator floor. As the car hit bottom, Dodo was last to fall. An arm was broken, and her skull cracked hard against a guide rail. She lay unconscious, close to death, as blood gushed from a massive head wound. 3 others, a Gold Crown Cola conventioneer, his wife, and Key Case Milne, were miraculously unhurt. Beneath the wrecked elevator car, Billy Boy Noble, the maintenance worker who some 10 minutes earlier had lowered himself into the elevator pit, lay with legs and pelvis crushed, conscious, bleeding, and screaming. 13. Running with a speed he had never used in the hotel before, Peter McDermott raced down the mezzanine stairs. The lobby, when he reached it, was a scene of pandemonium. Screams resounded through the elevator doors and from several women nearby. There was confused shouting. In front of a milling crowd, a white-faced assistant manager and a bellboy were attempting to pry open the metal doors to number 4 elevator shaft. Cashiers, room clerks, and office workers were pouring out from behind counters and desks. Restaurants and bars were emptying into the lobby, waiters and bartenders following their customers. In the main dining room, lunchtime music had stopped, the musicians joining the exodus. A line of kitchen workers was streaming out through a service doorway. An excited babble of questions greeted Peter. As loudly as he could, he shouted above the uproar, "Quiet!" There was a momentary silence in which he called out again, "Please stand back, and we will do everything we can." He caught a room clerk's eye. "Has someone called the fire department?" "I'm not sure, sir. I thought—" Peter snapped. "Do it now!" He instructed another, "Get on to the police. Tell them we need ambulances, doctors, someone to control the crowd." Both men disappeared, running. A tall, lean man in a tweed jacket and drill trousers stepped forward. "I'm a Marine officer. Tell me what you want." Peter said gratefully, "The center of the lobby must be kept clear. Use hotel staff to form a cordon. Keep a passageway open to the main entrance. Fold back the revolving doors." "Right." The tall man turned away and began cracking commands. As if appreciative of leadership, others obeyed. Soon, a line of waiters, cooks, clerks, bellboys, musicians, some conscripted guests, extended across the lobby and to the St. Charles Avenue door. Aloysius Royce had joined the assistant manager and bellboy attempting to force the elevator doors. He turned, calling to Peter, "We'll never do this without tools. We have to break in somewhere else." A coveralled maintenance worker ran into the lobby. He appealed to Peter, "We need help at the bottom of the shaft. There's a guy trapped under the car. We can't get him out or get at the others." Peter snapped, "Let's get down there." He sprinted for the lower service stairs, Aloysius Royce a pace behind. A gray brick tunnel, dimly lighted, led to the elevator shaft. Here the cries they had heard above were audible again, but now with greater closeness and more eerily. The shattered elevator car was directly in front, but the way to it barred by twisted, distorted metal from the car itself and installations it had hit on impact. Near the front, maintenance workers were struggling with pry bars. Others stood helplessly behind. Screams, confused shouts, the rumble of nearby machinery, combined with a steady moaning from the car's interior. Peter shouted to the men not occupied, "Get more lights in here!" Several hurried away down the tunnel. He instructed the man in coveralls who had come to the lobby, "Get back upstairs! Guide the firemen down!" Aloysius Royce, on his knees beside the debris, shouted, "And send a doctor, now!" "Yes," Peter said. "Take someone to show him the way. Have an announcement made. There are several doctors staying in the hotel." The man nodded and ran back the way they had come. More people were arriving in the corridor, beginning to block it. The chief engineer, Doc Vickery, shouldered his way through. "My God!" The chief stood staring at the scene before him. "My God! I told them! I warned if we didn't spend money, something like this—" He seized Peter's arm. "You heard me, laddie! You've heard me enough times!" "Later, Chief." Peter released his arm. "What can you do to get those people out?" The chief shook his head helplessly. "We'd need heavy equipment, jacks, cutting tools." It was evident that the chief was in no condition to take charge. Peter instructed him, "Check on the other elevators. Stop all service if you have to. Don't take chances of a repetition." The older man nodded dumbly. Bowed and broken, he moved away. Peter grasped the shoulder of a gray-haired stationary engineer whom he recognized. "Your job is to keep this area clear. Everyone is to move out of here who is not directly concerned." The engineer nodded. As he began to order others back, the tunnel cleared. Peter returned to the elevator shaft. Aloysius Royce, by kneeling and crawling, had eased himself under part of the debris and was holding the shoulders of the injured, screaming maintenance man. In the dim light, it was clear that a mass of wreckage rested on his legs and lower abdomen. "Billy boy," Royce was urging, "you'll be all right. I promise you, we'll get you out." The answer was another tortured scream. Peter took one of the injured man's hands. "He's right. We're here now. Help is coming." Distantly, high above, he could hear a growing wail of sirens. 14. The room clerk's telephone summons reached the fire alarm office in City Hall. His message had not concluded when two high-pitched beeps, a major alarm alert, sounded in every city fire hall. On radio, a dispatcher's calm voice followed. "Striking box 0008 for alarm at St. Gregory Hotel, Carondelet and Common." Automatically, 4 fire halls responded: Central on Decatur, Tulane, South Rampart, and Dumaine. In 3 of the 4, non-duty watchmen were at lunch. At Central, lunch was almost ready. The fare was meatballs and spaghetti. A fireman, taking his turn as cook, sighed as he turned off the gas and ran with the rest. Of all the God-forsaken times for a mid-town, high-property alarm. Clothing and long boots were on the trucks. Men kicked off shoes, climbing aboard while rigs were rolling. Within less than a minute of the double beeps, 5 engine companies, 2 hook and ladders, a hose tender, emergency, rescue, and salvage units, a deputy chief and 2 district chiefs were on the way to the St. Gregory, their drivers fighting busy midday traffic. A hotel alert rated everything in the book. At other fire halls, 16 more engine companies and 2 hook and ladders stood by for a second alarm. The police complaint department in the criminal justice courts received its warning 2 ways, from the fire alarm office and directly from the hotel. Under a notice, "Be patient with your caller," 2 women communications clerks wrote the information on message blanks, a moment later handed them to a radio dispatcher. The message went out: all ambulances, police and charity hospital, to the St. Gregory Hotel. 15. 3 floors below the St. Gregory lobby, in the tunnel to the elevator shaft, the noise, hasty commands, moans, and cries continued. Now, penetrating them, were crisp, swift footsteps. A man in a seersucker suit hurried in, a young man with a medical bag. "Doctor," Peter called urgently, "over here." Crouching, crawling, the newcomer joined Peter and Aloysius Royce. Behind them, extra lights, hastily strung, were coming on. Billy Boy Noble screamed again. His face turned to the doctor, eyes pleading, features agony contorted. "Oh, God, please give me something." The doctor nodded, scrabbling in his bag. He produced a syringe. Peter pushed back Billy Boy's coverall sleeve, holding an arm exposed. The doctor swabbed hastily, jabbed the needle home. Within seconds, the morphine had taken hold. Billy Boy's head fell back, his eyes closed. The doctor had a stethoscope to Billy Boy's chest. "I haven't much with me. I came off the street. How quickly can you get him out?" "As soon as we've help. It's coming." More running footsteps. This time, a heavy pounding of many feet. Helmeted firemen streaming in. With them, bright lanterns, heavy equipment, axes, power jacks, cutting tools, lever bars. Little talk. Short staccato words. Grunts, sharp orders. "Over here! A jack under there! Get this heavy stuff moving!" From above, a tattoo of axe blows crashing home. The sound of yielding metal. A stream of light as shaft doors opened at the lobby level. A cry. "Ladders! We need ladders here!" Long ladders coming down. The young doctor's command. "I must have this man out." 2 firemen struggling to position a jack. Extended, it would take the weight from Billy Boy. The firemen groping, swearing, maneuvering to find clearance. The jack too large by several inches. "We need a smaller jack! Get a smaller jack to start, to get the big one placed!" The demand repeated on a walkie-talkie. "Bring the small jack from the rescue truck!" The doctor's voice again, insistently. "I must have this man out!" Peter's voice. "That bar there, the one higher. If we move it, it will lift the lower, leave clearance for the jack." A fireman cautioning. 20 tons up there. Shift something, it can all come down. When we start, we'll take it slow. Let's try." Aloysius Royce. Royce and Peter, shoulders together, backs under the higher bar, arms interlocked. Strain upward. Nothing. Strain harder again. Still harder. Lungs bursting, blood surging, senses swimming. The bar moving, but barely. Even harder. Do the impossible. Consciousness slipping, sight diminishing. A red mist only. Straining, moving. A shout. "The jack is in!" The straining ended. Down, pulled free. The jack turning, lifting, debris rising. "We can get him out!" The doctor's voice, quietly. "Take your time. He just died." The dead and injured were brought upward by the ladder one by one. The lobby became a clearing station, with hasty aid for those still living, a place of pronouncement for the dead. Furniture was pushed clear. Stretchers filled the central area. Behind the cordon, the crowd, silent now, pressed tightly. Women were crying. Some men had turned away. Outside, a line of ambulances waited. St. Charles Avenue and Carondelet, between Canal and Gravier Streets, were closed to traffic. Crowds were gathering behind police blockades at both ends. Singly, the ambulances raced away. First with Herbie Chandler. Next, the injured dentist who had died. A moment later, the New Orleans woman with injuries to leg and jaw. Other ambulances drove more slowly to the city morgue. Inside the hotel, a police captain questioned witnesses, seeking names of victims. Of the injured, Dodo was brought up last. A doctor, climbing down, had applied a compression dressing to the gaping head wound. Her arm was in a plastic splint. Keycase Milne, ignoring offers of help himself, had stayed with Dodo, holding her, guiding rescuers to where she lay. Keycase was last out. The Gold Crown Cola conventioneer and his wife preceded him. A fireman passed up the bags, Dodo's and Keycase's, from the elevator's wreckage to the lobby. A uniformed city policeman received and guarded them. Peter McDermott had returned to the lobby when Dodo was brought out. She was white and still, her body blood-soaked, the compression dressing already red. As she was laid on a stretcher, 2 doctors worked over her briefly. One was a young intern, the other an older man. The younger doctor shook his head. Behind the cordon, a commotion. a man in shirt sleeves, agitated, shouting, "Let me pass!" Peter turned his head, then motioned to the Marine officer. The cordon parted. Curtis O'Keefe came rushing through. His face distraught, he walked beside the stretcher. When Peter last saw him, he was on the street outside, pleading to be allowed in the ambulance. The intern nodded. Doors slammed. Its siren screaming, the ambulance raced away. 16. With shock, barely believing his own deliverance, Keycase climbed the ladder in the elevator shaft. A fireman was behind. Hands reached down to help him. Arms gave support as he stepped into the lobby. Keycase found that he could stand and move unaided. His senses were returning. Once more, his brain was alert. Uniforms were all around. They frightened him. His 2 suitcases! If the larger one had burst open! But no. They were with several others nearby. He moved toward them. A voice behind said, "Sir, there's an ambulance waiting." Keycase turned to see a young policeman. "I don't need—" "Everyone must go, sir. It's for a check, for your own protection." Keycase protested. "I must have my bags." "You can collect them later, sir. They'll be looked after." "No, now." Another voice cut in. "Christ, if he wants his bags, let him take them. Anyone who's been through that's entitled—" The young policeman carried the bags and escorted Keycase to the St. Charles Avenue door. "If you'll wait here, sir, I'll see which ambulance." He set the bags down. While the policeman was gone, Keycase picked them up and melted into the crowd. No one observed him as he walked away. He continued to walk, without haste, to the outdoor parking lot where he had left his car yesterday after his successful pillaging of the house in Lakeview. He had a sense of peace and confidence. Nothing could possibly happen to him now. The parking lot was crowded, but Keycase spotted his Ford sedan by its distinctive green-on-white Michigan plates. He was reminded that on Monday he had been concerned that the license plates might attract attention. Obviously, he had worried needlessly. The car was as he had left it. As usual, the motor started at a touch. From downtown, Keycase drove carefully to the motel on Chef Menteur Highway, where he had cached his earlier loot. Its value was small compared with the glorious $15,000 cash, but still worthwhile. At the motel, Keycase backed the Ford close to his rented room and carried in the 2 suitcases he had brought from the St. Gregory. He drew the motel room drapes before opening the larger case to assure himself that the money was still there. It was. He had stored a good many of his personal effects at the motel, and now he repacked his several suitcases to get these in. At the end, he found that he was left with the 2 fur coats and the silver bowl and salver he had stolen from the house in Lakeview. There was no room to include them, except by repacking once more. Keycase knew that he should, but in the past few minutes he had become aware of an overwhelming fatigue, a reaction, he supposed, from the events and tensions of today. Also, time had run on, and it was important that he get clear of New Orleans as quickly as possible. The coats and silver, he decided, would be perfectly safe, unpacked, in the trunk of the Ford. Making sure he was unobserved, he loaded the suitcases into the car, placing the coats and silver beside them. He checked out of the motel and paid a balance owing on his bill. Some of his tiredness seemed to lift as he drove away. His destination was Detroit. He planned to make the drive in easy stages, stopping when he felt like it. On the way, he would do some serious thinking about the future. For a number of years, Keycase had promised himself that if ever he acquired a reasonably substantial sum of money, he would use it to buy a small garage. There, abandoning his itinerant life of crime, he would settle down to work honestly through the sunset of his days. He possessed the ability. The Ford beneath his hands was proof, and $15,000 was ample for a start. The question was this the time? Keycase was already debating the proposition as he drove across North New Orleans. heading for the Pontchartrain Expressway and the road to freedom. There were logical arguments in favor of settling down. He was no longer young. Risks and tension tired him. He had been touched, this time in New Orleans, by the disabling hand of fear. And yet, events of the past 36 hours had given him fresh confidence, a new élan. The successful house robbery, the Aladdin's haul of cash, his survival of the elevator disaster barely an hour ago. All these seemed symptoms of invincibility. Surely, combined, they were an omen telling him the way to go? Perhaps, after all, Keycase reflected, he should continue the old ways for a while. The garage could come later. There was really plenty of time. He had driven from Chef Menteur Highway onto Gentilly Boulevard, around City Clark, past lagoons and ancient spreading oaks. Now, on City Park Avenue, he was approaching Metairie Road. It was here that the newer cemeteries of New Orleans, Greenwood, Metairie, St. Patrick, Fireman's, Charity Hospital, Cypress Grove, spread a sea of tombstones as far as vision went. High above them all was the elevated Pontchartrain Expressway. Keycase could see the expressway now, a citadel in the sky, a haven beckoning. In minutes he would be on it. Approaching the junction of Canal Street and City Park Avenue, last staging point before the expressway ramp, Keycase observed that the intersection's traffic lights had failed. A policeman was directing traffic from the center of the road on the Canal Street side. A few yards from the intersection, Keycase felt a tire go flat. Motor Patrolman Nicholas Clancy of the New Orleans Police had once been accused by his embittered sergeant of being the dumbest cop on the force, bar none. The charge held truth. Despite long service, which had made him a veteran, Clancy had never once advanced in rank or even been considered for promotion. His record was inglorious. He had made almost no arrests, and none that was major. If Clancy chased a fleeing car, its driver was sure to get away. Once, in a melee, Clancy had been told to handcuff a suspect whom another officer had captured. Clancy was still struggling to free his handcuffs from his belt when the suspect was blocks away. On another occasion, a much-sought bank bandit who had got religion surrendered to Clancy on a city street. The bandit handed over his gun, which Clancy dropped. The gun went off, startling the bandit into changing his mind and fleeing. It was another year and 6 more holdups before he was recaptured. Only one thing over the years saved Clancy from dismissal, an extreme good nature which no one could resist, plus a sad clown's humble awareness of his own shortcomings. Sometimes, in his private moments, Clancy wished that he could achieve one thing, attain some single worthwhile moment, if not to balance the record, at least to make it less one-sided. So far, he had signally failed. One solitary thing in line of duty gave Clancy not the slightest trouble: directing traffic. He enjoyed it. If somehow Clancy could have reached back into history to prevent the invention of the automatic traffic light, he would have done so gladly. 10 minutes ago, when he realized that the lights at Canal and City Park Avenue had failed, he radioed the information in, parked his motorcycle, and took over the intersection. He hoped that the street lighting repair crew would take its time in coming. From the opposite side of the avenue, Clancy saw the gray Ford sedan slow and stop. Taking his time, he strolled across. Keycase was seated, motionless, as when the car stopped. Clancy surveyed the offside rear wheel which was resting on its rim. "Flat tire?" Keycase nodded. If Clancy had been more observant, he would have noticed that the knuckle joints of the hands on the steering wheel were white. Keycase, through a veil of bitter self-recrimination, was remembering the single simple factor his painstaking plans had overlooked. The spare tire and jack were in the trunk. To reach them, he must open the trunk, revealing the fur coats, the silver bowl, the salver, and the suitcases. He waited, sweating. The policeman showed no sign of moving.
"Guess you'll have to change the wheel, eh?"
Again, Keycase nodded. He calculated. He could do it fast. 3 minutes at the most. Jack, wheel wrench, spin the nuts, wheel off, the spare on, fasten, throw wheel, jack, and wrench on the back seat, slam the trunk closed. He could be away, on the expressway. If only the cop would go. Behind the Ford, other cars were slowing, some having to stop before easing into the center lane. One pulled out too soon. Behind him, rubber squealed. A horn blasted in protest. The cop leaned forward, resting his arms on the door beside Keycase.
"Gets busy around here."
Keycase swallowed. "Yes." The cop straightened up, opening the door.
"Ought to start things moving."
Keycase drew the keys from the ignition. Slowly, he stepped down to the road. He forced a smile. "It's all right, officer. I can handle it." Keycase waited, holding his breath as the cop surveyed the intersection. Clancy said good-naturedly,
"I'll give you a hand."
An impulse seized Keycase to abandon the car and run. He dismissed it as hopeless. With resignation, he inserted the key and opened the trunk. Scarcely a minute later, he had the jack in place, wheel nuts were loosened, and he was raising the rear bumper. The suitcases, fur coats, and silver were heaped to one side in the trunk. As he worked, Keycase could see the cop contemplating the collection. Incredibly, so far, he had said nothing. What Keycase could not know was that Clancy's reasoning process took time to function. Clancy leaned down and fingered one of the coats.
"Bit hot for these."
The city's shade temperature for the past 10 days had hovered around 95.
"My wife sometimes feels the cold."
Wheel nuts were off, the old wheel free. With a single movement, Keycase opened the rear car door and flung the wheel inside. The cop craned around the trunk lid, inspecting the car's interior.
"Little lady not with you, eh?"
I'm picking her up."
Keycase's hands strove frantically to release the spare wheel. The lock nut was stiff. He broke a fingernail and skinned his fingers freeing it. Ignoring the hurt, he hefted the wheel from the trunk.
"Looks kind of funny, all this stuff."
Keycase froze. He dare not move. He had come to Golgotha. Intuition told him why. Fate had presented him a chance, and he had thrown it away. It mattered not that the decision had been solely in his mind. Fate had been kind, but Keycase had spurned the kindness. Now, in anger, fate had turned its back. Terror struck as he remembered what, a few minutes earlier, he had so readily forgotten: the awful price of one more conviction, the long imprisonment lasting, perhaps, for the remainder of his life. Freedom had never seemed more precious. The expressway, so close, seemed half a world away. At last, Keycase knew what the omens of the past day and a half had really meant. They had offered him release, a chance for a new and decent life, an escape to tomorrow. If he had only known. Instead, he had misread the portents. With arrogance and vanity, he had interpreted fate's kindness as his own invincibility. He had made his decision. This was the result. Now it was too late. Was it? Was it ever too late? At least for hope? Keycase closed his eyes. He vowed, with a deep resolve which, given the opportunity, he knew he would keep, that if, through merest chance, he should escape this moment, he would never again in all his life do one more dishonest thing. Keycase opened his eyes. The cop was walking to another car whose driver had stopped to ask directions. With movements swifter than he believed possible, Keycase thrust the wheel on, replaced the nuts, and released the jack which he threw into the trunk. Even now, instinctively as a good mechanic should, Keycase gave the wheel nuts an extra tightening when the wheel was on the ground. He had the trunk repacked when the cop returned. Clancy nodded approvingly, his earlier thought forgotten.
All finished, eh?
Keycase slammed the trunk lid down. For the first time, Motor Patrolman Clancy saw the Michigan license plate. Michigan. Green on white. In the depths of Clancy's brain, memory stirred. Had it been today, yesterday, the day before? His platoon commander, on parade, reading the latest bulletins aloud. Something about green and white. Clancy wished he could remember. There were so many bulletins. Wanted men, missing persons, cars, robberies. Every day the bright, eager youngsters on the force scribbled swiftly in their notebooks, memorizing, getting the information down. Clancy tried. He always had. But inevitably, the lieutenant's brisk voice, the slowness of his own handwriting, left him far behind. Green and white. He wished he could remember. Clancy pointed to the plate.
Michigan, eh?
Keycase nodded. He waited numbly. There was just so much that the human spirit could absorb.
Water Wonderland.
Clancy read aloud the legend on the plate.
I hear you got some swell fishing.
Yes, there is.
Like to get there one day. Fisherman myself.
From behind, an impatient horn. Clancy held the car door open. He seemed to remember he was a policeman.
Let's get this lane clear.
Green and white. The errant thought still bothered him. The motor started. Keycase drove forward. Clancy watched him go. With precision, neither too fast nor too slow, his resolve steadfast, Keycase nosed the car on the expressway ramp. Green and white. Clancy shook his head and returned to directing traffic. Not for nothing had he been called the dumbest cop on the force, bar none. 17. From Tulane Avenue, the sky-blue and white police ambulance, its distinctive blue light flashing, swung into the emergency entrance driveway of Charity Hospital. The ambulance stopped. Swiftly its doors were opened. The stretcher bearing Dodo was lifted out, then with practiced speed, wheeled by attendants through a doorway marked Admission Outpatients White. Curtis O'Keefe followed close behind, almost running to keep up. An attendant in the lead called, "Emergency! Make way!" A busy press of people in the admitting and discharging lobby fell back to let the small procession pass. Curious eyes followed its progress. Most were on the white, waxen mask of Dodo's face. Swinging doors marked Accident Room opened to admit the stretcher. Inside were nurses, doctors, activity, other stretchers. A male attendant barred Curtis O'Keefe's way. "Wait here, please." O'Keefe protested. "I want to know—" A nurse, going in, stopped briefly. "Everything possible will be done. A doctor will talk to you as soon as he can." She continued inside. The swinging doors closed. Curtis O'Keefe remained facing the doors. His eyes were misted, his heart despairing. Less than half an hour ago, after Dodo's leave-taking, he had paced the sweet living room, his thoughts confused and troubled. Instinct told him that something had gone from his life that he might never find again. Logic mocked him. Others before Dodo had come and gone. He had survived their departure. The notion that this time might be different was absurd. Even so, he had been tempted to follow Dodo, perhaps to delay their separation for a few hours, and in that time to weigh his feelings once again. Rationality won out. He remained where he was. A few minutes later, he had heard the sirens. At first he had been unconcerned. Then, conscious of their growing number and apparent convergence on the hotel, he had gone to the window of his suite. The activity below made him decide to go down. He went as he was, in shirt sleeves, without putting on a coat. On the 12th floor landing, as he waited for an elevator, disquieting sounds had drifted up. After almost 5 minutes, When an elevator failed to come and other guests were milling on the landing, O'Keefe decided to use the emergency stairs. As he went down, he discovered others had had the same idea. Near the lower floors, the sounds becoming clearer, he employed his athlete's training to increase his speed. In the lobby, he learned from excited spectators the essential facts of what had occurred. It was then he prayed with intensity that Dodo had left the hotel before the accident. A moment later, he saw her carried, unconscious, from the elevator shaft. The yellow dress he had admired, her hair, her limbs were a mess of blood. The look of death was on her face. In that instant, with searing, blinding insight, Curtis O'Keefe discovered the truth he had shielded from himself so long. He loved her, dearly, ardently, with a devotion beyond human reckoning. Too late, he knew that in letting Dodo go, he had made the greatest single error of his life. He reflected on it now, bitterly, surveying the accident room doors. They opened briefly as a nurse came out. When he approached her, she shook her head and hurried on. He had a sense of helplessness. There was so little he could do, but what he could, he would. Turning away, he strode through the hospital. In busy lobbies and corridors, he breasted crowds, followed signboards and arrows to his objective. He opened doors marked private, ignored protesting secretaries. He stopped before the director's desk. The director rose angrily from his chair. When Curtis O'Keefe identified himself, the anger lessened. 15 minutes later, the director emerged from the accident room, accompanied by a slight, quietly spoken man whom he introduced as Dr. Beauclair. The doctor and O'Keefe shook hands. "I understand that you are a friend of the young lady, I believe Miss Lash. How is she, doctor?" "Her condition is critical. We are doing everything we can, but I must tell you there is a strong possibility she may not live." O'Keefe stood silent, grieving. The doctor continued. "She has a serious head wound which appears superficially to be a depressed skull fracture. There is a likelihood that fragments of bone may have entered the brain. We shall know better after X-rays." The director explained. "The patient is being resuscitated first." The doctor nodded. "We have transfusions going. She lost a good deal of blood, and treatment has begun for shock." "How long?" "Resuscitation will be at least another hour. Then, if X-rays confirm the diagnosis, it will be necessary to operate immediately. Is the next of kin in New Orleans?" O'Keefe shook his head. "It makes no difference, really. In this kind of emergency, the law permits us to proceed without permission." "May I see her?" "Later, perhaps. Not yet." "Doctor, if there's anything you need, a question of money, professional help—" The director interrupted quietly. "This is a free hospital, Mr. O'Keefe. It's for indigents and emergencies. All the same, there are services here that money couldn't buy. 2 university medical schools are next door. Their staffs are on call. I should tell you that Dr. Beauclair is one of the leading neurosurgeons in the country." O'Keefe said humbly, "I'm sorry." "Perhaps there is one thing," the doctor said. O'Keefe's head came up. "The patient is unconscious now and under sedation. Earlier there were some moments of lucidity. In one of them she asked for her mother. If it's possible to get her mother here—" "It's possible." It was a relief that at least there was something he could do. From a corridor payphone, Curtis O'Keefe placed a collect call to Akron, Ohio. It was to the O'Keefe Cuyahoga Hotel. The manager, Harrison, was in his office. O'Keefe instructed, "Whatever you are doing, leave it. Do nothing else until you have completed with the utmost speed what I am about to tell you." "Yes, sir." Harrison's alert voice came down the line. "You are to contact Mrs. Irene Lash of Exchange Street, Akron. I do not have the number of a house." O'Keefe remembered the street from the day that he and Dodo had telegraphed the basket of fruit. Was it only last Tuesday? He heard Harrison call to someone in his office, "A city directory, fast!" O'Keefe continued, "See Mrs. Lash yourself.
Break the news to her that her daughter, Dorothy, has been injured in an accident and may die. I want Mrs. Lash flown to New Orleans by the fastest possible means. Charter if necessary. Disregard expense. Hold it, Mr. O'Keefe. He could hear Harrison's crisp commands. Get Eastern Airlines, the sales department in Cleveland, on another line. After that, I want a limousine with a fast driver at the Market Street door. The voice returned, more strongly. Go ahead, Mr. O'Keefe. As soon as the arrangements were known, O'Keefe directed, he was to be contacted at Charity Hospital. He hung up, confident that the instructions would be carried through. A good man, Harrison, perhaps worthy of a more important hotel. 90 minutes later, X-rays confirmed Dr. Beauclair's diagnosis. A 12th-floor operating room was being readied. The neurosurgery, if continued to a conclusion, would take several hours. Before Dodo was wheeled into the operating room, Curtis O'Keefe was permitted to see her briefly. She was pale and unconscious. It seemed to his imagination as if all her sweetness and vitality had flown. Now the OR doors were closed. Dodo's mother was on her way. Harrison had notified him. McDermott of the St. Gregory, whom O'Keefe had telephoned a few minutes ago, was arranging for Mrs. Lash to be met and driven directly to the hospital. For the moment, there was nothing to do but wait. Earlier, O'Keefe had declined an invitation to rest in the director's office. He would wait on the 12th floor, he decided, no matter for how long. Suddenly, he had a desire to pray. A door close by was labeled Ladies Colored. Next to it was another marked Recovery Room Storage. A glass panel showed that it was dark inside. He opened the door and went in, groping his way past an oxygen tent and an iron lung. In the semi-darkness, he found a clear space where he knelt. The floor was a good deal harder on his knees than the broadloom he was used to. It seemed not to matter. He clasped his hands in supplication and lowered his head. Strangely, for the first time in many years, he could find no words for what was in his heart. 18. Dusk, like an anodyne to the departing day, was settling over the city. Soon, Peter McDermott thought, the night would come, with sleep, and for a while, forgetfulness. Tomorrow, the immediacy of today's events would begin receding. Already, the dusk marked a beginning to the process of time which, in the end, healed all things. But it would be many dusks and nights and days before those who were closest to today's events would be free from a sense of tragedy and terror. The waters of Lethe were still far distant. Activity, while not a release, helped the mind a little. Since early this afternoon, a good deal had occurred. Alone in his office on the main mezzanine, Peter took stock of what had been done and what remained. The grim, sad process of identifying the dead and notifying families had been completed. Where the hotel was to aid with funerals, arrangements had begun. The little that could be done for the injured, beyond hospital care, had been put in hand. Emergency crews, fire, police, had long since left. In their place were elevator inspectors, examining every piece of elevator equipment the hotel possessed. They would work into tonight and through tomorrow. Meanwhile, elevator service had been partially restored. Insurance investigators, gloomy men, already foreseeing massive claims, were intensively questioning, taking statements. On Monday, a team of consultants would fly from New York to begin planning for replacement of all passenger elevator machinery with new. It would be the first major expenditure of the Albert Wells, Dempster, McDermott regime. The resignation of the chief engineer was on Peter's desk. He intended to accept it. The chief, Doc Vickery, must be honorably retired, with the pension befitting his long years of service to the hotel. Peter would see to it that he was treated well. M. Hebron, the chef de cuisine, would receive the same consideration, but the old chef's retirement must be accomplished quickly, with Andre Lemieux promoted to his place. On young Andre Lemieux,
with his ideas for creation of specialty restaurants, intimate bars, an overhaul of the hotel's entire catering system, much of the St. Gregory's future would depend. A hotel did not live by renting rooms alone. It could fill its rooms each day, yet still go bankrupt. Special services, conventions, restaurants, bars were where the motherlode of profit lay. There must be other appointments, a reorganization of departments, a fresh defining of responsibilities. As executive vice president, Peter would be involved much of the time with policy. He would need an assistant general manager to supervise the day-to-day running of the hotel. Whoever was appointed must be young, efficient, a disciplinarian when necessary, but able to get along with others older than himself. A graduate of the School of Hotel Administration might do well. On Monday, Peter decided he would telephone Dean Robert Beck at Cornell. The dean kept in touch with many of his bright ex-students. He might know such a man, who was available now. Despite today's tragedy, it was necessary to think ahead. There was his own future with Christine. The thought of it was inspiring and exciting. Nothing between them had been settled yet, but he knew it would be. Earlier, Christine had left for her Gentilly apartment. He would go to her soon. Other, less palatable, unfinished business still remained. An hour ago, Captain Yoles of the New Orleans police had dropped into Peter's office. He had come from an interview with the Duchess of Croydon. "When you were with her," Yoles said, "you sit there wondering what's under all that solid ice. Is it a woman? Does she feel about the way her husband died? I saw his body. My God! No one deserved that. For that matter, she saw him too. Not many women could have faced it. Yet in her, there isn't a crack. No warmth, no tears. Just her head tilted up that way she has, and the haughty look she gives you. If I tell you the truth, as a man, I'm attracted to her. You get the feeling you'd like to know what she's really like." The detective stopped, considering. Later, answering Peter's question, Yoles said, "Yes, we'll charge her as an accessory, and she'll be arrested after the funeral. What happens beyond that, whether a jury will convict if the defense claims that her husband did the conniving and he's dead, well, we'll see." Ogilvy had already been charged, the policeman revealed. "He's booked as an accessory. We may throw more at him later. The DA will decide. Either way, if you're keeping his job open, don't count on seeing him back in less than 5 years." "We're not." Reorganization of the hotel's detective force was high on Peter's list of things to do. When Captain Yoles had gone, the office was quiet. By now it was early evening. After a while, Peter heard the outer door open and close. A light tap sounded on his own. He called, "Come in." It was Aloysius Royce. The young Negro carried a tray with a martini pitcher and a single glass. He set the tray down. "I thought maybe you could do with this." "Thanks," Peter said, "but I never drink alone." "Had an idea you'd say that." From his pocket, Royce produced a second glass. They drank in silence. What they had lived through today was still too close for levity or toasts. Peter asked, "Did you deliver Mrs. Lash?" Royce nodded. "Drove her right to the hospital. We had to go in through separate doorways, but we met inside, and I took her to Mr. O'Keefe." "Thank you." After Curtis O'Keefe's call, Peter had wanted someone at the airport on whom he could rely. It was the reason he had asked Royce to go. "They'd finished operating when we got to the hospital. Barring complications, the young lady, Miss Lash, will be all right." "I'm glad. Mr. O'Keefe told me they're going to be married, as soon as she's well enough. Her mother seemed to like the idea." Peter smiled fleetingly. "I suppose most mothers would." There was a silence. Then Royce said, "I heard about the meeting this morning, the stand you took, the way things turned out." Peter nodded. "The hotel is desegregated, entirely, as of now. I suppose you expect me to thank you for giving us what's ours by right." "No," Peter said, and you're being prickly again. I wonder, though, if you might decide now to stay with W.T. I know he'd like it, and you'd be entirely free. There's legal work for the hotel. I could see that some of it came your way." "I'll thank you for that," Royce said, "but the answer's no. I told Mr. Trent this afternoon I'm leaving right after graduation." He refilled the martini glasses and contemplated his own. "We're in a war, you and me, on opposite sides. It won't be finished in our time, either. What I can do, with what I've learned about the law, I intend to do for my people. There's a lot of infighting ahead. Legal, some of the other kind, too. It won't always be fair, on our side as well as yours. But when we're unjust, intolerant, unreasonable, remember, we learned it from you. There'll be trouble for all of us. You'll have your share here. You've desegregated, but that isn't the end. There'll be problems, with people who won't like what you've done, with Negroes who won't behave nicely, who'll embarrass you because some are the way they are. What'll you do with the Negro loudmouth, the Negro smart-aleck, the Negro half-drunk Romeo? We've got 'em too. When it's white people who behave like that, you swallow hard, you try to smile, and most times you excuse it. When they're Negroes, what'll you do then?" "It may not be easy," Peter said. "I'll try to be objective." "You will. Others won't. All the same, it's the way the war will go. There's just one good thing." "Yes?" "Once in a while, there'll be truces." Royce picked up the tray with the pitcher and the empty glasses. "I guess this was one." Now it was night. Within the hotel, the cycle of another innkeeping day had run its course. This had differed from most, but beneath unprecedented events, routines had continued. Reservations, reception, administration, housekeeping, engineering, garage, treasury, kitchens, all had combined in a single simple function: to welcome the traveler, sustain him, provide him with rest, and speed him on. Soon the cycle would begin again. Wearily, Peter McDermott prepared to leave. He switched off the office lights, and from the executive suite walked the length of the main mezzanine. Near the stairway to the lobby, he saw himself in a mirror. For the first time, he realized that the suit he was wearing was rumpled and soiled. It became that way, he reflected, under the elevator debris where Billy Boy died. As best he could, he smoothed the jacket with his hand. A slight rustling made him reach into a pocket, where his fingers encountered a folded paper. Taking it out, he remembered. It was the note which Christine had given him as he left the meeting this morning. The meeting where he had staked his career on a principle and won. He had forgotten the note until now. He opened it curiously. It read, "It will be a fine hotel, because it will be like the man who is to run it." At the bottom, in smaller lettering, Christine had written, "P.S. I love you." Smiling, the length of his stride increasing, he went downstairs to the lobby of his hotel. This concludes Hotel by Arthur Hailey. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. Copyright 2000 by Arthur Hailey. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Estate of Arthur Hailey, care of Nancy Stauffer Associates, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.